ニューストリームスタート。
なんかワクワク。
Right under
チョコラテディスコチェックスインよこそ。ビッグメジミーチェックスインよこそ。サフティクマチェックスインよこそ。そのストレッチ D チェックスインよこそ。
Hello. Happy Saturday.
Hey guys.
Oh, sorry, Safety's kind of off the screen on this screen, but he'll be fixed. We had a power outage overnight, so everything's kind of wonky and not working right. So, apologize for any scuff or anything like that. We're trying to get things working and going and stuff like that. But thank you for being here, guys. I really appreciate it. Since we usually are a gaming stream, but our channel, but we're not gaming today, and we are just gonna be discussing discussing about the mother wound since it
Chocolate Disco
Oh, thank
reminds
you for the
everyone to
hydrate.
stay
Thank you.
hydrated.
How are you, Disco?
Chocolate Disco gives the teddy bear a head pat.
Zafty, you're not paying attention, are you?
I'm trying to figure out how to fix your light.
Don't worry about it. Just, it's okay.
Hang on.
Hold on a second. He needs to activate it, and he's not at his desk. He's trying to fix my my streaming light thingy, and it's not really cooperating because the power or internet going out, I guess, messed everything up. So what's going on? Safety? Apologize for this. If it's not gonna work, it's okay. It just won't work, and if my model doesn't respond, we'll know why. Hello, our Eiler Apoda? I'm sorry, I don't know how to say your name, but welcome and hello. Is it Eilir? Eilir Apoda? I'm sure it means something. Wait, it means panda.
Panda.
Really?
Hang on.
Interesting. I would never guess panda. Sorry, we're doing some technical issues. Can you just give yourself a head pat though, because Disco redeemed it.
Yes. Sorry.
That's why I was like, are you not paying attention, are you?
I-
It's on now.
What do you mean it's on now?
My light is on now? But it's not.
Well, I know it's on.
But it's not turned on, so I'm not sure what's going on. What does that mean? Safety.
I'm trying to connect. I'm trying to discover it on the network.
Oh, I see. Okay, sorry, he's working on stuff right now, so he might be a little occupied. But yeah, hi. Today Safety and I. Safty's the teddy bear, and I'm of course the other one, the pink-haired person. Anyway, I don't even know what I'm doing. We're gonna be discussing mother wound today, and since tomorrow in the U.S. it is gonna be Mother's Day, and it's really quite surprising how very few people don't know what a mother wound is, and to be honest, I've lost several friends on it because they like to people like to gaslight what they don't understand, and because some people do not have mothers that are worth celebrating. Some mothers were either not there, not available, or very abusive. Mine was the latter. It was very abusive. So we're trying to discuss this, and I thought it'd be a good idea to do it right before Mother's Day because why not? I know it's triggering for a lot of there is quite a lot of people that I've encountered over time that understand what that mother wound is and how traumatic it is to have our capitalistic society shove email after email in your face, or ads at stores saying buy this for Mother's Day, and Mother's Day is coming up, you gotta buy this for your mom, and oh my god, it drives me insane actually. And for the record, for anyone that doesn't know, I haven't spoken to my mom in about 22 years, and there's a really very 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 good reason for that. At the same time, I've heard all sorts of gaslighting, like she's still your mom. If it weren't for you or her, you wouldn't be here today. And it's like, if you think about it, that line doesn't work for some of us because it's not like we chose to be born, right? We don't choose to be born to the moms that we were given. And so people telling you things like she's still your mom, you know, she should still be loved anyway. If it weren't for her, you wouldn't be here right now. That kind of stuff gets really, 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 really old here, to say the least. And Um, yeah, so I wanna talk and address that, and also be a safe place for people. Um, all that time though, you never posted that message too, Safety. Is it on now?
I'm still working on it,
Okay, sorry.
but I'll post the message. Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I keep bugging you, but I don't know what to do. Everything is happening that we shouldn't have here. For me, it's your dad. Yeah, you know what? It's more common to have a father wound or
Yeah, that's another topic we might
that's a
discuss
whole
later.
nother topic, and then I've been told and gaslit by people too, saying, "Well, I understand that I have issues with my dad, but my mom is not an issue. My mom brought me here in this world. My mom took care of me. My mom mothered me. My mom fed me and clothed me and and stuff like that." I'm like, that's nice. Not all of us have that for various reasons, and it's actually much more common to have a father wound than it is a mother wound because majority of mothers are not dealing with their own traumas. Not majority. I mean, a lot of moms understand what they're gonna get. They're gonna go that they're gonna be a mom because the baby's inside their womb for 9 months. So you kind of either bond with the baby or uh you kind of mentally separate from it, and um emotionally separate or just kind of close yourself off inside. And a father wound's more common because there's no real attachment. The father really doesn't have any physical attachment to the baby for 9 months. They see the baby grow inside their spouse, their wife, their girlfriend's womb, right? There's no attachment to them. So a
Okay,
mother would, huh?
Sorry, not to interrupt you, but can you see if you can turn it on now?
Yeah, it's on now.
Okay,
Yay, thank you.
I had to it disconnected from the Wi-Fi completely, so I had
Wow.
to go through the
You had to go to the
whole,
whole thing, yeah. Oh, I was told that growing up by my parents, it was a good excuse to not act well. Yeah, no, I understand exactly, Kelly. It's just there's a lot of people that actually, because like I said, there's a lot more people that deal with father wounds than there are mother wounds, and mother wound is not talked about as often because, like I said, most moms develop a bond with their child in 9 months. Well, whatever, how many months it is, up to 9 months, that the baby is growing in them, right? So um, that's why it's not as common because there's still some sort of bond that grows, regardless whether the mom wants it to or not. I'm coming from a standpoint that I was raped and I ended up pregnant, and I did not want to bond with that child because it was too traumatic for me. I disassociated. I cut off my entire, just like I was just floating through life. I wasn't paying attention to anything. The lady that adopted the baby basically held my hand and just told me I need to go here, go there, do the. She arranged all my doctor appointments. I had nothing to do with that. I was completely disconnected. I didn't want to have the baby, but they're just like they were super religious people, and they're just like she's still, the baby is still a baby. It has a heartbeat. You can't, get rid of it. And it's just like, okay, but I'm just like, when you're disassociated, you're completely disconnected from your mind, and your body's disconnected from your mind, and you just do not even understand what's going on around you. You just kind of you feel like you have an outer body experience, and you just kind of from the outside looking in and being like, okay, that's happening, but I don't understand what's going on, and nor do I care. Um, and during that time, my parents disowned me, like officially disowned me. But previously they didn't really acknowledge me or care that I was their daughter. It's a really, really long story, but just to summarize, my mom and dad, they were both very abusive, but my mom was more abusive, my dad was neglectful. So there's a difference between abuse and neglect, but neglect falls into the abuse category. So, okay, all
Safety Kuma
neglect...
adjusts Panda's emotional support Panda plushie.
Thank you, Safety. All neglect falls into abuse category, but not all abuse is neglect. Does that make sense? So my dad had his own traumas from the war. He was very disassociated himself. He was physically there, not emotionally or mentally. He just kind of whatever. He was just like, yeah, go ahead, go whatever. He didn't care. He was kind of like dead inside, I guess you can say. My mom My mom had her own traumas because they, they were part of the Vietnamese boat people that escaped the country, and it's not a pretty story. Like, you have to run through swamps in the middle of the night to catch a boat, a rickety old boat, not a motorboat, not a fancy boat. If you hear about refugee stories, current day even, they're still going on in other countries. It was similar to that. They just jump on a boat that's barely there, and it's like a fishing boat, and they have to escape the country. So they were on a boat for maybe up to a month. They never talked about it, so I have no idea, to be honest, how long they were on the boat, and they ended up in a refugee camp. And that's where I was born. And because of that trauma my mom went through, and she didn't get any help, because back in end of the 70s and into the 80s, 1980s, at least in the US, mental health was not an issue. Like, they would just be like, oh, just buck it up, you're fine, oh, there's nothing wrong with you, that kind of thing. So she never got help, which she should have. And my therapist told me that she thinks, because she can't really diagnose somebody that she has never met, but from my stories, she thinks my mom endured a postpartum psychosis. So after birth and everything, there's a depression, but then there's also psychosis. I've never heard of this before this. I'm like, wow, that's a new term. It's basically, anytime my mom saw me, she went into a rage. She was always so angry. She hated me. Like, I can't even explain what it's like to have a mother hate a child, but she despised my every being. She wanted me to die. She was always asking me to die. She always wanted me to, perish without her her assistance, I guess to say, because, she's like, I don't want to go to jail, so I won't kill you, that kind of thing. I mean, when your mom, your own mother, the person that birthed you, tells you that stuff, it really leaves an impact on you and can really shape who you are when you grow up, right? And it was really depressing. And it's really even hard to even think about it right now. And so for the last few years, I've been working with a therapist on it. So I just wanted to kind of share that it's not that simple. We can't just forgive and forget, Even my partner's mom, Safty's
Safty
mom.
Kuma gives the panda a head pat.
Thanks, Safty. You don't have to keep doing that, though.
Hey, wow.
Even Safty's mom, who's a great mom. She's a lovely mother. She loves Safty to death. She's like, I don't know, she's almost picture perfect mom, except, her mom denies that his mom denies that he's on the autism spectrum. And she thinks that he's just, perfect in every way, and I fall into that the category where I'm not good enough for her favorite bestest son, that kind of thing. So
I'm her only son, though.
I know, but you know what I mean. Her bestest child. Okay, how's that?
Okay.
So she doesn't really like me. Anyway, but that doesn't matter. She's still a good mother to Safty, and she was a good mom, I think, even to Safty's sister. And she's overall a very, loving, caring, what you would expect a mom to be. And I see that every time I see them together, and it's so sweet, She's very caring, she's very loving. She comforts her kids when they need it, that kind of thing. Hey, not Jimmy, welcome back, and thank you for checking in. And so, sorry, I meant to. It's been a chaotic opening because our internet was out for a while and everything reset, so we were trying to rush around fixing.
I had to readjust the bamboo antennas.
Yeah, the bamboo antennas. Yeah, there you go. But congrats to Brighto on getting first, and thank you, Disco, for the hydrate and being here and checking in. And yeah, it's good to see you too, Callie. Callie, thank you so much for being here. And also not Jimmy. So, but yeah, thank you. I just went off because it's been really nerve-wracking thinking and talking about this. I turned off a lot of redeems because of reasons. I didn't want a whole lot of stuff happening while I'm talking. But anyway, I have articles that I found, and Safety also found, and also my therapist sent me, that can better explain what a mother wound is. And so I'm gonna switch screens and show those off. I'm happy to be here. I'm sorry I did not mention hi. No, you're fine. You're fine, Callie. Thank you. You don't always have to say, it's totally okay to, lurk or anything like that. It's fine. You never feel obligated to do or be or do anything you don't want to. But yeah, and at the top, Safety pinned a message, just a disclaimer that I am not a therapist, and this is not mental health advice. This is just my opinions. And this is an opinion that does not come from medical background. I have no training in this stuff. It's only stuff that I've either read or heard from my therapist herself. So
this is not a therapy session, and we're not mental health professionals. So
yeah,
this is just for information only.
And just discussion. I mean, a lot of people don't realize this and like to talk about their issues, and this is the time and place to kind of share, right? And that's why I'm sharing my story and why I don't have a relationship with my mom. But yes, in the psychology world, it's not a diagnosis. Motherhood is not a diagnosis at all. It is just a trauma that's associated with your attachment to people in general. Because, the mother, the one that birthed you, I'm talking about the main caregiver that was there to provide, not just provide like material goods, but usually it typically is a mother, but it doesn't necessarily have to be, because of course there's, same gender couples that are, two males. So it can be a varied thing, but it's mainly the main caregiver. And somebody was in here, and I had mentioned this heading into this week. It was like last week that I was going to be doing this stream, and they asked, does grandmother count? And I'm like, I didn't even think about it. I didn't even consider it. And I'm just like, I guess it kind of does. I mean, because there's intergenerational trauma, but I was corrected, and it's actually your main caregiver.
So like the TLDR of that is, if your main caregiver was your mother, but you had a bad relationship with your grandmother,
that's not the same thing.
That's not the same thing.
It's still trauma, but it's not the same thing.
Now, yeah, it may be something else, and maybe your mother has an issue with your grandmother or something, or maybe your grandmother hates you. Every circumstance is, of course, unique, and right, and depending on your family situation, your grandmother may have had a major hand in raising you, or may have been your primary caregiver when you were a child, or not. And so, it depends. But yeah, if your mother was your primary caregiver, and you had a bad relationship but you had a bad relationship with one of your grandparents, that
not the same thing.
Not the same thing.
Yeah, but if your grandmother was your main caregiver, like say for example, I've heard stories where the grandmother raised the child because the mother either scooped out or passed away, or there's a lot of things. Moms can run away. I've met several I've met several people that have told me that their mom pretty much just like, screw it, I don't want this anymore, and dump the kid with their parents, like their mom, so the grandparents.
Prower 26 adjusts Panda's hoodie.
Hi Prower, thank you for adjusting the hoodie. But yeah, like they just dump the child with the grandparents.
Prower 26 gives the panda a head pat.
Thank you for the head pat. But yeah, they just dumped the child with the grandparents and left. And then the grandparents were in charge, or somehow forced to raise their grandchild, but as their own child. They're like, I remember the person that I talked to, they're like, I call her mom, but she's actually my grandmother. And I'm like, that's interesting. But
that's interesting.
Yes, but it happens, and there's nothing wrong with that. So in that case, that can be a mother wound. So, like, say the mother ditched you with the grandmother, but the grandmother was abusive. That would constitute as the mother wound, you know? But if you had a really loving, caring, wonderful mother, but a horrible relationship with her grandmother, that does not count. So there's a very big difference between what a mother wound is. A mother wound is your main caregiver. So whoever your main caregiver, whether it's adopted, a grandparent, an auntie. I've heard those stories before.
Yeah, it
that
could be an
an
aunt, could be
auntie,
whoever.
an auntie raising you. I knew somebody that raised I had a friend in high school who raised her brother because her mom was kind of a floozy, unfortunately. Had trauma of her own, but always just ran away, slept around, had kids, just popped out kids, but didn't take care of them. So the friend in high school took care of her siblings, took care of her sister and her half-brother. So, and when you ask the kids, and when you ask them, they're not kids anymore, but when you ask them, they're like, yeah, we saw so-and-so, my friend, as more of a mother figure than their own mom. So that's a mother wound too, because they never really had a relationship with their mom. That's more like that's like a neglectful mother wound kind of thing. But they did still have a mother figure in their life, so it is slightly different.
Yeah.
I mean, it really depends. Everybody has a different situation.
I guess there are different types of mother wounds too.
Yeah, there's all sorts of different types. Anyway, so I found some, like, Psychology Today is a great website for a lot of things. There's a lot of articles on there. My therapist refers to a lot of things on here. This one in particular, Safety actually found, but there's another one next to it in this tab here that I have that my therapist sent me. So as you can see, they have different authors. There are different authors, but they're different therapists that write these things. So it says the mother wound, how our relationships with our mothers affect our codependency. The mother wound is not a typical term you may hear in a counseling or therapy session, but it may be a factor that is influencing your relationship with partners. While the mother wound is most often associated with daughters, it is possible for sons to have mother wound factors that influence their relationships. Understanding the mother wound. The best way to think of the mother wound, is a loss or a lack of mothering. This is typically a deficit in the mother-daughter or mother-son relationships that is passed down through generations and is reflection on how we have experienced parenting and how we parent. While not a specific diagnosis, it is a way of looking at how current codependency behaviors may be linked to missing elements in the past. Children who are raised by alcoholics.
Fenrir2479 gives the panda a head pat.
Hi, Fenrir. Thank you for the head pat. How are you? Children who are raised by alcoholics, drug-addicted mothers, or mothers who have mental health conditions, either undiagnosed or untreated, may struggle into their own adulthood. However, there are also children who are raised by mothers who do not have these challenges. These are mothers who may provide for the physical needs of the children, even interact with the children in a positive way, but simply do not provide the deep love and attention that all children require. They may not have been abusive or neglectful, and they may never have engaged in negativity with their relationships with their children, but they're also always distant and less tuned into the emotional needs of their children. So in this sense, in this description here that I just read, that felt more like my dad. He wasn't like super like physically abusive, but he just was meh.
So I guess there's also such thing as a father wound, which is different.
Yeah, that is definitely different. So.
And I did find an article explaining the difference. Now, I think there's a lot of vagueness in some of these terms because.
Well,
I think we use the term mother and wound and father wound, assuming kind of like your traditional relationship, family structures.
Yeah, not really so much traditional, but your atypical or societal typical family makeup.
Yeah.
Not this, again, if you have same-sex parents, one can serve as a mothering partner, the mothering figure, and one can serve as a fathering figure. And there's another article I have in my lineup here that discusses that, like how every human has a balance, right? Even though and that's why there's such people that are trans, or there are people that just don't identify with the gender that they were born with, because we have both things. Like women and men have both estrogen and testosterone. We don't have one, it's not one or the other. We have both, just some in more access than others, right? And that's what makes us different, and why there's no real true male and true female. We are a little bit of both, and we have energies of both. And that's why some girls are tomboys, as a term here in America means you're a boyish girl, And then there's the effeminate effeminate boys, or I guess femboys, I guess is the more recent term. But yes, it just depends on the energies that you have within you that make up who you are, and which one is more dominant than the other, I guess. I mean, it's not really even a dominance, it's just like you have more of something than another. So there's just everybody's different. Let's just put it that way. And so if you have like same gender parents, like two females or two males, or at least, physically, one can serve, usually when you see them, one can serve as the mothering figure and one can serve as the more fathering figure, and vice versa with two males. There's always the more effeminate male, and then there's the more, I guess, masculine male, if you want to put it that way. There's always a balance, right? And either way, so this is where it can apply to a male mother. I mean, if your mother was biologically a male, but served more of a mother figure, they could be just as bad or they could be just as good as any like a female mother, So this is how I feel about things, and I just think as long as whoever they are, they're comfortable who they are, doesn't matter, right? So when we're addressing this throughout the day or the stream, we're talking about from a traditional figure, like a mom is the female and the father is the male. But I understand, and I'm totally okay with the fact that there's, there can be two moms, quote unquote, and two dads. But that's just for the sake of less complication and ranting and going back and forth. I'm just gonna go off of the atypical family, okay? I'm sorry. It's just gonna get too complicated if I go into so many details and everything like that. It is not, again, does not reflect that my views or anything like that, or anyone else's. I strongly feel that everybody should be comfortable in their own skin. So, and other people have no business telling others what they can or can't be. So that's just where I stand on it. Anyway, so yeah, so let's see here. Okay, I'm gonna keep going with it. Signs of the mother wound. Adults dealing with the mother wound often look back on their childhood and can identify issues such as never feeling they had their mother's approval or acceptance. See, mother wound can be very minor, it can be very major, it can be somewhere in the middle. So yeah, if you never got your mother's approval or acceptance, or they always put you down and told you you're not good enough, or why aren't you so like so-and-so, why aren't you better at this, why, that kind of stuff, that is a mother wound. Concerns about not being loved by their mother or not being loved as much as the other siblings or family members, similar thing. I have a younger sister who was incredibly loved. She was the textbook definition of golden child. My mom doted on her and loved her and cared for her and always favored her over myself. And I also had cousins that were on my mom's sister's kids who lived in Canada and would visit us when we lived in Michigan. We grew up in Michigan. So they would always visit us a lot. They would actually end up living with our family a lot of times because their dad was an abusive drunk. So there's the father wound for them. But their mom was really, she was kind of disassociated, and I can tell looking back at it that my auntie was very detached from everything and just did not have room in her her emotional being to take care of 3 kids. So my mom took it upon herself to be like, yeah, I'll take care of them. I love them, you know, and she was very, very doting on those 3. And, but actually sick my sister and my cousins on me. She made them hate me. She, would always make up lies saying I hurt her, I hurt my mom, and that, they need to punish me. So I was not just ganged up on my mom, but I was ganged up on my sister and my 3 cousins. That's really loud, Safety.
Sorry.
Your mic is picking it all up.
My can of water.
Sorry, I'm just like I can hear that in the mic and outside, so it's like ugh. Anyway, so that was really hard for me because I've never been loved by my mom. She used to just throw me, apparently from outside sources. This is, you know, from my IE, my auntie, telling me that when I was crying as a baby, my mom would just drop me on the floor and walk away and not even care. She would just not even, you know, because babies are helpless. I mean, I'm talking about infancy, you know, like tiny, tiny baby, what does not know the difference between what is good and what is bad, right? Just think of a little infant baby crying because they have needs. They need their diaper changed. They need to be fed. They need to be held. You know, they just want, you know, they want some comfort. All the things that you can think about if you have your own kids or you have, I don't know, a cousin or a younger sibling, a much younger sibling, like I'm talking about 10 plus years, or you have younger cousins or other younger relatives that you have held and cuddled and they're
ゲー
crying.
ム
You
ウィ
don't
ズ
know.
ベックスチェックス
Hey,
インよこそ。
Hi, welcome back. How are you? Sorry, I'm discussing Mother Wound with the stream right now. So, I don't know how long you've been here, but yeah, we're just talking about different things, signs and stuff like that. But yeah, and basically, if you've ever held a baby, and especially if you're closer with the baby, not just like brand new, like you just met them, and they start crying, you just like, you know, usually your typical human instinct is be like, oh no, what do I need to do to comfort this baby, you know, to calm it down, to hold it, or, you know, does it need food, does it need a diaper change, does it need something, right? My mom would just dump me on the floor and just walk away and be like, whatever, right? Just let me sit there and lay there and cry. Everybody, you know, like when I went to daycares, babysitters, everything like that, they always told me since I can remember that I cannot take naps. I'm a fussy baby, you know? Oh, I love the stream idea, psychology and child development is one of my special. Oh, yay! You know, I wouldn't say it was a special interest of mine. It's more, I'm fascinated by it because ever since I started therapy, it's one of those things that my therapist pointed out that I'm struggling with, but I didn't know beforehand. So it's opened that rabbit hole for me, and so I've dived into it for the last, like, I don't know, 4 years now, maybe 3-4 years, something like that, right? Right, Safty? Yeah, it's been like 3 or 4 years. But yeah, I'm joined here with my partner Safty Kuma, who's the bear. He's the teddy bear next to me. But yeah, and yeah, so ever since my therapist brought it up, I've been fascinated by this because, you know, all my life I always thought I was broken, something was wrong with me, you know, or I was just a horrible child, you know, because my mom painted me out to be a horrible child, and I was difficult and a nuisance and annoyance, and she wished I died, and, you know, those kind of things live with you forever, right? And most people growing up, I mean, even last year, it was around this time last year, and they were talking about how, and it was on somebody else's stream, and they were talking about how Mother's Day is coming up, and they have all these plans and everything like that. And then they asked me, and because I was just like sitting there, and I didn't say anything, and they were just like, "What about you?" You know, I'm just like, no, I haven't spoken to my mom in like 22 years, and I don't plan to. I don't ever plan to. And they're just like, why not? And I'm like, because I have a really traumatic relationship with my mom, and I'd rather not get into it. They're like, but she's still your mom. She brought you into this world. If it wasn't for her, you wouldn't be here right now. And I'm like, oh my God. My eyes are rolling back in my head. Like, you know how many times I've heard that all my life? You know, if I had a penny for every time I've heard that kind of those lines to me, I would be rich. I really would, literally would be rich. Most people are just like, and then I would explain like in small details, like my mom was abusive, basically, you know. They're like, oh, you know, and my mom just didn't want me and didn't care for me. Oh, I got that from my dad, and I hear that a lot. I get that from my dad, but never my mom. My mom would never do that. And I'm just like, well, that's nice. I'm happy that your mom was a good mom, right? I'm happy for you that your mom was a caring mom and loving and was your storybook mother, I guess. I mean, nobody's perfect. I understand that no relationship is perfect. But most mothers, because, you know, the baby, typically a child will, you know, be inside the womb of the mother for 9 months and you develop a bond that's closer than anything a father would, because the father is like not connected physically, you know. There's a lot of things that is very different between mother and father wound. That some people don't seem to grasp. I mean, again, and I'm talking about this from a atypical family, you know, like the mother's female and the father's male. But I understand that, and I addressed this earlier, and I'm totally open to this. This is not a reflection on any like my views or stuff like that. I am totally okay with a mother being, you know, male. A mother figure can be male. Same with the father, a father figure can be female. It's just a balance, and as long as there's love, that's all that should matter, right? I'm just for sake of complicatedness, I am speaking from the standpoint that the mother is female and the father is male. But I understand that the mother and father figure can interchange between the two, and it's not determined on gender. And so I just want to make that clear that I am totally okay, and I am an LGBTQ safe space. I love the fact that as long as you're happy, and as long as the person's happy, and nobody should judge another person for who they love or how they feel biologically. You know, even though you're born with something biologically, doesn't necessarily mean that's how you feel. You know, so I am totally like, as long as they're happy with themselves, that's where I stand. But from a complicated standpoint with mother wound, I'm just assuming the mother is a female and the father is a male. So that's just to save the complexity of it all. Otherwise, I'm going to be here forever trying to clarify over and over again. So I just want to make sure, you know, that's some bullshit. I love that how you said that. You used that. It reminds me of the
Holy porking shirt balls.
yeah, from the Good Place. Yeah. On a stick. Everyone has a choice and right to choose who they want as family. Proud of you discussing this to help break the stigma. You know, and I agree with you, Bex. Thank you for saying that. I really appreciate that. But it's really amazing how many people do not understand that this mother wound is a thing. It's not a diagnosis. It's not like anything that people say, oh yeah, you have mother wound, you know. No. It's not like autism or ADHD or anything like that. It's just related to trauma. It's just related to your attachment to other people. Because usually, typically, the mothering figure in your life, it can be grandmother, it can be mother, it can be auntie, it can be whoever. It doesn't have to be your birth parent. It just whoever was your main caregiver, which is typically seen as the mothering figure, right? Again, can be male, can be someone else not related to you. It can be, you know, an adoptive parent or whatever like that. If that main caregiver did not provide for you, that's a mother wound, you know. So it doesn't matter. Like I said, I mean, before when I started, I had a friend in high school who raised not only her younger sister, who was like 10 years younger than her, and her half brother, which was 11 years younger than her. Their mom, was kind of, you know, had her own trauma. Everybody has trauma, you know, and slept around, you know. It's understandable. I know people have a lot of struggles. They have a lot of issues with acceptance and attachment issues, like, you know, like I have right now, what I'm discussing here. Obviously, looking back at it, her mom had a lot of attachment issues, right? And went from partner to partner to partner, had babies, um, just left them, didn't care. So, including her, but she helped raise herself. She just had the ability to raise herself, which I don't know was probably not healthy either. But she raised herself. She raised her siblings, um, and through their sister, through my friend, they had a mom, but they had a different kind of mother wound because their mother wasn't there, was really absent, wasn't present physically or emotionally, outside of just giving birth to them, right? Um, so there's a lot of different types of mother wounds, and that's what this article is discussing. I'm sorry, I keep going off on tangents, but it's a very complicated issue, and this is why I want to address this, because most people don't understand that a mother wound isn't necessarily your biological parent. So yeah. But in my case that I'm addressing, it is my biological mother, and I did have a quote-unquote mother figure that was kind of sort of there every once in a while. I called her Ayi. She's now gone. She died last November because of old age, I guess. Also dementia and also COVID. It was not pretty. But anyway,
But she wasn't there. She couldn't be
no, she
present
couldn't
all
be.
the time.
Yeah, but my attachment, okay, so apparently, and this is just stories. I mean from her. She was the one that told me my mom would just dump me there, and then she would feel guilty and she would run and go pick me up and try to calm me down. And she ended up getting attached to me in 1 month. Okay, this is about a month time. Again, I don't know the exact dates because I was an infant, and these are just secondhand stories that I'm sharing. And Ai would tell me that my mom would just dump me, ignore me. She had postpartum, psychosis, I guess, is what my therapist says it sounds like. Again, she can't diagnose my mom because she's never met my mom, but she says from my stories that I tell her, my mom probably experienced postpartum psychosis. So anyway, she would just dump me, ignore me, not even care about me, and Ai would come to my rescue. She would show up every day at my parents' house and basically take care of me as if I was her daughter. And until she got really sick, she caught pneumonia and ended up in the hospital. And then after that, her husband, Ai is not even blood related with us, so by the way, she ended up in the hospital, and then her husband and her kids were like, "You can't do this anymore. This is literally killing you. You got to stop this." So I went from having a somewhat safe figure in my life for about a month to nothing. Literally nothing. Like she would call and check on my mom. My mom would just be like the same. Anyway, and then finally one day she did come visit, and she saw that I was literally dying, and she was like begging my parents to take me to the hospital. And eventually they found out that I had a heart murmur. I've had so many health issues. She always told me, she's like, I am still surprised to this day that you're still alive. And every time she saw me, she was always talking about how a mom typically would be, or someone that's really close to you, be like, wow, you've grown up so much, and look how tall you've gotten, and you've gotten so healthy and stuff like that. Yeah, that kind of stuff. She was that person to me in my life. So I saw her as more of a mother figure. I called for her when I cried. I would always call Ayi, Ayi, Ayi instead of mama or mommy or something like that, because my mom just never was that comforting figure to call for, when I'm distressed, right? So anyway, I'll continue. So difficulties in relating to a mother on an emotional level. So that's a really big one. A lot of people, don't relate with their mom. Their mom has totally different views on things than they do. That can also be a mother wound. Again, mother wound can be severe or it can be mild. It's a scale just like anything else. Nothing is one kind of wound or something. You can't. I say that Safdie and his mom had a very awesome relationship from my point of view, but even he looks back and goes, well, there's this and there's that. So he can technically say he has a mother wound too, but it's a much minor one compared to.
I don't know if you can say that. I mean.
Well,
I mean, it's not like saying.
Like I said, it's a range.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like saying like. Yeah, I don't know.
No, she wasn't abusive. I know. But
It's not that,
do you see
or
these
I
examples?
could say like she could do. I mean, we can both say we can always say look back and say yes, I wish my parents would have done X or Y.
Yeah, but you know what I
But
mean.
you know, no one's perfect. Anyway, yeah.
Uncertainty about the relationship with the mother and if it could be lost with a mistake or an accident. So,
So if you've got a situation where you feel your mother's love is conditional,
yeah, exactly.
right? Maybe that wasn't the case for you because your mom just flat out
There was no condition. She just hated me.
yeah, just hated you. So maybe that doesn't apply to you, but it may apply to some people who feel like they had mothers who were demanding of them.
Well, I mean, if you think about it like this way, since my mom did sick my sister and my cousins from me, when my sister would falter, I mean, when she was younger, she would still come to me and treat me like, oh, I'm her big sister, right? And then my mom would be like, no, don't go near her. Right?
So in other words, for your sister,
That's conditional.
Maybe there was a the condition like the condition where she had to be near you.
Yeah, exactly. There was a condition. Yeah, there was a condition in order to if she would not receive my mom's love if she was nice to me. So that was a condition right there. And even to this day, my sister hates me. And I blame my mom for that. I don't blame my sister, except she's an adult now. She's in her 40s too. And she could very well become aware that this is actually happening and be like, yeah, okay, maybe I should reach out to my sister and we can start all over again. And the last time I talked to her, it was she was reaching out to me. I know this sounds weird. It was a random email, and she's like, "Hi, would you like to meet your niece?" So apparently I didn't know about this. My sister had a kid, and I was like, "Niece? Oh, really?" And I'm like, "Congratulations." And then I was like, "Well, what about us?" Is what I came back with. I was like, "Congrats, but what about us? Her and I." And she wrote back and said, "There is no us." So, my sister was very she liked to kill my hamsters for fun. So just so you know what kind of person she is, I think my mom messed her up. I really do, or encouraged the wrong kind of behaviors. My sister was very sociopathic. She would dump dish soap and the fish and like when we had pet fish into the water and think it was funny, and suffocating the fish. She would play Russian roulette with the doorway and our hamsters and just let them free, and then she would be like slamming the door randomly as they're running through. And if they got hit, and one of them did get hit, and apparently that hamster was pregnant and had a miscarriage right there on the floor. Like, there was a bunch of little baby, like tiny little, they weren't alive, but they were baby little tiny miniature hamsters, and it was really disturbing. It was really sad. I don't really like to think about it, but that's just what my sister did. And she also took my hamster named Patches and threw him against a wall, and then lied about it and said, "Oh no, he's been like that all day," because I was at work. And yeah, so that's the kind of person my sister was. She's not a good person. She's a very violent person. But again, I blame my mom. That's how she raised my sister. So such is life, right? So yeah, when she reached me out and she was like, "There's no us," I was like, "Okay, then no, I don't want to meet your daughter," because the reason is I know that once I meet her daughter, there was a reason why she reached out, and I remember. Okay, don't get the wrong idea. I don't really stalk her account, her social media, but I did see some pictures of said daughter and videos that she posted, and she's laughing while the daughter is crying. Like, her daughter, my niece, looked like she needed to be picked up and consoled, and comforted, right? Because she's an infant, and she's wailing there, and my sister's just filming her and laughing. And I was just like, oh my god. Anyway, I didn't comment, of course. I just kind of closed it, and I'm just like, I feel so sorry for her kids, but there's nothing I
スタ
can
ティ
really
ッ
do
ク
about
ス
it,
ホワ
right?
イトウルフチェックスイン
Oh,
よこ
hey, hey,
そ
White Wolf, welcome back. We're
Now you
discussing
can.
Mother Wound right now, but yeah, I was just sharing a story about my sister and her kid, and yeah.
Static the white
Ah.
wolf gives the panda a head pat.
Thank you for the head pat, and thank you for checking in.
Static
yeah,
the white wolf gives the
Oh,
teddy
yeah.
bear a head pat.
Safty gets a head pat too. Yay!
Yay.
Thank you for the head pats. But yeah, so I decided not to because if I get attached to her to my niece, and there might have been a reason for it because, I've never met my niece again. I've never met her. From the videos I see of her, the really short clips, and stuff like that. I have a weird feeling that she inherited the HSP gene. Oh, hello, Russell Seeger? Russell Seeger? Thank you for the follow, and welcome to the Bamboo Force. I'm Panda Gidi. It looks like Panda Girl, but it's Panda Gidi. And I'm joined with my partner, Safty Kuma, and we're discussing Mother Wound today. I'm normally a gaming streamer, so this is not my typical type of stream. It's just because in the US tomorrow is Mother's Day, so I'm discussing what a mother wound is, since not a lot of people are aware of it, so. But welcome. Okay, so I'm gonna continue reading. Always trying to do better or be perfect to attempt to gain a mother's attention in a sentence. Again, this is probably more where my sister fell. I did try to do better and be perfect and get good grades in school, even despite my trauma and stuff like that. I tried so hard, but it never was good enough. Nothing I did was ever good enough for my mom. Ever. She just... everything I tried to do, anything that came out, even if it was like a perfect A++ grade or something, my mom would be like, ugh, whatever, and just go away. She wouldn't even acknowledge it, right? So that can be an issue. That can apply to both mother and father wound, though, if you think about it, because I know that Safty had probably some issues with his dad, trying to gain his acceptance, but his dad was more a sports guy. He was your stereotypical male into sports and everything like that, and Safty was more into, geeky stuff and band and music, and he liked the arts more than he did physical junk, and didn't get along with his dad in that sense. But he still tried to get his acceptance. You know what I mean? So that can be seen as the father wound for Safty, basically, right? But yeah, anyway, today is about mother wound. Feelings of having to protect, care for, or shelter your mother rather than her protecting, caring for, and sheltering you. So it's like the role reversal,
Yeah, I don't know that necessarily applies to you.
No.
Some people do have that relationship where they feel like the parent.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's a lot of people
that
do.
Child. There's a lot of people like that. And
oh, yeah, definitely.
a lot of times that's kind of played up for laughs in like anime, especially.
Yeah, but it's actually
that's not actually usually a good thing. It's not really a good thing.
No. The anime that comes to mind for me is the with the one with Taiga.
Toradora.
Yeah, Toradora.
The main character is the one who like does all the housework and his mom's.
Yeah. See, that's a good example of the male.
His mom's not necessarily a terrible person, but
no.
she acts like a child a lot.
Yes, she doesn't cook. He does all the cooking, and he does all the cleaning, and he's like really obsessive. But that was a perfect example of the male taking on the female stereotype role, So yeah, I like that. Anyway.
But that's a TV show and not the real life. So.
Yeah, that's playing it up and being a caricature of what it actually is. So and then the article goes on. These types of feelings throughout childhood reduce self-esteem, feelings of self-worth, and feelings of worthiness to have a positive relationship. Individuals with a mother wound always feel incomplete and lacking in their ability to connect with others, while also having deeply rooted feelings about the need for perfection and control. And I'm sure Safty could tell you, like near a beginning, I'm still really bad. I'm not saying I'm not. I'm still really bad that I like things done and cleaned a certain way, and if they're not, I yell at him and get mad because I was always in charge of cleaning like after my sister. I was in charge of cleaning, like doing dishes and vacuuming and laundry, even as a kid. I mean, I wasn't even a teenager yet. I was, 7, 8, 9 years old, and I was already having to do all of that because my mom expected me to. And so, if one thing was out of line or something missed or something, my mom would beat me. I mean, not silly, but she would beat me. She would give me bruises, cuts, you know, yeah. If you need to get up, Safety, go ahead.
Yeah, I
Sorry.
need to use the restroom actually.
Okay.
I'm like,
Yeah, I know. I noticed that.
I drank a bunch of stuff, and
Yeah, go
I'll
ahead.
be right back.
No problem. Anyway, yeah. So so things like that happened, right? So that's what we were talking. Things like that happens, and so I have issues. For instance, like these, I have issues with feeling worthy of people's attention, and I self-deprecate a lot. I just don't care about myself, and I always think I could do better, And it's still, even to this day, in my 40s, it's kind of hard to think outside of that box, that term. And okay, so as these are similar childhood factors to those linked to codependency, the presence of the mother wound, if not healed, can contribute to codependent patterns of relationships. So being codependent is both good and bad, but mostly seen as bad because it shows that you can't function without XYZ, kind of thing. So, and this article goes on, healing the mother wound. While the mother wound is not a clinical or medical diagnosis, it is a factor that people struggle to address and heal. Therapy can be instrumental in healing the mother wound by exploring the feelings of the inner child and allowing those feelings of being ignored, unloved, unwanted, or not valued to be expressed in a safe therapeutic environment. And then as learning to validate and love ourselves creates a positive emotional and mental picture of our lives as they are in the present time, letting go of the past concept of self-developed by our interactions with our mother. Setting boundaries. I've never been good at boundaries. Setting boundaries, creating a relationship with the mother that is based on your needs and the ability of the mother to change and contribute to your emotional needs in a healthy, positive, and fulfilling way. I never will see that happen. Oh, there's ads. I'm sorry, there's ads. I'll stop here and take a break myself. So I wish I was keeping an eye on that. I wasn't. So I'm sorry. I will be right back for those that are still paying attention. And I'm gonna go get some more water myself since I'm thirsty. And then we'll move on to the next thing. All right, I'll be right back.
This raid has been brought to you by Queenie Yukina and friends. Welcome to the bamboo forest.
Hi, Kina.
Good timing.
I just got back from a break, so thank you for the raid. Thank you so much. And hi, welcome raiders. Welcome Yukina. Let's see. You're playing. Oh, you're playing Honkai Star Rail. How was it? Did you have fun? Do you still play Genshin or not as much? Have you moved over to Honkai? A lot of people I know have moved over to Honkai. I hope you had a nice break. Oh yeah, no problem. Yeah, I had to get some more water and use the restroom, so that's it. We're not even playing games today. We're just talking about mother wound, since if you're in the U.S., tomorrow's Mother's Day, and basically some people forget that some of us have mothers that are not worth celebrating. So that's what I'm basically discussing. But yeah, that's all we're doing today. HR was fun. Just played a few mini games. Okay, yeah. Seems Honkai in general, Hoyoverse is really big on getting the mini games in there. I don't play Genshin a lot. Oh, you don't play it anymore? Oh, I understand. The turn-based is so much easier and less convoluted. I get it. I do get it. I'm sad about it, but it doesn't give me that spark anymore. Yeah, no, I understand. You should only play what you find fun, right? Whatever brings you joy in life, and because we only have so much free time, right? So I understand. I totally understand, and I hope you're having fun and with HSR. Oh, Mother's Day, I completely understand. Everyone's lives are different. Exactly. Some have really good moms and some do not. So I fall in the latter category, and there's a lot of people that actually don't understand this, and people have gaslit me and told me she's still my mom and I should still love her because she brought me here into this world, and I'm like, I didn't ask her to. And I'm like, who asked? I didn't ask. Blood is not always family. Exactly. Thank you, Yukina. You get this. You get this. No one asked to be born. Exactly. You get it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, we just exist. We're just We're just here, right? We're just here. But no, thank you, Yukina. I really appreciate that you understand this, and you'd be surprised how many people do not understand this. Oh, hey,
Son
Tragedy.
of Tragedy
Hi.
says hi.
Welcome back. But yeah, if you need to raid and run and do some self-care, Yukina, thank you again for understanding where I'm coming from, and also thank you for the raid. And raiders, if you need to step away too, I understand. I hope you had fun at Yukina's stream. She's always full of energy, and I love her energy in her stream. I'm sorry I haven't been able to make it because we're just like we stream almost around the same time. So yeah, thank you again. I really appreciate it, and hope you have a great rest of your weekend. And if you are celebrating Mother's Day, I hope you enjoy it with your mom. So, and I'm happy for anybody that does have good moms. So don't get me wrong. I understand there are good moms out there. So, and you guys are just very, very lucky. Yeah, of course. Don't let anyone make you feel some type of way about feelings you have. You're entitled to it. Exactly. Everybody has their different experiences, right? I just don't like it when people seem to believe that everybody has the same experience as they do with certain, aspects in life. So anyway, I just thought it would be a good thing to discuss right before Mother's Day happens, because it's a surprising amount of people that are not willing to see it. So that's why I'm here. Anyway, thank you again, Yukina. I really greatly appreciate it, and hopefully I can catch one of your streams. Maybe if you stream on a day I don't stream. But yes, thank you so much, and hope you have a great weekend. I'm gonna go back to we're looking at articles and stuff like that. I'm just finishing up this one. Talking about mother wound. It's just basically what a mother wound is on Psychology Today. So yeah, setting boundaries is where I left off. Working through forgiveness and being able to let go of the past negativity, and both codependency and the healing of the mother wound is essential for developing self-esteem and personal autonomy moving forward. So yeah, there's that article, and then there's another article that my therapist shared with me. So I just recently found out about a mother wound because I never knew about this existed until about maybe 2 years ago. And because of it, and talking to my therapist, I've learned so much. And this is where this stream comes in, is I'm sharing what I do know with whoever's interested, right? And that's all that matters. Anyway, this article my therapist sent to me and thought this would be good. But she did warn me that there's some triggering aspects of it because I have mentioned that I experienced myself, like the use of clothes hangers, particularly the ones made of metal, and other objects my mom would always pick up. Like she would pick up brooms. She would even hit me with chopsticks. I know it sounds silly because it doesn't sound strong, but she would get a hold of anything she could that was within her reach and beat me with it. Like she would just chuck things at me. She's chucked glass at me, and I would duck, and it would hit the wall and shatter. And so instead of hitting me and hurting me and getting me, shards of glass all over, she hit the wall. So there would be a lot of little things that would happen, and were not very pleasant experiences. And my therapist sent this to me and said, just be careful when you do read it. Just a trigger warning. She does mention that the person that wrote this does mention that their mom or whatever mom used clothes hangers and toys. And yeah, my mom would use our toys to beat us with. So I never thought fondly of my toys. Toys were meant to bring joy to kids, right? But my mom would use the toys that we get as gifts or anything like that, and she would use them as weapons. So yeah, that's how we grew up. No, I've seen really bad moms and everything, ex-boyfriends' moms. Oh yeah, I bet. That can be really bad. But no need to forgive, but letting it go and cutting it off would be better. Oh yeah, definitely, Yukina. I haven't spoken to my mom in 22 years, so I'm already past it. It's just more or less like informing others why some of us, not just me, cannot speak to our moms. Why some of us can't be like just even Safty. My Safty, my partner, he's the teddy bear next to me. Even his mom is always like, she's still your mother. You should go give her a call. I'm sure she'd love to hear from you.
I think from my mom's perspective,
Yeah.
like what I think is, so my mom was like the she was like basically like
Your suburban.
your suburbanite, like in the 90s.
What you see, yeah.
We're 17, so not back in the 90s. She was like your typical suburbanite, like PTA mom,
The kind of mom that is involved, deeply involved with her kids.
Right, and of course, but what that meant is she hung out with other PTA moms, and of course,
like the
in
mom...
their circle, at least outwardly to each other, they would, all act like they're like these
perfect moms.
So,
but did your mom go on field trips and stuff with you guys?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. See, my mom never did
do that once in a while, or she'd be she was like the PTA treasurer.
Wow.
Like a couple years.
Okay,
and
that is very fancy.
and stuff like, I mean, it's not that fancy. It was kind
to
of
me, it's fancy.
It was kind of a shit job. No one wanted to do what she did. But either way, like that sort of thing, like, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or like, she'd like do the, she'd like help with the band boosters.
Well, my mom and dad never did anything.
Stuff your parents like anyway. That sort of thing. So she hung out with other moms
that were equally involved with their kids.
Who were like that, and so to her, the idea of like
an abusive, neglectful mom.
Russell gives the teddy bear a head
kind
pat.
of became foreign to her.
Oh, head pat, Safety.
Right.
Uh-huh.
And so that became foreign to her.
Facade, yes.
I think she kind of, it's, I'm sure, like for many of them, it was, I'm sure for a lot of those people, or it was a facade, but like from her perspective, the idea that there's a mom who's not like that is kind of foreign to her. Like, I think logically she understands it, but from an emotional level, when you see someone who has a bad relationship with your mom,
it's just unheard of. Yeah,
it's unheard of. Her, like, she can't, it's hard for her to fathom that that's deserved on the part of that mom.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see on the news, obviously you see on the news, once in a while, you have the who is that what was that one? The Casey Anthony thing. Is that the person?
No, something Frank. Frankie? Something Frankie?
You know who I'm talking about? The one in Florida.
YouTube. No, I don't know
Oh
about
no,
that.
I was talking about something earlier, but yeah, there was there's that crazy
YouTube mom.
YouTube mom. Although she was like pretty much abusive on YouTube too, so
Yeah, but
I don't know any about that. But you know, it was stuff like that. You think, so you know those things exist, but she didn't like know any of them personally.
yeah.
And so it's I think
Yeah,
it's
she
hard
did go
for
to
her
jail.
yeah, it's hard for me to it's hard for my mom to fathom
That there's such moms
that
exist.
there's actually bad moms.
Yeah, she starved her kids. Yes, exactly. It was really bad, apparently.
There's actually people in her circle who had moms who sucked.
Yeah, definitely.
And so I think that's why my mom has a hard time accepting how bad your mom really is.
Yeah. So yeah, when I would tell her, when I would tell Safdie's mom about my mom, she's like, no, she can't be that bad. She still loves you. She's still your mom.
Yeah,
You know,
she
the
can't-
same old thing that you hear all the time from everybody else.
She can't fathom the concept.
She can't see past her own.
Emotionally she can't process the idea of a mother who loves her kids, because I am a mother and I love my kids.
Yeah, exactly. So it's whatever.
All the mothers I hung out around when our kids, were growing up, all seemed to love their kids. At least outwardly, they all seemed like they were competing for Mom of the Year.
Exactly.
Right, but no, your mom wasn't like that. Your mom hated you, so that's.
Like,
she had her
ignore
reasons
this.
for it. She has her reasons. She has her reasons. Her own not reasons, but traumas. She has her own traumas.
Yeah, my mom had trauma. She was she never undiagnosed trauma herself. So.
But yeah. But she made you the object of hatred when dealing with those
She
traumas.
channeled everything. I'm finding videos. I'm sorry. Don't ignore what I'm doing on the screen. But
anyway,
while Safdie's talking.
Not to hijack your thing, but you.
No.
Kind of
You're explaining.
My mom is a boomer, and I'm in a literal sense. My parents
my parents are boomers too.
Our parents
Like
are
literally
literal
boomers, not just you're an old person. They're like actually part of the baby boomer generation.
Yeah.
Like, did she escape the country? Yeah, my mom.
Yeah.
My mom did. Yes, my mom escaped Vietnam because of the Vietnam War. So yeah, I was born at the tail end of that. You're also Vietnamese? That's so cool. I did not know that. That's so cool. It's sad, but that's cool that we have similar, sadly similar experience. I guess.
Yeah, and we're not. Yeah, her parents both, but yeah.
Chinese and Filipino, but dad was born in Vietnam. Oh, okay. I'm Chinese. I'm ethnically Chinese, but yeah, my parents were both from Vietnam. So similar, yeah, basically.
Yeah, that's a whole nother. I mean, we could have a whole nother topic of that history, but yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, but yeah, you have a similar situation where they had to escape. Her parents needed to escape Vietnam for reasons.
Yeah.
And her mom was pregnant while escaping Vietnam and being on a boat, and that traumatized her. And so.
And she just channeled all her hatred. She blamed me for everything bad that happened to her.
On top of, kind of it being an arranged marriage situation.
Oh yeah. My mom was arranged to my dad. So it's not like they married for love. They did the old-fashioned thing, where they didn't marry out of love. They married because their mom and dads wanted them to marry. So my parents were also 12 years apart. It was really bad. It was just horrible, messy, disgusting situation that just progressively got worse and worse, right? It's one of those things where it wasn't pretty. It was sad. I understand my mom had her own trauma.
That's old generation stuff. Wow.
Yeah, it is very old generation stuff. Yeah, I mean, because my mom was born. She was the younger end of the boomers. She was 1958. My dad was 1946. The year they were born in. So that's why your mom must have trauma.
Completely.
Yeah.
They're almost on opposite ends of that generation.
Yeah, pretty much. My dad was in the middle, really, and then my mom was at the
But
end.
Mom was towards the end, I think.
Yeah.
Anyway,
1960s, the end of boomers.
I thought it was 1962. But I
Okay,
guess
it's always around
early
1960s.
60s, but
Yes.
it's always everyone has their slight different.
It's like we're the tail end of Gen X, but
Yes.
and we have a lot of similarities with millennials, but we have also a lot of connections or tie-ins with other people that were Gen X.
No, you're right. You're right. You can't. The problem is you still can't blame the actual child who didn't ask to be born.
Yes, exactly. Thank you, Yukina. Exactly. And that's the problem. Therein lies the problem because they're like, a lot of people are like, you should forgive her. She's still your mom. And I'm like, it's not a matter of forgiving. It's that I can't forget and I need to be able to be happy in my own life. And staying around my mom that's abusive and reminds me of how much she literally spits poison at me every single time she sees me. I mean, even when Safdie and I got married back in 2002, my mom, during our pictures, the mother-daughter pictures that are they're very common on wedding pictures. My mom was holding me really close to her and smiling, and through her smile, she was like, "You are embarrassing me. You are so ugly. I can't believe this guy is gonna marry you. This guy's gonna leave you. You know that." And she would be like, "He you don't deserve him. He's gonna hate you just like I hate you." She would say things like that to me, and she said that through a smile, Yukina. She said it through a smile. That's the kind of hate my mom spits out at me. So how can I be happy and how can I forget and forgive somebody that sits there every time she sees me? She automatically spits fire, literally spits poison at me. She says things like, he's going to leave you. He's gonna abandon you just like everybody else. He doesn't love you. He's never going to love you. Nobody's gonna love you. Nobody's gonna love you enough. It's like everybody hates you. That's what my mom would say to me. So yeah, but at the same time, she can't be treating you like that. Yeah, anything wrong but exists. Exactly. I don't know why people think they have an option on your life. They haven't lived in your shoes. Exactly, that too. But I'd clap back for you if I could. No, thank you, Yukina. I know the thought that really counts. I mean, Safdie keeps saying that too, but he doesn't like confrontation. And I know that in his heart, he doesn't approve of what my mom says, but he believes me that she says, oh, and that's another thing, is that his mom, Safdie's mom would deny it. She'll be like, no, she did not say that. You probably are misremembering, that kind of gaslighting. And I'm just like, no, I'm not misremembering. Thank you very much. But you can continue to think that if you want, but that's not the reality, right? At that age, it's so hard for them to learn. It is. But I don't think it's so much age. It's just that I hope, at least to me, I hope it's not the case, because I hope as I get older, I am never going to close up and be stuck in my ways. I want to always be able to learn from the younger generation and continue to accept that life is always going to be changing and nothing is ever permanently set in stone. If my mom were to come to me and beg me, and not really beg me, but just be like, I am so sorry for everything I put you through. Maybe she went through some therapy and she was like, I want to mend our relationship. I want to start all over again. I would be okay with this. I would be okay with that. But my mom is too proud. She would never, ever do anything like that. There might be that 0.01% chance she does that. And I'll be totally open to it. But otherwise, I'm gonna avoid her like the plague. I mean, look at you both now streaming and everything that's ever growing. Yukina, I've only done this for 2.5 years, and before that, I was stuck in some bubble that I didn't understand anything that went on. It's like I went from my 20s and suddenly I'm in my 40s and it's streaming, and I'm learning so many new things. Like, when I started streaming and people started using the word Riz, I thought, wait, you're peeing? Why is everybody rizzing? I don't understand this. So I was just, it was silly things like that. I don't understand the terminology and everything like that today. So I'm still learning a lot of the new lingo. And I'm still, I feel like yes, exactly. I was just like, wait, what's that word? And then I didn't even know what yeet meant. I didn't know any of these things. And it's kind of fun though. It's fun to be that old person, or and it does help being Asian, as you know, Yukina. I mean, you even sound still very young. Most people come here and they're like, "No way, you're not in your 40s." And I'm like, "Yeah, I am. I'm in my 40s, and it's just genetics. We always sound younger than we are. Most Asians sound younger than they are, and it's always going to be that way, I think. Because even when I remember growing up, my mom would answer the phone, even though she had a heavy Chinese accent. You can't really tell to, just a phone answering a phone and hearing hello, So my mom would answer the phone and say hello, and people thought it was either my sister or me. And then they would just start talking to my mom, and she'd be like, wait. You mean, my sister or I? And they'll be like, yeah, this is not her. And they're like, she's like, no, it's the mom. I'm like, so yeah, she always sounded young. She probably still sounds like my sister and I, because we all three sounded alike. It's not just hyperbole. We sound exactly alike. And even Safty wasn't even sure when he called one time. My sister answered. He thought it was me. So there you go, right? So, but thank you, Yukina. I really appreciate your feedback and all of this. It really helps. And yeah, so thank you so much. Oh, and hey, Chocoloco, sorry I didn't say hello earlier, but yes, hello. We're just deep in discussion about mother wounds, so. But I gotta go make breakfast. Oh yeah, enjoy your breakfast. It was nice. It was really nice talking to you too, and learning more about you. Yes, likewise. It was really nice to learn about you too. Talk to you all next time. Have a great day. You too. Sorry. Okay, so let's go on to the next article. Mending the mother wound. So this is something my therapist sent me. The other one Safty found, but this one was different. It says, I was raised to believe any boundary was a betrayal of her. So I'm guessing a betrayal of their mother. So childhood's unmet emotional needs can inflict attachment trauma, known as the mother wound. So yeah, a mother wound is an attachment trauma, because the motherly figure in your life is the first person you attach to as an infant. It doesn't necessarily have to be your biological mother, but it can be whoever is your mothering figure. It can profoundly impact a person's life, leading to feelings of abandonment and unworthiness. And boy, do I ever feel that one. I felt like I still don't have... I actually don't have any real-life friends because I'm scared of people. I'm scared of disappointing them. I'm scared of any little tiny bit of negative feedback, like they point out something about me, I just clam up and run away. Because I can't take... it's not that I can't take criticism, it's that I feel like I'm just so flawed and I don't deserve any kind of friendship with anybody, because I'm never going to be good enough for anybody else, right? I mean, I even still wonder why Safty's still with me. And he's put up with me for 22 years. Yeah, for as long as I have not spoken to my mom, basically. So that's how bad it is. Okay, so you can heal from the mother wound through self-care, creative expression, or getting in touch with emotions. And right now, I consider streaming as my creative expression, and getting in touch with my emotions. Sharing my experiences and meeting others that have similar experiences or understand where that experience is grounded in, That always helps. It really helps to connect with people, I found out. So messy relationship dynamics are ubiquitous. I can't ever say that word. Talking about the challenges within family relationships, especially with our mothers, remains taboo, and is very true. Trust me, it's so taboo. Oh my God. Just because we've been talking about it for the last hour, how people gaslight and say that she's still your mother. You can't talk bad about her. That kind of thing. The idealized version of the mother-child relationship is one in which the mother is fiercely loving and protective of the child, and the child, nestled in safety, reciprocates this love. Right there, holy cow. This is what everybody feels. This is the idealized version of the mother-child relationship. And this is what most people do experience. I'm not saying that this is not true. Safty felt that, He had a very loving, caring, supportive mother. And not perfect. That doesn't mean they're perfect. But she was very supportive like I said, things like a mom going to their child's field trips, or being involved in the PTA, or just having a bigger presence in their life than simply showing up to teacher conferences and then going home. My mom would show up to teacher conferences, get feedback from the teacher, come home and beat me for embarrassing her. So, because everything that was negative, like me struggling to read, I couldn't see the board when I was in 3rd grade. Okay, this is grade 3. This is 3rd freaking grade, and I couldn't see the board. And apparently, I had undiagnosed binocular vision dysfunction. It's not simply needing glasses. I was nearsighted. I am nearsighted, but it's also that my brain doesn't register what I'm reading correctly, and I still struggle with this same reading disorder, or vision disorder, should I say? And I can't read books because every time I start reading, words start to bleed with each other because my eyes cannot line up the words into my brain. So you have 2 eyes that go into your brain into one singular image. My eyes don't line up, so the brain gets confused, and it's like seeing double, but like overlap double. And so the brain gets confused and it just shuts down. And it looks like I'm taking a nap, and I'm not taking a nap. I just conk, I'm out. I will just like face plant into my book, and I won't even know I did it. It's just like you black out. And it looks like you're taking a nap, and I got in trouble a lot growing up. Saying, she's taking naps in class. Why is, and so my mom, not questioning anything, she just go home and beat me more. So binocular vision dysfunction typically is a result of head trauma. And I didn't play sports. So when my eye doctor asked me, did you play a lot of sports growing up? I'm like, nope, I didn't play any. And did you have a lot of head trauma? Did something else happen that you had head trauma, like an accident or something? I'm like, you know what? Actually, my mom beat me on the head a lot. So that's my head trauma. I got a lot of concussions. I would black out a lot as a kid because my mom would just hit me in the head for no reason. So I have brain damage from my mom's beatings. And it's not funny to joke about concussions and stuff like that because I experienced a lot of concussions because of my mom's beatings. And it was really painful, to say the least. So I could not see the board. I couldn't read properly when teachers would ask. You know how teachers would be like, they call on you and you have to stand up and read in front of the classroom? I would always struggle with that. And it's not because I was just shy. I was shy, but it's not just simply because I was shy. It was because I couldn't read it. I had so much trouble reading. Anyway, I'll keep going. But yeah, this idealized thing is just, this hit home right here. However, not all scenarios are ideal. Most aren't. As much as the social norm is to be best friends with our mothers and be grateful for their sacrifices, yeah, there are always compromises, and their costs are essential to consider. The mother-child bond is the primary and foundational relationship from which much of the child's sense of self derives. As the famous pediatrician and psychoanalyst Donald Winnicott believed, there's no such thing as an infant alone, but only an infant with their mother. And I agree with this. You can't be alone as an infant. If you are, you will pretty much die. Because infants cannot take care of themselves. They can't clean themselves. They can't feed themselves. They can't change their diaper or, go get up and go walk to the bathroom. They can't function without a caregiver. And most people don't seem to understand that this is where the mother trauma wound comes from. My mom was not there. She was not there to take care of me. She didn't want to be there to take care of me. There's a difference. And most people don't seem to understand that. Like I said, I had someone come in the chat and go, does a grandmother count? I'm like, well, I guess, but only if the grandmother served as your main caregiver. Your main motherly caregiver. If they didn't, then no, it doesn't count. It's totally different. You just don't have a good relationship with your grandmother. But you have a good relationship maybe with your mom. So there's a difference. There is a huge difference. Anyway, what is a motherland? The mother wound is not a clinical diagnosis. Still, it refers to a type of attachment trauma that instills deeply rooted beliefs that make the child feel unloved, abandoned, unworthy of care, and numb to their feelings. And I check off every single one of those. I went like at least the majority of my life, I was disassociated and detached from myself. I have really patchy, spotty memories. Oh my god. Hey, Safty, is that spider inside or out? On the window.
Hang on, I can't. Hang on.
I know. On that window. Is that inside or out? No, out that one. Uh-oh. Yeah, you want to get the... I know you don't like them, and there's nothing I can do right now because it's too high up. I would just, yeah, probably vacuum it. I know I hate killing these things, but it will bug Safty and me because it's too high for me to reach. Usually, like, what I like to do is take a cup or something and then throw it outside because, alive. I don't know. Up on the window? Like, probably up in that crack? Like, underneath where the shade is? I haven't seen it come out from that area, so... Oh, maybe I should... No, I don't think it'll pick up the sound. It will? Okay, anyway, if you hear a sound, it's the vacuum cleaner. Did you get it? Okay. Anyway, sorry about that. Poor spider. But I know that it will bug me because I can't reach it. It was way too high. It's like... Our ceiling is, I think our ceiling's like 15 feet. And it's like at the top of the ceiling. Or near the top of the ceiling. So there's no way I can go get it. But if it's within my reach... Sorry about the noise, but... If it's within my reach, I like to... Okay, you don't have to get close to my computer. You don't have to vacuum all that. That's fine, that's fine. If it's within my reach, I like to take a cup and release it outside because I don't like killing bugs. I feel so bad for them, but I know that would bug Safty and me because I'm like looking at it like, wow,
I was a big guy too.
It was huge, yeah. Well, big for the U.S. It's probably a joke for anybody.
Like for Australia, that'd probably be like a little bit.
Yeah, I know. Anyway.
Anyway, sorry, you can continue.
Okay, sorry. Anyway, there can be various factors that can cause a mother wound, such as a mother's inability to cope with societal demands of mothering, or their history of abuse and trauma getting in the way of nurturing their children. This is my mom's issue. She had her own trauma. I don't know about abuse, because I never met my grandparents. I met my grandmother technically for 5 minutes when I was 17, actually 17 years old, back in 1996. But she was so far gone health-wise that I wouldn't even count her as that as meeting her because she couldn't really talk to me. We had the language barrier. She had osteoporosis and a lot of other health issues so bad that she couldn't even get up from her seat. Like literally I saw her 5 minutes. She said hi, I said hi, and that was it. Anyway, so my mom's issue was definitely through trauma. It might have been from abuse, but I have no idea. I know nothing about my mom's family life. Factors such as substance abuse, intimate partner violence. Oh, my parents would always fight. Always fight. Poverty and living in underserved communities. Well, my mom and dad were, immigrants, so I guess that kind of fits in that area too. They grew up they came to this country literally with the clothes on their back. They had nobody... They had nothing around them when they came to the U.S. To help support them. We weren't even on coastal cities. Hey, One-Play, thank you for checking in.
Hello.
Today we're just discussing mother wound, so not a gaming stream today, but yeah. So I think my mom, the stress of growing up poor did not help for sure. Can all lead to rupture in a mother-child relationship. Yes, exactly. There's a difference between being bonded to the mother and the mother wound. Children by nature are egocentric. Everything is for and because of them. It's true. And this is why if you believe, like, you because of a certain ex-president of ours, the word narcissism has flooded our looking up on a dictionary and stuff like that. But narcissism is actually just it's from childhood. It's from our childhood. All children are narcissists if you think of it this way. For this reason, is because they are egocentric, because they don't know how to fend for themselves. They need to depend on other people, and they expect everything to help them. They expect their mother to be at their beck and call. If they cry, they want their diaper changed. They want to be fed. They want to be changed. Like that kind of stuff, right? That's what it means being egocentric. But by the age of 7, no, it usually is anyway. For a functional adult to not be narcissistic, by the age of 7, they grow out of it. That's the whole thing. But if it's past age 7 and they are still like me, then that's where the narcissism starts and continues into adulthood. So if you have an idea, like if you have a parent that's very giving and very like, yes, dear, okay, I'll do anything for you, that encourages narcissism to continue
Yes,
into adulthood.
There's supposed to be a natural clip off.
Yes, a natural clip
it goes
off.
past when you're 7, obviously, but
Well, no, yeah.
yeah, there's supposed to be a natural clip off. Like we were talking about that crazy lady who starved her kids.
Yeah.
And in one of her videos, she was complaining about her kid getting a call from her kid's school saying she doesn't have a lunch.
Mm-hmm.
And the mom was complaining that the child their daughter was responsible for
packing
their own lunch. And I'm like, okay, how old is this? If the daughter's like a teenager,
that makes sense.
Sure, that makes the child. If your daughter's a teenager, yes. Generally, my mom didn't pack my lunch when I was in high school.
Yeah.
I mean, right? Like I would bring my own lunch, or
you go out,
or I buy lunch, or if I needed to have
the cafeteria
made,
or something.
If I needed to have lunch made, I'd be like, yeah, I need to have lunch made because of X or Y.
Mm-hmm.
But I wouldn't just expect there to be a lunch. But as it turns out, the child is 3.
Yeah. If she was in kindergarten.
So if your preschool teacher is calling you saying your child doesn't
Or
have
sorry,
lunch,
preschool. Sorry.
that's your fault.
Yeah, that is definitely the mom, as that's on the mom. Not when they're a teenager, but when they are 3 or 4 years old, they still are. The mother is still responsible for being a mother, and the mother should not be like, that's the kid's fault. It's not the kid's fault. So there is a difference. So This is where this is coming in, saying by nature. By nature about being egocentric. Because up until a certain point, usually around the age of 7, that's when kids should start learning to basically, by then they are usually potty trained. Again, everybody has different learning curves and learning abilities and stuff. So by then they should be potty trained, so they should know when my body needs to go number 1 or number 2, or poo or pee. You go to yourself. You don't go in your pants, right? Mm-hmm. You don't typically still pee in your bed, but some kids do up until older ages, right? It's like in the middle of the night, if you need to go pee, you'll just get yourself up and go to eat, right? That kind of thing. You start learning to be able to function for yourself. If you're hungry, you can go and make yourself a sandwich, or like little things like that. You can grab a snack, or you can ask for it. That's the thing. You can ask for it. You can be like, Mom, I'm hungry. Can I have a snack? And they'll give you carrots, or if they're unhealthy, give you chips or something, or candy or something, or a cookie. But if they're healthy, they'll give you like fruits or vegetables, right? Or they'll be like, wait till dinner, or you're going to spoil your dinner. I don't know. It depends on how your upbringing is. But by the age of 7, the child is able to fend for themselves, and they can ask for what they want. They can be like, Mom, I need some food. Mom, I need to use the bathroom. That kind of stuff. But prior to that, it's harder because the infant or the toddler does not know how to ask for things. So they are egocentric, They make noises. They cry when they need something. That's being egocentric. So just so if you don't understand the terminology, that's why children, it says here, by nature are egocentric. But by age of 7, that should grow out. Anyway, okay, I'll continue. For this reason, they are prone to internalizing their mother's false belief systems and tend to blame themselves for their mother's inability to meet their needs or provide security and warmth. This can result in a child shrinking and not living up to their full potential out of fear of betraying their mother. I definitely have not lived up to my full potential. I even to this day, I mean, I have some health issues I'm still working on right now. But there's a lot of things where I'm scared to go get another job. I worked for so long and I stomached a lot of racism and a lot of crap from people just to get a paycheck. And I think over time and then finally realizing what I did go through, it's really hard to sit there and be like, what if I experience all that again? What if something else happens? What if there's more mean people at the new place that I work at? So there's a lot of things that I'm going through right now that make me scared to go back out and work. And that's why I'm streaming, I guess, because streaming is kind of different, but same at the same time. So yeah, I don't know how to put it. All right, so the mother's job is to come to terms with her sacrifices, grieve her losses, and set her children free. But that's not always the case because the mom can be very egocentric and think about herself only. Unconditional love does not go both ways. The child is not required to love a parent who is unable to tend to their needs or is abusive. So here, this right here, guys, this is not just me regurgitating things. This is a therapist here telling anybody that is struggling with a mother wound that unconditional love does not go both ways. So right here, there's the fact. I don't owe my mom anything. I don't care if she gave birth to me. I didn't ask to be born. And I finally have come to terms with that. So people telling me that is the opposite, that I should always be indebted to her for being here, can go fuck themselves, excuse my language. But no, I'm not going to I don't owe my mom anything. I'm never going to owe my mom anything. If anything, she owes me for having a rotten childhood full of abuse and it's just pain. I mean, all I can think about, all I have memories of as a child is pain, and both physical and emotional. I can't do it anymore. I can't encounter my mother anymore. I can't even see her. I have no pictures of her anywhere. I have some old pictures of my family together, but I don't look back at those fondly. Let's put it that way. So yes, see, here's a therapist saying that a child is not required to love a parent who is unable to tend to their needs or is abusive. My mom fits both of these. So, mother wound can also refer to an internalized negative belief systems of social norms around meeting the oppressive standard of gender roles. Children learn these rules by observing how their parents interact with their surroundings. Children might learn to undermine their needs, abandon their true self, and live below their potential by watching dysfunctional coping mechanisms. If left unresolved, these strategies of self-denial, self-sacrifice, and self-abandonment are passed down from generation to generation. So I don't even know if this is intergenerational. I don't know if my mom picked this up from her family. Like I said, I don't know. I never met my grandfathers on both sides. They both died before I was born. Apparently, my dad's mom died sometime shortly after I was born. So within, I'm saying probably the same year I was born. I never met her. I met my mom's mom when I was 17, actually 17, back in 96. And I went back to Vietnam to meet my mom's family. And my grandmother was so ill that we couldn't converse. But the one thing that my auntie, who also was with us, my mom's sister, because she can translate a little bit in English, she told me that my grandmother was upset at my mom and said, "Why is she unhappy?" And she was pointing at me. My grandmother was pointing at me and said, "Why is she unhappy?"
So it's hard to say. I think in your case, from what you've told me, your mom was actually the baby of the family, right?
She is the baby, yeah.
She was the baby, but then she lived a rather carefree life, probably compared to her older sisters.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Who were
She
basically.
came from like a family of 8.
Yeah. So I think her trauma is that all of that was just like very rudely and badly interrupted by, the war
Probably.
shut their schools down.
Yeah, my mom never finished equivalent to like what was 8th grade, middle school here.
Yeah, and also, what happened after. So I think a lot of her trauma is she was probably,
Arranged marriage,
she
forced
had
to
an arranged
leave.
marriage, forced to leave for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm.
Even though your grandmother, that's another
Stayed
big
there.
question.
Yeah, I know. It's like, why
Stayed
did they stay
there.
there?
I
don't get it either.
It's a little weird, but I think
I think
I
it has
think a
something
lot
to
of
do with
that-
my dad serving for the puppet government. So
yeah, I think that might be your dad's one.
yeah, I think it
mean-
stems from my dad. Yes.
I mean, and I mean, when I say it's his fault, not that he's like, "Woo-hoo, I have to flee," but rather his association. Because of his associations, he was on the government shit list.
Probably. I wouldn't be
Um,
surprised.
Because she was forced to marry him. Now she's his wife. Now they have to get the fuck out of Dodge.
Yeah.
Thanks. And she might hold some resentment.
Well,
to
they
her
are
family.
divorced for a reason, so.
Yes. She might hold some resentment for her family for
Oh,
putting
yeah.
her in that situation. Like, why'd you suggest I marry this guy? Because it's bullshit.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Yeah,
So anyway, I think in your
Hey,
case,
Hey,
like,
crayon.
I think in your mother's case, it wasn't necessarily what she picked up from her family growing up, but maybe like she's pissed off at them for what happened at the end, quote unquote. You know what I mean?
Probably.
And
I have
and
no idea what goes
also
on in my
all the
mom's
trauma
mind.
she had to go through afterwards, right?
Yeah, definitely. Like I
And
said,
so-
my mom had untreated, undiagnosed traumas, and she took everything out on me. That's basically the summary of it.
Yeah, and so I mean, for some people, though, I think what they're talking about is another scenario where let's say your mother you have a mother, for example, hypothetically, not you specifically.
Yeah.
Hypothetically, you have a mother who's forced to live by rigid gender stereotypes, traditional gender stereotypes, and she's unhappy about that.
Mm-hmm.
And so and maybe your father also lives by those rigid gender stereotypes, and is kind of like a distant jerk. Well, not technically specifically your father was, but I'm just saying like that kind of thing. And so if your mother's unhappy about that scenario, she's going to take it out on the kid who she's forced to raise with
Yeah.
what she feels is not
That-
adequate support.
Mhm.
So she might resent you for that.
Exactly.
But also you pick up her coping mechanisms, like putting up with abuse or bullshit from your father.
Mm-hmm.
So you pick those behaviors up from her. You pick those behaviors up from her. The coping mechanism she needs, she needs to deal with that.
Exactly.
That are unhealthy, like maybe she slips, maybe she drinks, she slips some liquor from the cabinet.
Oh, my mom loved
Drink.
hard liquor.
Well, I'm not talking about you. I'm like,
I know,
so
for
you pick
yours
up
is
that type of
generalized.
behavior. I know you don't drink alcohol. But,
No, but my
like,
mom.
you
does.
may pick up those behaviors from your mom.
Oh, of
You
course.
may inherit those coping mechanisms.
Yeah, exactly.
Some people. I'm talking about a hypothetical.
Well, they
scenarios.
just
That
talked
may-
about generation to generation is passed down.
Yeah.
So you imitate and you mimic what you know, what you're familiar with, and
Uh-huh.
usually that familiar feeling is what you grew up with. So
Yeah.
from your parents or from your caregivers. It doesn't necessarily have to be parents. It can
Yes.
be grandparents or aunts and uncles or family friend that raised you. That it's just whoever's your main caregiver can lead to a mother wound. So.
Yeah. All right. Sorry, you can continue on those conditions. now.
Yeah, conditions that may lead to mother wound. The mother met the child's physical needs but did not address emotional needs. See, there's a big one. Like the one thing that my mom would always say is like, we gave you a roof over the head and food on your plate, and this is what this is how you show thanks. It's like, what? Like
Yeah.
you didn't develop any kind of relationship. You beat me. You abused me. how am I supposed to love you? You know, how am I supposed to love back when all I've seen was pain, right? So
Right.
yeah, you give physical needs, they give you a roof over your head and food on your plate, but there's no emotional needs. That's just my example, but there's a whole lot. There's a variety, a vast variety of people have different scenarios of similar things. They had the physical needs met, but they were not there emotionally. I mean, even in some cases, you can look at Safdie's relationship with his dad, and this is not a mother wound, but similar. It's the father wound. His dad provided Safdie with so many things. He had pretty much every, anything he really ever wanted, like materialistically, right? If you didn't have it, you could be just like, hey, can I have this? And they'll be like, yeah, here, take it, get it, right? But his dad was not
It
there.
wasn't that extreme, but yes, okay. I get what
Okay.
you're saying. Like
No, I didn't say like you didn't get a Maserati or something. I'm not
no,
saying
but we
that.
had the nice, we had the nice house.
Yeah.
We had.
But you get my point.
You had all that stuff. So yeah, I get what you're saying, but yeah.
Yeah. So you had everything nice, but you just didn't have that emotional bond. And I
Yeah.
just noticed an hour's coming up and I need to start the ad soon. Maybe I should do that and then we'll come back and finish the
Yeah,
conditions.
Yes, because I've been drinking some more, so.
You need a restroom
I'm
break.
not. It's
non-alcoholic.
It's lemon water. So when I say I'm drinking water.
Sure.
Wait, what?
I'm just kidding.
Look at the can in my hand.
I'm just teasing you.
Does this say alcohol in it?
No, it doesn't.
No. So there.
Anyway, okay, well, we'll be back shortly. We're gonna run like 3-minute ads and then we'll be back and continue discussing Mother Wound. All right, well, have a good break and get up and stretch and all the other fun stuff. So take care of yourself,
Yay.
and we'll be right back. Okay, we are back. I hope everybody had a good break. Sorry about taking a while. I got some chocolate chips. Because chocolate chips are nice. I don't know. Anyway. Okay, so I was going down the checklist. Conditions that may lead to a mother wound. I already addressed. Mother met the child's physical needs but did not address emotional needs. I didn't get a new drink though, Safety. Maybe we should have gotten new drinks.
Oh, I can get those in a second. Let's go down this.
Okay, the mother was hypercritical.
Mm-hmm.
That's very, very big.
Big.
Moms being like, you know, hypercritical is basically telling the kid that they're not good enough. Like everything they did was not good enough. And they should have been like this instead, or should have did it this way instead. The mother was unpredictable.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. I'm checking off every single one so far. The mother was physically, sexually, verbally, or emotionally abusive. My mom was physically, verbally, and emotionally. I didn't know there was a difference between emotionally and verbally, but yeah, the only thing she wasn't was this. Although, I don't know if this counts, but my mom did try to sell me to a guy that was in his 50s.
That tangentially counts always.
Huh?
I think that tangentially accounts.
Yeah, I mean,
we know of some people we've talked to online whose mothers did actually directly sexually abuse them.
oh yeah.
So we know that it happened, but
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
I don't think I want to discuss what counts and what doesn't count there. So
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but I know for sure my mom physically, verbally, and emotionally abused me. She at least didn't do this. It almost checks off everything. But checking off 3 of 4 is pretty sad.
Yeah.
The mother needed the child to tend to her emotional or physical needs. My mom was what they consider a covert narcissist. So in that sense, yes, I had to tend to her emotionally because I had to make sure that she was happy. And if she wasn't happy, I feared for my life. And I would run and hide or something, you know? I was always hiding from my mom. Like when she got home from work, we would, if something was out of place and she was mad from something at work, we would just, I would just run. I would just hide in the closet. I would hide under my bed until I couldn't fit there anymore, because she couldn't reach under the bed to get me.
Right.
That's the thing. I remember covering myself, like grabbing as many pillows as I can, jumping under the bed, scooting myself into the corner so that she couldn't reach me with the hangers or brooms or something, and then cover myself with pillows so when she did reach and try to hit me, she would get the pillows and not me. So that's how it was with my family. The mother gave love conditionally. That she never gave me love, period. But that would apply to my sister.
Yeah, probably.
I really think. Mother had poor boundaries. I never even understood what boundaries were until like last year. So I'm still not even clear about that.
Well, I think.
Like, what kind of boundaries would my mom have?
I don't know. I can't speak for your mom, but if your mom has poor boundaries,
Mm-hmm.
she might let other people. She might do things like worry about pleasing other people rather than taking care of the kid.
Oh yeah, well, okay.
Right now, I mean, that scenario could come about because your mom cared more about her own appearances.
Yeah, she always cared about her
people,
appearance.
But, I mean, other people who don't. I'm like, I can think of someone who has poor boundaries. They're not necessarily being narcissistic about whatever. They have poor boundaries with their peers.
Well, I mean,
Basically, their peers let their peers take advantage of them. They might be
anybody.
doing things that doesn't help you as a child.
Yeah. Well, anybody that was considered a family friend growing up, they saw a side of my mom that she didn't really show at home. And
Right.
so she always came off as this nice, caring, loving mom that cared about her kids and everything like that. But in behind the scenes, my mom was not that at all. So,
Right. Yeah.
the mother treated the child as a peer.
I don't think that applies to you.
No, I don't think that applies to me.
But yes, that applies to some people.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like, there's that reversal role thing where the child is the parent and the parent is the child. You know, like we were talking about earlier with like
We're talking
Toradora.
about that. I mean, I think this is again what you're talking about. Someone who's very young.
The
So,
mom is like treating him like their best friend.
Yeah,
There's a
you're-
show that was really big during the 90s, and I can't remember what it was, but my therapist brought it up, and I forgot what it was. It was something about the mom vicariously living through the daughter, but
Yeah, I mean I don't think that's the same thing as treating them like a peer, sort of.
no,
kind
no,
of.
no. She
But it's a problem. It's a problem. Like that was like the cheerleader, the Texas cheerleader mom,
yeah, that kind of thing.
or the stage mom. The stage mom is kind of a stereotype of the parent who lives vicariously through their child.
Yeah, I guess so. Okay, so the mother lacked empathy. Yeah,
Check.
check. The mother was demeaning. Check.
Yeah.
The mother left the child unsure of her love. Check.
Yeah.
The mother was overly demanding. Check. The mother had prioritized work, addiction, spouse, or other siblings over the child. Check. The mother was emotionally absent. Check. Well, I don't know. She was just emotionally raging all the time, so I don't know if this absent applied.
Maybe the wrong emotions were.
Yeah, she was just raging.
The wrong emotions were there.
Yeah, she was just really.
Oh me God, it's a pretty panda girl, and that bear looks so handsome.
Hey,
know what's better,
Andre.
right?
Thank you, Andre. Hi. Welcome back.
I don't know what's better. I don't know what's worse, right?
I know. I have no idea. The mother
Take your
forbade the child to express difficult
カル
emotions.
ボニック文句
Oh, hi, Savani
764
Monk.
チェック
Thank
ス
you
イ
for
ン
checking
よこ
in.
そタント
Welcome
レ
back.
セクティエットブチェ
Oh,
ック
thank
ス
you for
イン
checking
よ
in,
こそ
Yeah, we're discussing mother wound today. Because tomorrow in the U.S. is Mother's Day, so it's amazing how many people come back
Like,
and gaslight
like
me
some
about
of these things,
mother
like
stuff.
some of these things, like
The mother forbade the child to express difficult emotions. My mom would never let me express anything.
Yeah.
She was just like everything I did, even if I smiled at her, she'd get mad at me.
Yeah.
If I cried at her, she'd get mad at me. If I showed no emotion at her, she would just get mad at me.
Yeah.
She just raged at me every single time. Like
Right.
I always triggered her to get angry.
yes, and some of these things are definitely not always the fault of the like. If you look at when the bullet point, the mother prioritized work, addiction, spouse. Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
Addiction, or other siblings of the child. Well, that's not necessarily the mom's fault. I mean, you have other things. There's always a balance here. Like
Mhm.
if you're like, my mom was in a situation. You know, my dad made enough money, but
Mhm.
then where my mom didn't need to work.
Yeah, but your dad was
So-
like never there.
Yeah, but he was never. But I'm just saying, like, say, like your relationship, your mom's relationship with her spouse is important, right?
Mhm.
Like, so obviously you can't like if you over prioritize that relationship and don't take care of your kids, it's bad.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's bad. But if your mom has a bad relationship with your dad, that's also bad.
Oh, definitely. In which they
Right.
did.
And of course, your mom has to, your parents need to, ideally, they need to treat all siblings
Equally, but they never do.
equally-ish, but I mean, obviously your older sibling, but at the same time, it tends to, you know, at the same time, the tendency should be that the younger children do get more attention because they need it,
Mhm.
right?
Hey, Dom.
And so where those things, but it's not like your older siblings don't need attention either. So you only have, and like if you're in a situation where your mom has to work, well, your mom can't provide you security if she doesn't have money,
Yeah, exactly.
right? And so all of these things, especially in our modern, overly capitalistic world,
Yeah, you would think that.
all of these things, there's only one of your mom. You only have one mom, usually.
Well, yeah, your main caregiver.
You only have your one main caregiver, and they can't, you know, there's only one of them. You know, they can only do so much too. So, you know.
Exactly. The mother did not tend to the child's needs. That's check. But the mother didn't provide comfort or security. That's check.
Yeah.
For me, anyway. By comfort and security, it's like when an infant cries, when a small baby that's helpless, right, cries. Usually the mother will come to them and give them hugs, or soothe them, or rock them to sleep, or something, right? My mom would just ignore me or throw me on the ground. So there's a huge difference, and that means basically she never provided comfort or security for me.
Right.
So I never learned what comfort was, and that's why when I say that, for instance, I keep saying, people say, I hope you slept better, or I hope you had better sleep, or something like. I can't sleep. I have a very, very hard time with sleeping, and then up until about 2 years ago, maybe not even 2 years, maybe 1 year, up until about a year ago, I would constantly get up every like 2 to 3 hours in a state of panic. Like I would just shoot up, and my heart would be pounding really hard, and I would be scared. I would feel so scared and so alert. I'll look around the room like, where am I? Who am I? What's going on? Because I would panic, and it's been this way. This is my normal. I would do that all my life, because my mom used to get into these fit of rages in the middle of the night, drag me out of bed, and beat me. And she would just beat me until until she got tired and passed out or whatever. But I would never get any sleep because I was always on edge, wondering, is my mom going to come into the room and drag me out and beat me tonight? And so anytime I let down my guard, that's when she would come in, drag me out, and beat me. So eventually it conditioned my body to be like, no, it's not safe to sleep, right? So I never slept well. I have never slept well. I've never been able to sleep more than like 2 or 3 hours at a time. And then I suddenly just wake up in a panic and look around, and that was my normal. I thought that was normal. I really did. Until like after a while, I realized, after watching Safety sleep, he would sleep typically, yeah, he's not perfect. There's some nights where he, like even last night, he couldn't. There was somebody smoking weed around here, and it was blowing into our apartment, and it was so smelly and stinky, and we couldn't go to sleep because it was so. If you've ever smelled weed, you understand. It smells like a dead skunk, I swear to God. I don't care about it being. I don't care that people use it, and I'm glad that it's a good natural pain-killing method, and instead of like relying on opioids or anything like that. But at the same time, it smells like crap. It smells like a dead skunk, and I'm like, I don't mind people using it, but I wish they would use more like the edibles, so we don't have to smell them toking up here. And holy cow, it smelled so bad, and I couldn't sleep. Safety couldn't sleep. So yeah, I'm like, that's just an example where he couldn't sleep through the night. But most of the time, he will sleep through the night peacefully, and he, always wakes up feeling refreshed. I've never felt that. I've never woken up and be like, yay, it's another new day, I wake up and I'm like, oh my God, it's another day. Please kill me, I'm just like dead. I'm so tired. My body hurts. My head will hurt. Everything just hurts. And that's how it's always been for me. And that's how I figured was my normal, But come to find out, because of the fact that I always wake up like every 2 to 3 hours, it's like this jolt of cortisol will just like adrenaline will just go shooting through me. My body. This is how my doctor told me. So because it felt danger, it didn't feel safe. My body never feels safe. So that's why when people say I fell asleep at my stream, I'm like, that's good. I'm glad, because that means you felt safe. You can feel safe and you can fall asleep, and that's good. And because your body will only fall asleep if it feels safe. That's just our human nature. That's animal nature, actually. That's all animals. They only fall asleep if they feel safe. If they don't feel safe, they will jolt awake and then run. Anyway, so I never feel safe. I've never felt safe. My mom never let me feel safe. And so it's affected me into my adult life. I can't fall asleep. I mean, I can eventually fall asleep, but I don't stay asleep. I wake up within, now it's been due to some like flower essences and just general talking to my therapist and everything like that. I know it sounds weird and all fluffy and everything, but Western medicines don't work for me. I've tried. I've extended it to 3 to 4 hours a night, which is better than 2 to 3. So it's getting there. I mean, this is like 40 years of conditioning. So within a year, if I've already gained like another 1 hour, I think that's a huge plus. So I've slept a little better compared to the rest of my life, but there was times where I just wouldn't even sleep. I mean, I remember like even 10 years ago playing Final Fantasy 14. I used to stay up all day, all night, when I didn't work. and play the game. And then I would just, lay down for like an hour and then get back up and go to work and then come home and just play the game. And that was my life because I wanted to stay awake. I didn't feel rested anyway, so why bother sleeping, right? So I used to get no sleep. I used to play games, just play video games and just drown myself out into those games and not have a worry in the world. Or, supposedly, but yeah. So that's how it was for me for a long time, and it's because of my mom. Anyway, so this is why I'm addressing this now. Okay, so a mother attuned with her child can mirror their feelings. And this is important here. This is where it's important why a mother wound is more dangerous than a father wound, because usually a child will attach themselves to their main caregiver, which is typically the birth mom. If it's not the birth mom, adoptive mom, grandmother, maybe if they were the main caretaker. This is a mother wound is basically the main caretaker that isn't there for you. In my case, it is my biological mom. So yeah, so a mother attuned to their child can mirror their feelings, because that's what we do. Babies will mimic their parents. That's how they learn how to function in society, in the world, by mimicking the parents, by mimicking the people that they're around, right? They learn how to speak through their parents. They learn how to react. They learn how to laugh. They learn how to cry. They just learn how to feel things because of their parents. So anyway, help their child label their emotions and teach them how to self-soothe. See, this is the big thing. I never was taught how to self-soothe. I have a codependent relationship with Safdie which is seen as mostly unhealthy. And I asked my therapist this, and she's like, but in your case and in other people's cases, similar cases, that they never learned to self-soothe, it's not necessarily unhealthy, because when I can't sleep, I get up in a panic, and then I look over at Safdie and he's peacefully sleeping. I hold his hand and I try to go back to sleep because I mimic his breathing pattern. I listen to him snore. I don't know. It's a
That's
little.
not a good thing.
No, but sometimes when it's just a quiet little snore, it's like the rhythm. It's like when you're an infant. If you see an infant next to a parent's chest, they listen to the heartbeat. They follow the heartbeat, and then that's what helps them put them to sleep, right? I never had that, so I never learned to self-soothe. So that's why, and a lot of people that struggle with anxiety, which anxiety can come from a lot of things, but one of the things is an inability to self-soothe. So that's a big thing. When the child does not have parents who allow them to feel their complicated feelings, they will not learn how to express to regulate their emotions. See, I have a hard time regulating emotions. I tend to burst out and just, I used to just burst out crying all the time. I've learned to somewhat control that, but I still burst out crying a lot. I can't regulate my emotions. This makes this child increasingly susceptible to turning to numbing or self-destructive coping mechanisms, such as substance abuse. I don't know why am I slightly different, but I never did turn to that. I just turned to video games. The constant fear of disapproval can lead to people-pleasing behaviors and a perpetual sense of walking on eggshells, which that's totally what my household was like. When children don't grow up in households where they can trust their caregivers, they approach future relationships with mistrust. And there's a reason why I don't have any real-life friends. And even my newest doctor that I am now seeing, it's called applied kinesiology. The method that they use, it's a non-invasive way of like muscle testing you and asking your body what it needs, basically, or what is going on inside of it, and without really even going into details or anything, the doctor came back and goes, "You have trust issues, don't you?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, I don't trust anybody. I can't." It's sadly even a case where it's hard to even trust my own spouse. Because I feel like everybody's going to betray me. Everybody's going to ditch me. Everybody's going to abandon me. Eventually, everybody leaves me, I feel like before I can get hurt, push people away. So for the longest time, I tend to push people away. I still have a tendency to push people away. And it's okay. It's just, I'm trying to learn not to be, but I know a lot of people don't have the patience for that, so that's okay. It's my fault. I know. It's my problem. It's my fault. I'm working through it.
It's your mom's fault. Yeah.
Ultimately, yes, it was, but it's my fault. It's in my hands, and I need to learn to control that impulse, to push people away. So when the parent treats the child as their peer or expects them to take care of the emotional or physical needs by unloading their struggles that the child is not developmentally ready to carry, the child does not learn where their boundaries are and is unable to individuate. And I relate with that too, in a way, but it's just because it's not like my mom was there for me, right? So I had to learn on my own, in my own capacity, which is very small. As a child, your capacity to know all these things, you're a clean slate, right? You're just a blank slate. And you have to learn everything by imitating others. And if the imitating others is just rage, and you're just like, I don't feel comfortable with this, then what are you going to go off of, right? I guess you can go TV shows, friends, parents, I don't know, right?
Right.
And so here's a quote here. I was conditioned to believe any boundary I had was a betrayal of her, so I stayed silent, cooperative. This person was an actress, and this book is supposed to be really good. Even my therapist recommends reading it. The book is called I'm Glad My Mom Died. It sounds really morbid, but it's written by an actress who had a mom that lived vicariously through her and forced her to act. She didn't want to act. She was a child actress. She didn't want to act, but her mom wanted her to act because her mom wanted to act and wasn't able to get into acting herself. So, I've yet to read this book. I have a hard time reading books, as I've addressed before. I have a hard time reading long paragraphs. So even now with this thing, I like how it's chopped up. It's easier for me to read when it's all in sections. Multiple dynamics can occur within the mother-child relationship that can be seemingly acceptable, but profusely damaging to the child. For instance, if the mom has not healed her trauma, which my mom did not, and is repeating self-deprecating toxic relationship cycles, the child might learn to normalize abusive behaviors. And I can say without a doubt, the 2 previous boyfriends I had before I met Safti were just very negligent, abusive. They were horrible people. So, yeah. One cheated on me, and I just didn't know what to do with myself. And then my mom came back and just said, see, they throw you away. They don't want you. You're not good enough for anybody. So that's the kind of attitude I adopted for myself. I'm not good for anybody, right? My dad had limitations. That's what my good-hearted mom always told us. He had limitations, but he meant no harm. It was kind of her to say, but he did do harm. This person's Gillian Flynn, Gone Girl. I don't know. It's probably another quote from another book.
Yeah.
I don't know what this book is, Gone Girl.
But yeah, I guess that's the situation where the mother
defended the abusive father.
Defended or covered for or was so stuck in rigid gender stereotypes.
Yeah, exactly.
They couldn't. Yeah. Anyway.
Children who feel safe and loved, you can use their energy to get curious about life, play, and grow. When children have emotionally unavailable or outright abusive parents, they have to spend all their energy on surviving. This is the key thing right here. And this is the thing that my therapist drives into me to remind me constantly. That I was disassociated for most of my life because I was only trying to survive. It's called survival mode. It's such a thing where everything in your body, everything else about you, shuts down. Even your own digestive system is not able to take in a lot of foods because you're just trying to survive. Or you can go the opposite way and become obese because all you know how to do is self-soothe by eating, just feeding yourself and just eat to calm your nervous system. A lot of people that are obese overeat because that is their way of surviving, to make them numb themselves from the pain of whatever they, endured as a child, right? So that's a big thing too. Over the years, our mother has beaten us with belts. Oh man, belts, shoes. This is what my therapist warned me about. No, it's fine. This is the one, I guess, that my therapist warned me that there's a quote in there that's gonna talk about being beat by toys and coat hangers and belts and stuff, and my mom used to do that. Over the years, our mother has beaten us with belts, shoes, rulers, extension cords, hairbrushes, a wooden spoon, a fly swatter, a toilet brush, wire coat hangers, wooden coat hangers, and sometimes our own toys. My mom did that. My mom always did that. When you get whacked by your own ball paddle, or you must watch your sister getting spanked with a badminton racket that she asked Santa Claus, aka Grandma, to bring, you don't feel much like playing with those things ever again. Bob Thurber, Paperboy, a dysfunctional novel.
Safety Kuma gives the panda a head pat.
That is so relatable right there. Holy cow. I never found joy playing with toys. I don't have many toys of any at all that I can remember fondly, because eventually if we got a toy for whatever reason, a gift from somebody or something, it would be turned into a weapon for my mom to beat me with. You know, like the skip it thing. I don't know. For 90s kids, you might know.
Yeah, it was a
skip
jump rope with a counter on it.
Yes, it was basically a jump rope where you just skip on it. And then there was another thing that was a circular thing and had a ball inside of it, and I forgot what they're called,
Or
but
maybe that was the skip it.
no, it wasn't. No, that was not it. It was in your hand, and you bounce the ball inside it's like a
kendama?
No. It was a round plastic thing, and you put a ball in it, and you spin it like this. Safety, look, you go like this, and then it just spins because of the kinetic energy.
Okay, I think I know what you're talking about.
I don't know what it was called, but anyway, that was broken because it was used to hit me with. Like, yeah, like you don't find toys fond. You don't look back at toys fondly when they're used as weapons against you, right? Wow, that really hit hard. Anyway. Motherhood manifestations: feeling abandoned, unloved, and unworthy of care. Lack of emotional awareness, difficulty forming and maintaining relationships, inability to self-soothe, self-sabotaging, making oneself small, self-destructive behaviors including eating disorders and addictions, fear of becoming a mother. God, right there. This one. So, I know I mentioned this several times. I was raped when I was 19, and I had a baby. I ended up pregnant. My ayi forced me to have the baby because she was super religious and was like, it's still a baby, you can't kill a baby. So, her daughter, my ayi is not blood related with me, her daughter adopted my child because I said I cannot be a mom. I was so scared of becoming my mom. That was like the worst thing that I thought in my head that I could ever do to a child, was to be like my mom. So I could not be a mother ever. I never wanted to be a mom. Fear of success. I mean, I don't work, so I guess that applies for me, but I don't know about anybody else. These are just a few things that you might, some people with motherhoods would relate to. Not feeling good enough, perfectionism, critical internal dialogue, frequently feeling like the victim. Well, how can you not? We are reliving past experiences. I relived my past experiences in dreams and nightmares. That's another reason why I couldn't sleep, because I would always, even Safti would say I would be yelling in my sleep and denying things like I didn't do it and please stop, or because I would always ask my mom to stop hitting me, right? I was having too many walls up. I still have my walls up. I had poor boundaries. Yes, I do have very poor boundaries. It is apologizing for one's needs as a success, or even taking space. I mean, everybody keeps telling me I apologize for everything and I'm sorry. See how you do it? It's just out of habit, because it's just, you really do honestly feel like you're wasting people's space, right? And time. Feeling less than other family members, of course. So, healing from mother wound, practicing self-care, self-compassion, indulging in healing practices such as taking a walk, meditating, or going out for coffee with friends will help us undo the damage of insufficient mothering. I don't have friends to go out coffee with. I don't like coffee anyway, but I've never had that experience. I mean, I go out with Safety, but that's different, right?
We don't go with a coffee. We don't have coffee.
Well, we don't go out with friends. I'm just saying. Safety has his own reasons why he doesn't really have friends, I guess. I don't know why that is, but it's just he's more introverted than anything. Creative expression. Various forms of art, music, drama, and writing can promote awareness and help us recognize dysfunctional patterns. Well, that's why I picked up streaming, I guess. It was mostly encouraged or egged on by Safety when he was just like, "Would you like to be like Korone, and be an anime girl on TV on camera?" And I'm like, huh? Okay.
Sure.
I was just like, yeah, sure, why not? You know. I can second the writing thing. Yes, writing does help, I guess. Writing is the best. Yes, everybody finds their creative expressions, right? So yeah, everybody has their way of having a creative outlet. Getting in touch with your emotions, allowing ourselves to feel the rage, the hurt, and the resentment is vital for healing. I always thought it was shameful to be angry because I was always fearful of my mom being angry. So I never wanted to get angry at anything. You know, I was scared to. And my therapist told me, no, anger is healthy if you know how to do it in a controlled manner, not like how my mom did it. Rage and anger are two different things. So you don't want to get to the part where you're raging, but it's normal to express anger. And it's not shameful. So there's a difference there. I come to find out, I didn't know this, but that's what my therapist told me. Parent yourself, recognizing that the ruptures in your early attachments weren't your fault. Will heal the damage that led to feeling unworthy of love. Sorry. It's hard to read sometimes. You want to keep reading for me instead, Zach?
Oh, you want me to? Okay. So, inner child work. Inner child work promotes healing and nurturing subconscious parts of our psyche and allows us to tend to our unmet childhood needs. Finding our inner mother and learning to nurture ourselves will lead to healthier attachment styles. It feels important to note that when discussing mothering, we do not necessarily refer to the female gender.
Oh, there you go.
My mouth is kind of broken. Again, only because I was rubbing my eyes and turning it off. We all have feminine and masculine archetypes within us and can mother ourselves, whichever gender we identify as. We can choose to take the steps to heal our motherhood and ensure we don't pass on this hurt to our children. Although it is the main route towards wholeness and healing, it is challenging.
No kidding.
Yeah, that's true.
There's something. There's a video now that I would like to show, so we can get away from.
Especially in our. Yeah.
So there is a book that this is the How the Body Keeps the Score, and this is the author that made it, and it's just basically a summary. It's not a long video, but this one's really good. If you want a really good book to read, I highly recommend. My therapist recommends reading this, and I think this is next on the list for Safety to read because he wanted to read it too. It's called How the Body Keeps the Score, and it's a really good book. But anyway, here I'll play the video. I need to turn off the background music real quick. Okay. Nope, that's not it. It's right here. Okay. I hope you guys can hear it.
Legends. Oh, okay. Sorry. I'm like.
Wait, can you hear it? It's not.
No. I can't.
Why is it not reading it?
Is it on edge again?
Yeah, this is on edge.
That's so strange because it was working earlier.
Yeah, I know. I don't know. Well, we tested this before, but apparently it's not the same. Let me see. Let me see. Same executable or same type?
What's that currently set to?
Executable.
Try same type and see what happens.
Nope, nothing.
I have no freaking clue what's going on.
Let me try this one. I'm trying the because it was based on the other thing that we saw.
Hmm.
Nope, it's not picking it up, is it?
Okay, it also shows up in Explorer, doesn't it?
This is so weird. I can just read this out. Yeah, no, I want to play it. That's why I'm trying to find out how the body. Oh my God, what is going on?
Is it just this video, or is it you're playing? What were you playing earlier? And
A song, a
that
music
was
song.
working.
Yeah, but it's not. This is not working anymore.
Does the song work?
Wait, now it's picking it up. Wait. Let me see. Nope, it's not. Why is it doing this?
Hang on.
Executable type. Capture audio beta. Maybe that's what I need to click. No, it's not moving. Right? Sorry, technical difficulties. Window? Firefox will be no VOD. I guess that works too. I can try it. I did. What does client area mean? Nothing. You don't see the bar going, right? I know. Let me see if is there another area that it would show up in? Yeah, there's no other line, right? Yeah, see? Okay, let me try. It won't be on the VOD, but I'll try. The sound just won't be on the VOD, but that's okay, right?
That's fine. It is a beta feature. Wah, wah, wah.
I know, I get it.
Oh no, beta.
Okay, is this going through at least on this for the stream?
Hang on, I need to listen.
I thought you were listening to the stream, not me.
I was, but
Okay.
there's lag. Sorry.
Right?
Can hear a noise. Yes.
Wait, what? Do you hear it?
Yeah, it should be. Why do you restart it?
Because you said you didn't hear it.
No, he didn't.
I'm gonna mute myself.
Chocoloco 101 gives the teddy bear a head pat.
Anyway, okay, so that was one video that I wanted to show. There was another video, and sorry that it wouldn't work on the browser that I wanted it to work. I don't know what's going on. It's. I wonder if this one will work now. I'm gonna try something else now.
You can try and see. I don't know what the heck's going on. It was working. It was working earlier. It
I
was.
know, but I don't know what's going on now. Um, let's see. Does this work? No, I don't see it going off. Do you? You didn't hear
Mm-mm.
anything, right? Yep, it's not
No,
working. Okay.
I don't. I don't know. It was working earlier, but not now.
Yeah. Ugh, stinks. All right, so I go back to this and try this again. All right. So this is another video, and it's about the same length, about 8 9 minutes long. But it's really good, and it explains. This is another thing my therapist showed me, and it just made so much sense. And it was such a good video, even though it looks silly with the cartoony drawings. But it sometimes these simplistic drawings can really help, like the visualness of it can help make us understand better what we're dealing with. So that's why I want to show it to everybody else. It's just really good. It's from a site called the Trauma Found. Well, it's cut off, but it says the Trauma Foundation. But anyway, hopefully this will work out and help others through all this. I'm gonna mute myself again. Ugh, lightning. Okay, sorry. Anyway, I hope that the video helped anybody else because I really liked it. Those two videos really have helped me. Those were both shown by my therapist, so she's been very helpful for me. I'll be honest, the thing that hit hardest in the video was the ands being called the ands. I've just never heard that before. Me neither. I totally have never heard of that before either, Sophonic. It's a very new thing for me. Like I said, the therapist that I've been seeing her for 3 years now. And so that was she showed me that like a year ago. Oh, hey, Sergeant Striker, welcome back.
Hello.
But anyway, yeah, we were just discussing, mother wounds and stuff like that. So we finished 2 topics already, and I was just showing videos that really have helped me. Again, if you want a link to those videos, the first one that talked about how the body keeps a score. Hold on, and this is about the author, how the body keeps a score. There's that one, and then this is the. I know it's a funny thing calling it ANDS, but yeah, this is the ANDS trauma and nervous system. So those are the 2 videos I was just showing, and they're very, very helpful and very good, and explain so much to me. I mean, I think they are very very fulfilling. I learned a lot anyway from watching those. So yeah, I just noticed too that it's been an hour and the ads are going to be hitting in soon. So I was thinking I'm gonna take another quick break. I need to get some water because I forgot to get some last time. So I'm gonna get some water and probably yeah, and then I'll be back and we'll just read through a few other articles before we call it. But yeah, it's good to see you again, Sergeant Striker. Are we in therapy? No, I'm not a therapist. It's in the pinned message.
Disclaimer: therapy.
Yeah.
Not
This is not a
therapist.
therapy. I'm not a therapist. I'm just sharing information regards to the mother wound. For those of us who do not have supportive moms and never have, and because my mom was very abusive, and by abusive, I'm not saying just spanking on the butt, and that's what a lot of people think. I got a spanking on the butt. No. Even Safdie's mom's like, we all get spanked, and I'm like, that's what you think that I'm talking about?
No,
sure.
No,
No, my mom was emotionally, verbally, physically abusive. It's not normal for moms to be like, you ruined my life. I wish you would die. Stuff like that. So it's not that simple. And I've been gaslit so much all my life, even with my partner's own mother gaslights me.
We kind of went into why that.
Yeah. Yes, we did.
Why
Because
I think my mom has a tendency to do that. She doesn't realize she's being gaslighty, but
yeah, but her own world is different than what I grew up with. So
yeah,
it's basically her perspective and not being able to see past it. But I've heard all the things like, it's Mother's Day, you should celebrate her no matter what. If it weren't for her, you wouldn't be here right now. And I'm like, I didn't ask to be born. And stuff like that. So I've been seeing therapy for it for a while. Mother's Day has always been a day of pain for me. So it's going on 21 years, 22 years now without speaking to her, and I have no plans of ever speaking to her again. But yeah, anyway, we're going to take a break, and we will be right back. Make sure you guys, if you haven't yet, get out, stretch, or get some water, get some food, something. Anyway, I will be right back, and then we'll continue the discussion.
エアロンビアチェックスインよこそ。
Okay, I'm back. Safety is not quite back yet, but I'm back. Let's see here. Sorry I missed some chat. I know you're not a therapist. I was just mentioning because therapy comes in many forms. No, I understand. I understand. Sorry, I just want to make sure that I just want to make clear that I am not, because you know I don't want to get mistaken as one. And I just found an ant on my desk.
Wait, really?
Yeah, they're back.
Damn it. God
I
damn
don't
it.
know where it went though. It fell off and
There, it ran off.
somewhere. We're having ant issues.
It's like you have to like.
Did you just hug the bear? No, I didn't. I didn't hug the bear. Sorry. I'm looking down at my desk because there's an ant on there. I don't know where they're coming from and why they're here, but I don't even know where it went. It was on my phone. Of all places, it was crawling around on my phone. I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah, I'll be over there.
I don't know where it went, but it was over here. It's not in there. It's like way over here. It's you can take that away if you want, but I'm still eating it. I just don't see it.
There it is.
Where?
It's
Oh, okay. Yeah, we need to get more. We need to buy that oil. Your bear's twitching. Yes, it's at Fred Meyer's in the planting area. Hold on.
That stuff's just like super concentrated peppermint.
I know. No, it has other stuff in it. Anyway, sorry about that. It looked like you did. Yeah, the models are right next to each other, but yeah. I'll go back to the screen because he's kind of off that screen.
Yeah,
But,
I kind of went off because I would have seen.
Well, because we're enlarged on that
Do
screen.
you want me
so.
to read this one?
Sure, if you want to.
Okay, what is the mother wound and how do you heal? So we don't know how much. A lot of these might have overlap, so you can scroll.
Yeah.
Mothers mold us, often physically in the womb, though there are many other types of mother-child relationships, including adoptiveness, and emotionally through their interactions with us. The bond is so strong that British psychologist Donald Winnicott believed there is no such thing as an infant, only an infant and your mother. He believed that a child's sense of self is built by the kind of a relationship they have with their primary caregiver, usually mom. Excuse me. So what happens if mom wasn't there for you emotionally? According to some psychoanalysts, researchers, and other theorists, the so-called mother wound occurs.
Sure, I can continue. Who typically experiences the mother wound? Children, usually daughters, but sometimes also sons, are said to experience the mother wound if their mother provided support by taking care of the physical needs of the children, but didn't give love, care, and security. Mine is the opposite. You know, actually, Sergeant Stryker, most people have a father wound. Majority of people have father wounds, and mother wound is not as common as a father wound. But the thing is, the reason why I'm discussing it is because there's a lot of people that deny that this is even a thing. Oh, turn down the music? Oh, I'm sorry. Is that better? Sorry, thank you, Sylphonic. I'm sorry if it's a little loud. But yeah, a lot of people have issues with fathers, but rarely do they have mothers. But I've had so many instances where people gaslight me and say, "But she's still your mom. If it weren't for her, you wouldn't be here right now."
Yeah.
Excuse
That's
me.
why we're talking about it.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be informative, right? So I can continue because you're coughing.
No, I was eating a chocolate chip and it went down the wrong throat. But anyway, okay, so provided support by taking care of the physical needs of the children, but didn't give love, care, security, didn't provide empathy or to mirror the child's emotions and help them label and manage those emotions, didn't allow the child to express negative emotions, was extra critical. Excuse me. Expected the child's support with their own physical and or emotional needs, wasn't available to the child either because they had to work or because they were busy with their own interests. Do note, however, you can be a working mom, even a working single mom, without instilling the mother wound. I'm sorry. Chocolate chip went down the wrong.
I can continue.
Okay, thank you.
Had suffered emotional or physical abuse themselves, didn't process the trauma, and was therefore unable to love and nurture. Had an untreated mental health condition, experienced alcoholism or drug addiction.
Yeah, that makes
Daughters
sense.
and sons can both experience the mother.
Wait. This is the first time I'm hearing of the term. I never knew there was a term for what people have been experiencing. You know, I just recently learned it too from my therapist, Sergeant Stryker. So, I'm not surprised because I literally just heard about this, even though I've been talking to my therapist for like 3 years now. And she just told me about the mother wound, and I'm like, what, the mother what? And it's basically, it doesn't even have to necessarily be a female mother like your birth mom. It can be any your main caregiver. It can be whoever that is. So like in the case of a same-sex relationship, a same two men parenting a child, it can be the motherly person, the motherly aspect in that situation, because you can be male or female and be motherly, right? It's just a balance, and whatever nurtures you more, or whatever calls your nature more closer to it. Like I've known very motherly men before, and I think that's amazing. So yeah, reading the page right there, I have experienced some of that. It hurt me when my mom did some of those things. Yeah, see, the mother wound can be quite surprising that most people don't even realize they have it. And it can be a source of a lot of trauma that they deal with in their adult life. Because the mother, I mean, think about it. You are inside of a womb for, up to about 9 months. It can be anywhere, you can be a preemie. So I'm just saying up to about 9 months, or you can even go over 9 months. There's been babies that go into 10, 11 months in the womb, but those are pretty rare anyway, I've heard. So I've had a child myself, but I didn't keep her because I was always scared I was going to be like my mom. And it was also a result of a rape. So I wasn't ready, and I never wanted to be a mom anyway. So I can say without a doubt that I was so disassociated that I didn't grow a bond with this person, this child, you know. But at the same time, I knew that there was something growing inside me, and I was scared. I was so scared, and it was horrible. But yes, it's that bond that you're supposed to develop with the person that brought you into the world, that kind of thing. So yeah, see, I lived in the 70s. People were doing drugs at the table where the kids were eating cornflakes. Yeah, that sounds about 70s. Yeah, because you're about 10 years older than I am. So I was born in 79. So I was at the tail end of that.
You didn't see them as adults, so yes, part of that is part of this. It doesn't show it here in some other articles. You're talking about when the parents, or in this case, the mother treats their child like a peer.
Yeah, like a friend or someone of the same level as them. They don't
Yeah.
treat them as like that they're a child. They expect
Yeah.
the same thing out of somebody that was. They expect the same thing out of their child as they expect out of themselves. I got my own job at 16 and took care of my siblings. Oh, I see. That makes
Yeah.
sense. And see, that's a lot of things where I had a friend in high school who was like 10 years older than her siblings or her younger siblings, and she had to mother them because the mother wasn't there. And the mother just kind of did her own thing. And this is even in the 80s and 90s. So the mother did her own thing, didn't care about anybody else. Just basically gave birth to the kids and just abandoned them. And my friend ended up having to take care of her sister and her half brother. And that's the only mother that they knew. If I asked them, you know, do you even have a do you if you ask them, who do you see as a mom in your life, and they would come back and say that it was their sister and not
Yeah.
their mom.
Yeah. So it's complicated. Anyway, I can continue.
Okay.
Daughters and sons can both experience the mother wound. Okay, let's go down.
Sorry.
The mother wound is not a specific diagnosis, although it can hurt so much that you're sure it warrants one. But both daughters and sons can feel the impact of the under-mothering that leads to the mother wound. It's typically considered a mother-to-daughter wound. Thanks to psychologist Mary Ainsworth and her attachment theory, we know that the trust that a mother instills in childhood positively affects not only the child's present but also their future relationships. Meaning a child who acquires the mother wound is most likely to perpetuate this type of relationship with their own children. Okay. The mother wound and a woman's empowerment in a patriarchal society.
Wait. Oh yeah. Okay. So.
No.
Do not mistake me. I loved my mother while she was still alive, but she was a piece of work to speak. Sorry about the. No. This is all about everybody sharing. So thank you for sharing. It's not a tangent at all. It's if it's all related, then that's great. And this is an open space to share everybody's stories. I've been sharing mine, and it is whatever everybody's comfortable with sharing. So if you're not comfortable with it, then you don't have to share. But if you are, then it's great to hear it because everybody has their experiences, right? And I think the best way, at least so far for me, the best way to heal from them is to talk about them.
Yeah. In patriarchal societies, it may be easier for mothers to pass on their own mother wound to their daughters. Women who have internalized stereotypical beliefs that regulate women as second-class citizens are more likely to consciously or unconsciously transmit these beliefs to their daughters. Daughters in these societies may find themselves caught in a double-edged dilemma. Accept what mom believes and so that we're in the same boat and she keeps on loving me, or fight for my own beliefs and aim for empowerment. It's no easy feat to take up the fight. A daughter who chooses to do so may find herself sabotaging their own success, much in the same way that Bettina Horner's classic 1970 Fear of Success study demonstrated. More recent studies have replicated Horner's study and show similar stereotypical responses that hold women back from self-actualization. Keep that mother wound festering.
Wait, Dad.
She already had
And she already had she had your okay. I think the main issue with my mother, she got married at the age of 15. Oh, I see. She already had my sister then.
Wait, to your father who was 10 years old or 10 years older?
Father, that
I'm assuming by your second sentence you mean 10
if that
years
happened
old.
now, he would be under
Okay.
jail. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, that it was the 70s, right? I mean, or 60s even. Probably 60s. um, or early 70s. I don't know. But things were a very different time. Even in the 80s and 90s, it was a different time than it is now. And things were
He also treated Leia like her she was his child and not his wife. Well, she's 15 and he's
ah,
20.
my God, I'm sorry.
He is an adult, but yeah, that's pretty. I mean, that leads to an imbalanced relationship. What's wrong?
No, I was just gonna say that my family had a similar dynamic. My mom and dad were arranged marriage, and yeah, my parents were arranged marriage, and my mom and dad were 12 years apart. My mom was only, but thankfully my mom was already, I believe she was already 18 when they got married, and then she was 19 when she had me. So it wasn't quite the same, but yeah, somewhat the same because my
There's
mom was
an
still,
age gap.
yeah, my mom and dad were 12 years apart. So I understand that they're no longer together, but um, they fought all the time. They were really angry with each other. My mom always blamed me for I ruined her life. It was the child that ruined the life, not her or her parents or her own husband. It was the child that ruined the life, the person
Yeah.
that had nothing to do with what happened, right? Anyway, mom told me
Anyway,
she loved me, yet I looked like my father. He used to beat her. Oh, and when I grew up, I looked like him. Oh, that's painful. I'm so sorry.
so she would really hurt me when she disciplined you because
Ooh, I'm
you.
sorry.
It was her way of, in a way, fighting back against
Yeah, it was probably her
your
way of fighting
father, even
back.
without fighting back. Anyway,
Yeah,
yeah, maybe
it
she's
sounded
getting
like that
back.
was
Yeah, that's not. That sounds pretty unhealthy. Like all the
very,
way
very.
around. Okay. Anyway, what are the signs and effects of the mother wound? If you're wondering which signs could signal the presence of the mother wound in your life, think back to your childhood and try to recall what the child version of you experienced. And many of the feelings in the list below seem familiar.
Oh
You
no,
may
no,
have the
no!
mother
You
wound.
don't be sorry. Don't be sorry.
Don't be sorry. We're just trying to read through the article too,
Yeah, he's trying to get through it really fast. Sorry.
because we have a few more we want to look at to it.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, your mother wasn't just there for you on the emotional level. You're reluctant to turn to your mother, comfort or security. You doubted you had your mother's approval, so you're always trying to be perfect. Yeah. You
Oh
felt
yeah.
nervous and frightened around your mother.
Oh
Your
yes.
mother expected you to take care of her physically, emotionally. Right, which could be due to narcissism or other reasons.
Yeah.
If the points on your list above resonate with you, what does that mean for you now? These negative feelings can lead to low self-esteem,
Mhm.
lack of emotional awareness,
Mhm.
inability to self-soothe,
Mhm.
the feeling that warm and nurturing relationships aren't in your reach. Let's see
Yes.
why this could happen. Sorry. Low self-esteem, secure attachment makes a child feel like that they matter. Without this basic belief in themselves, children struggle to get a sense of self to believe in themselves. Lack of emotional awareness. Mother who is present for their child is able to mirror their child's feelings,
Mhm.
label those feelings, and help them manage their feelings. The child doesn't need to suppress negative feelings because they have a way to manage them.
Mhm.
Inability to self-soothe. Without the awareness of how to manage their feelings, children and later adults never develop.
Oh hey, Evie
the
girl,
ability
you
to
look
soothe.
tired. Oh, I'm not tired. I mean, we're just reading
Yeah,
about
well, we are
mother
tired,
wounds.
but it's in the
I am
notes.
tired too, but yeah, but I'm. It's just really the model too. Just I'm looking
Instead,
downward.
they turn to things outside of themselves for comfort. These things include numbing activities like alcohol and drugs. Relationship difficulties. Adults with the mother wound have difficulty forming and maintaining the positive
Oops.
relationships that we crave because they've never learned to trust.
Mhm.
Steps for healing the mother wound. Healing the mother wound is a balance between acknowledging negative feelings such as anger and resentment and recognizing that we may need to forgive our mother.
Mhm.
While remaining mired in our negative feelings may make us feel temporarily right, in the long run, we actually lose out. So, how do we get the balance that will heal us?
Mhm.
Express the pain. First step is letting you say ouch and more you need to. Therapy can help your child's self express the pain of being unloved, ignored, shunned, ridiculed, and either victimized. Journaling can also help. Love yourself. Our concept of self was built through the way our mother interacted with us. We need to realize that by the fact our mother was able to build our self-image in a positive way was not our fault. By letting go the less than ideal image, we can recreate our self-image. Develop self-awareness. Without our mother's feedback, we didn't have the reinforcement needed to develop self-awareness. We need to learn how to get in touch with our emotions. Take the time to stop and feel what you're feeling. Naming the feeling is the first step to coping with the feeling. parent yourself. We can also learn how to parent ourselves and give ourselves all the things we never received as a child. Self-care isn't spoiling ourselves, it's taking care of our needs. For some of us, self-care is a solo morning walk before sitting down at your desk. For others, it's taking time off for a coffee date with a friend. It makes us feel good about ourselves. Forgiveness. Oh boy. Acknowledging our own feelings and grieving over what we never got as a child creates the emotional space needed towards forgiveness. Mothering is hard work. If you're a mother, you already know that. Sometimes mothers get things wrong, even very wrong. If you can recognize your mother for who she is and not dwell on who you'd like her to be, you can move towards understanding her and accepting her. Once you've done that, it can be possible to build a relationship with your mother. Learn to set boundaries, and you may find that together you and your mother can build some sort of relationship, even if it's not a perfect relationship, that becomes something meaningful. Of course, in some cases, you may have had a neglectful or abusive mother that you truly cannot forgive. In such cases, it may be better to work through those hard feelings with your support network or a therapist without extending the olive branch. And I think in your case,
This is where I fall in.
this is where you fall in, because your mother, it wasn't that your mother just did her best, but because of problems, she effed up. Your mother explicitly expressed multiple times her hatred for you.
Yeah, how much she wished I would die. I would have died.
Yeah.
She says nobody's gonna be okay. So I mentioned this earlier in the stream, but before you came here, Sergeant Striker, for instance, when I got married to Safety, you know, typical wedding. You know, the wedding's only there for the parents and the relatives, right? So we were taking the mother-daughter pictures. My mom said through a smile, taking these pictures, in every single picture I looked at when it was just my mom and I looked miserable. I looked pale as a ghost. I looked like I wanted just to run, and I looked like I was gonna just puke. Because my mom, through a smile, she was holding on to my arm really tight, and she's like, "Why are you so fat and ugly? You're embarrassing me. You're so ugly. This guy is gonna leave you, you know. This guy hates you already. And I can't believe he's gonna marry you. He's gonna dump you soon. He's gonna leave you and abandon you. He's gonna get rid of you soon. He doesn't want anything
Russell
to do with
Seeger
you."
says hi.
Hi, Russell, and welcome back. And you know, my mom would say things like that. It was horrible, and she said it through a smile. She just, I mean, she never wanted me to be there. She was like, if I could kill you without going to jail, I would do it. And that's what my mom has told me multiple times throughout my whole entire life. And it's horrible. It's just horrible.
Yeah, it's a very extreme end. And I know you never had the chance, your mother passed away before we could have that conversation, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, it is unfortunate. But so it sounds like for the most case you do live with a mother wound. And sometimes, like what my therapist says, you know, for instance, she has clients, you know, she has also other clients she sees that have already lost their mother too, and they've, you know, and they are stuck with this mother wound. So she suggests journaling, like writing a letter to her. And you know, obviously she even gives me this suggestion too. She tells me, why don't you try writing a letter to your mom that you're not going to send, and you can unleash everything and talk about all your feelings that you've kept up inside, and journaling it. And just even after you're done writing it out, she says you can tear it up, or you can shred it, you can burn it. But sometimes it's just cathartic to just write it all down. And I'm sorry, it's making me tear up just thinking about it. And I haven't gotten to that point yet, but yeah, it's sometimes she
Safety
says
Kuma
it's
gives
just,
the panda a head pat.
sorry, it's hard to talk about it sometimes, but she says that that's a method that she has suggested, and it has worked for other people. To just journal it, talk about it, write about it, even if you want to keep it for yourself to look back on, to look back and just be like, okay, yeah, this was a real thing, and I can carry this conversation with her without her being here, you know? Okay, you wrote songs about it. That's pretty much the same thing.
Yeah, that's all.
And that's good. That's really good and healthy, actually. My therapist says that's a really healthy way of combating like a mother wound, you know? But I guess we had amended all of that. But from my point of view, I don't feel complete because of what she did to me. Yeah, of course. So,
Of course. The takeaway, it would be convenient and easy if we could blame all our faults and failures on our mothers, but it wouldn't be truthful, and that's because we all have the gift of choice. We choose to take steps to heal our own motherhood to make sure that we don't pass on this hurt to our children. It's a challenging journey, but it's the beginning of empowerment.
That right there is what I'm working on right now, personally.
Yeah, maybe we had an article on comparing motherhood and fatherhood. Maybe we should look at that since that's coming up multiple times here.
It's right here, right? Wasn't this one that you found?
Mother wound, that's the one I was talking about.
Okay.
Mother wound versus father wound, the differences in 5 steps to heal them, because I think people are bringing this up. Like, what is the difference? Is there really a difference? Or is it just based on...
Runic
Hey,
Tablet
Runic,
says
or is it
welcome
hi.
just
back.
based on societal expectations? You know, I don't know. I haven't read this article. Therapists on the sign of a mother wound, father wound, and steps towards healing these painful wounds. Okay, you can scroll down.
Sorry. Oop, I went too far.
Growing with abusive, emotionally absent, or detached parent.
No,
can
do you
cause-
have... It's right here.
Wait, do you have a mother wound or a father wound? While the causes of these lingering wounds from your childhood are similar, the effects show up differently. Therapists share how to spot the signs of each type of wound and the 5 steps needed to start your healing journey. Growing up with abusive, emotionally absent, or detached parent can cause you to experience a mother wound or a father wound. In some cases, or in some instances, both. Which might be, I would bet that a lot of people actually do have both.
Yeah, well...
A lot of people who are in abusive families have both, really. When the hurt from these wounds is ignored. or
Sorry,
stifled-
he's right here. Or some instances both. Right here. He's right here.
When the hurt from these wounds is ignored and stifled, it doesn't just go away even when you're an adult. Rather, the cycle of pain is prolonged as remnants of trauma and abuse get passed down from one generation to the next.
You do
And-
read really fast, though, Safety, so it's kind of hard to...
Yeah.
I know.
Okay.
I mean,
Unless
I can...
you put a stop to it.
Yeah, I can read it. I can continue. Read on to learn what causes the mother wound and father wound, the symptoms of each type of wound, and how to best care for yourself as an adult if you have one. I never hurt my children like they hurt. That's really good. At the same time, those of us that do suffer that and are, I guess they say, system breakers, or what do you call it? We break the cycle breakers.
Yeah.
Those of us that break the cycle tend to go the opposite direction. So sometimes we end up smothering or, going the opposite way and just being too lenient. And that's what really scared me too. I was either going to be like my mom or be like completely opposite, which I wasn't sure. Like they heard me, cycle breakers. Yeah, that it was the cycle breaker. Yes. There's always the people that are going to be the cycle breakers. And I wasn't gonna. I was too scared to attempt that at 19 myself, because it's really funny how funny, like haha. Anyway, my mom had me at 19 or 18. I think she was 19, and I had my child at 19 as well. Because I was raped. It was just kind of weird and how that mirrored each other. So yeah. Anyway, all right. So. Read on. Okay, so the mother wound versus the father wound. The roots of both the mother and father wounds stem from some type of neglectful parenting, says Jacob Brown, a therapist in San Francisco. In Western culture, we typically associate the mother with a sense of abundant love and acceptance. Your mother is seen as a place of refuge when the world injures you, physically or emotionally, Brown tells De Leon. On the other hand, the father is typically seen as the protector, the provider, or guy of guidance, and the parent who supports you in moving out into the world. Brown says that the ways in which we feel disappointed by each parent are very different from each other, and the ways in which these wounds manifest once we're adults can look different from one person to the next. What is a mother wound? So according to the attachment-based theory, the bond between a child and the mother begins early, in utero. Makes sense, because you grow inside the womb, right? Attached to the mom, and you live off of the mom's, to get sustenance for 8 months, 8 to 9 months, depending. And sometimes more, sometimes less. As a child gains a sense of security, when the connection of safety and security begins to unravel for a whole host of reasons, that is when the mother wound can occur. In particular, a broken sense of security between mother and daughter can have a profoundly negative impact. So my mom was traumatized for her whole pregnancy with me because she was running away through swamps, ran away onto a rickety boat, to a refugee camp. In the middle of the night, swamps filled with snakes. My mom had a fear of snakes for the longest time, and she was just scared. They had to go in the middle of the night to catch a boat with just the clothes on their back. And I've heard stories, like my mom and dad would never talk about this stuff, but I heard third-party stories from other people that were also boat people from the Vietnam War. And a lot of the people that were refugees on these boats were out in the middle of an ocean, no lights. Can you imagine being out in the vast ocean on this little tiny fishing boat for weeks, months, how long ever it takes to get across the ocean? And there's also the fear of being picked up or being ravaged by pirates. I know people think, oh, pirates like Pirates of the Caribbean kind of thing. No, there are actual real life pirates on these seas that will ransack boats, kill women, rape women, throw the men across, overboard. The first boat my mom and dad wanted to catch, hey Zero with him, the first boat my parents wanted to catch was full. And my dad's sister was on that boat with her 2 kids. Anyway, the boat filled up because they, take the kids and the women first, right? And the boat filled up, but later on, nobody knows what happened to that boat. So 1, it either flipped over, or 2, pirates got a hold of them. So those are the two conclusions that they come up with, because they basically are, missing. And no one heard from them. No one knows what happened to them. So they pretty much are pronounced dead. So that's the boat my mom and dad missed. And then they had to run all the way back in the middle of the night to escape being shot at or anything like that. And then the next time they went out to try to catch another boat, they made it. And I heard stories about people on those boats, because there's no bathroom, right? I mean, you're on this little tiny fishing boat. What they did to allow people to go to the bathroom, if you needed to go to the bathroom, they would literally tie a noose around your neck, dip you into the ocean, whatever's in the ocean in the middle, whenever you're going to have to go to the bathroom. You do your business, and then they pull you back out. That's how you went to the bathroom in the middle of the ocean. And there's no food except for like fish, raw fish. There's no fire to make or anything like that, because you can't really start a fire on a fishing boat. It's not possible. And there's no cooking devices. So you literally either eat raw fish, or passengers would end up dying. And sometimes you end up eating some of the people because you're starving. And it's either that or throw it overboard, right? Throw the body overboard. So that's a lot of trauma if you think about it. And my parents never talk about it. They don't want to talk about it. Like I said, those are third-party stories that I heard. And then they end up in a refugee camp. And in my case, my parents ended up in Malaysia. And that's where I was born. So my mom had a lot of trauma heading into it while she was pregnant with me. And she blamed all that trauma on me. So my therapist calls that postpartum psychosis. And whenever my mom saw me, she raged. She got so angry. She would throw me. She wouldn't take care of me. She wouldn't comfort me. And when an infant cries, you're supposed to pick it up and comfort it and calm it down, right? Or change its diaper or feed it or something. My mom would just ignore me or throw me or just, yeah, she was just she just didn't know how to handle a child. She wasn't ready for being a mom. She didn't want to be a mom. So I grew up with a really broken family. Oh, my dad was a Vietnamese boat person. Oh, okay. Hey, Russell. That's interesting. Yeah, both my parents are Vietnamese boat people. Yeah. So these stories I hear third person, and these are just stories I hear. Like I said, they're not my parents' stories, but I can because they refuse to talk about it. I can kind of only picture that they went through something similar. And when I hear about those things, I'm like, no wonder why my mom was messed up, right? My mom and my dad. My dad wasn't as abusive as my mom physically, but he was very neglectful. He was completely disassociated, cut off. He was there physically, but he wasn't nurturing. He wasn't caring. We were like, "Oh, daddy, hi," and he'd be like, "Go away," like, "I don't want to, just leave me alone." So we didn't have loving parents. My sister and I, but my mom doted on my little sister. She hated me. Anyway, so I'll keep going. um, and not all Vietnamese boat people are traumatized like that. My parents just happen to be. So I'm not
Yeah.
saying all of them are like this. It's just that I think that contributed to my parents' issues. The mother wound can have a devastating effects on daughters, says Alison Forty, PhD, and an associate teaching professor in the Department of Counseling and associate director of online counseling programs at Wake Forest University in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. The secure base is missing in daughter-mother relationships with a mother wound, leading to insecure attachment. And I have my out of the attachment theories, if you know, there's secure, avoidant, anxious, and then disorganized is the last one, which is like combination of anxious and avoidant. So disorganized is kind of like a little bit of both. Like if someone gets close to you, you want to push them away. But if you push them away and then they run away, you want them close to you again. Yeah, kind of absent. Like you just, I don't know. But yeah, so I have the fourth one, which is like the worst. It's like the worst of both worlds. Um, and I've struggled with that. It's just the thing. It's like I don't know what it is, but Safdie's the most patient person in the whole world. He's put up with me with so many things. He's never given up on me. Um, but I have had two ex-boyfriends that were like, "You are crazy. I don't want you anymore," and they dumped me. So I understand. I have issues. I have attachment issues. We all have attachment issues. So if you have a secure relationship with people, you see them as good and they see you as good, and you kind of have a really pretty decent, healthy outlook on life. If you're anxious, then you have like a good view of others, but not a good view on yourself. And avoidant, you have not a good view on others, but you have a good view on yourself. So it's like I have a bad view on both. I have a bad view on myself and others. I just can't trust. I have trust issues. I have so many things wrong with me because of my mom, my mother wound, and I'm still working on it. Okay, so let's talk about my mom's story. You can feel
You can
free to
type it out.
share,
Why don't you? Yeah. Why don't you
and then
read
I'm
the
gonna
next
continue
part while you
reading.
do that?
Yeah. We all have our stories, so I'm just like it's fine to
Yeah.
share them. I'm just sharing mine. So anyway, okay, so self-esteem, codependent. Okay, that insecure attachment. Dr. Forty tells De Leon puts daughters at risk for low self-esteem, codependency, or an inability to self-regulate emotions and self-soothe, and relationship changes. That's not to say that sons can't also experience a mother wound. They certainly can, but the wound may manifest differently based on social, cultural, and systematic factors, explains Forty. A mother may be emotionally withholding toward her son due to societal norms in a patriarchal society, sticking to that old tired adage that big boys don't cry, for example. But for daughters, emotional neglect is more likely passed down because that was the generational messaging within the mother's family as a child, which likely led to her own mother wound. Sadly, it's often a lack of awareness that contributes to the perpetuation.
Perpetuation.
Thank you, perpetuation of unhealthy, even toxic parenting from one generation to the next. The mother wound comes from a mother who has her own wounds that have not been healed. That's I could feel that one because my mom had lots of trauma. Says Kimberly Parker, licensed psychotherapist with Healthy Mind Counseling and Nutrition in Virginia and North Carolina, whom Daily Ohm spoke with for the story. Adult women who have mother wounds from childhood may grow up not only dislike themselves, but other women as well. The mean girl persona and lashing out at other women could be due to unhealed trauma from a mother wound. I don't perceive myself as a mean girl, but I can see that being an issue. I just don't have, I never really had friends that were female, so I don't tend to like the same things that, at least from my generation, girls were never seen playing video games, for instance, and I love video games. And this is like 1980s I'm talking about. So this is a different time, and video games back then were a boys club only thing. So I didn't like going to the mall. I didn't like playing dress up. I didn't like doing my nails. I didn't like makeup. So I had nothing in common with other girls, my peers. So I never made friends with them. Also, they always bullied me and told me to go back to where I came from, and it's a huge mess of things. So anyway, I'll continue. Parker tells Daily OM that carrying a mother wound can cause a person to feel fundamentally not good enough, to seek love with the wrong people, and to make themselves emotionally unavailable due to fear of being hurt. You aren't taught what love and nurturing feel like because it was never shown to you, she explains. And that's true.
Mm.
That's very true.
So your mom says, Zero Rhythm, your mom's dad was hard on her, I guess.
I'm not really good at remembering things, but my mom's dad was hard. Yeah, so a lot of people do have a father wound. Father wound. Right now, we're discussing the difference between mother wound and father wound, by the way. So there is a difference in that, and it sounds more like your mom had a father wound. So
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what the article says if 'cause,
yeah.
yeah, I could see that, you know.
I mean, again, I'm not a therapist. I don't know your parent. I don't know what your mom was like. I don't know what she went through. I don't know her experiences. But it sounds like if it's involving the dad, then it usually involves having the father wound. So the mother wound and sexism. Then there's the added impact of living in a patriarchal society. Mothers carry forward their own wounding from development in a patriarchal society that differs from fathers. So a mother who may have internalized harmful beliefs about women may begin to pass on these beliefs to their daughter. For example, a mother who believes that women are more valuable if they are quiet and submissive may be cold and withholding to an emotionally expressive daughter. The daughter must then decide if she wants to conform to the mother's expectations of being small and unseen in order to receive approval and love. Attachment and survival are two primary drivers of decision making for young children, so chances are high that a child will adapt to their mother's expectations to suppress themselves. Mothers with their own unresolved wounds may view their daughters as competition. Wow. While giving their sons an inappropriate level of responsibility. Or a mother may attempt to live vicariously through her daughters with the means of control. For sons, there are cases where the mother turns to her son into a son husband, giving her son the responsibility of being the head of the household and interfering with their son's relationships. Both can be damaging, just in different ways. Reflecting on your childhood can give you clues about whether your mother had a mother wound herself, and whether you may need to heal from your own wounding as well. A daughter with a mother wound may reflect that her mother was never emotionally available to her. She never turned to her mother for comfort during hard times or security when she was scared. She was always striving for perfection in order to gain her mother's approval, and she felt attuned to her mother's needs despite her own needs never being met. Lack of awareness is what carries these wounds forward for generations. So if you want to read the rest, Safdie.
Yeah, I just want, if you want to scroll up just a bit, scroll back to that previous one. It's kind of some interesting notes about how that might manifest.
Okay.
And I guess it always depends on your family situation.
Yeah,
too.
definitely.
Like if you are if you're the firstborn son and your father checks out early.
Yeah.
You know, something happens to your father, your mom might expect you to take his place as far as family.
That sounds more like your dad's situation.
Well, yes, because sort of. I mean,
your grandpa died early.
My grandfather died when my dad was 18.
Yeah.
So my dad was already an adult.
Okay.
So it wasn't like he was. I mean, obviously he still had to go to college and stuff. So it wasn't like he was like.
Yeah.
Like full raring to go, but you know, he did have some additional responsibilities maybe foisted on him as a result of that. That was not maybe necessarily his mother's expectation, but the expectations of his family around him too.
Yeah, society too.
Yes, but at the same time, I don't know the full situation because it didn't sound like his mother he was actually pissed at his mom over because of certain things. Because he knew his dad was sick, and Anyway, that's a whole other story.
Yeah.
But she also had her immediate, family in the area that could help her, right?
Yeah.
So it
Yeah.
wasn't just all. My dad was still able to go off to college.
Mhm.
It wasn't like he went off like very far from where he did, but he still had to go off. He was still able to go off to college and go to college and stuff. That didn't impede him from going to college.
Mhm.
Okay, you can go down to the
Oh,
father,
okay.
right? Just so we can compare, because I think people are bringing up their dads, and I think it is interesting to know what is different about it and why is it different. The father wound and the mother wound are similar in their causes, typically the result of absenteeism, a notion of emotional neglect, abuse, or an unattuned parent or caregiver.
Mhm.
But the impact of each wound is very different because we have very different cultural models for what we expect to get from our mother versus our father, explains Brown. Recognizing a mother wound or a father wound takes time because you've grown up with it as a norm.
Mhm.
But the biggest step towards healing is seeing that your mother or father's behavior is wrong and that you didn't like how it made you feel. A symptom
Exactly.
of fatherhood for both sons and daughters is feeling as though you're not worthy enough and need to seek approval from others, especially other men. Women with a father wound, for example, may find themselves in a future relationships with men who are emotionally unavailable, especially if
Mhm.
their fathers were absent or not home often enough to establish a bond with them. Men often suffer a father wound if they were raised by a belittlingly demeaning parent who wanted to exercise dominance over his child, explains Mark. If you
Mhm.
have father wound, you may find that your subconsciousness wants to prove to dad that I am deserving of love, says Parker.
I've been just leaving that part out. That
What was
says whatever.
The expert says that some adults with a father wound from childhood, become overachievers because they may feel internally that dad needs to see that they have value.
Mhm.
Okay. You could also have a father wound if your father didn't protect you from your mother's abuse, or vice versa. Okay. So
That
there's a
applies
different.
here
One can have a
for
mother
me.
and or father wound from the parent who did not protect you from the parent who is causing the wounding, says Parker. Sorry. So one can sustain a wound from both parents. So you
Mhm.
can have both, and oftentimes this is what I think, like, if you have a scenario where you have both because you had your mother who is your primary abuser, your dad was neglectful or didn't want to get in your mom's way.
My dad would always say, "Your problem, not mine."
Yes.
My
And
dad
so
said that. So
so now you have both
I'm not, no,
parents.
your mom's crazy. I don't want to get involved. I'm not going to get hit by her. It's your problem. You got her
Yeah.
mad. It's your problem. You deal with her. That's what my dad would always say to me.
Yes. So not helpful.
Not very, not very at all. It was very unhelpful, to be honest. Sorry.
Any parental figure can cause a mother or father wound due to not showing love, being absent, or not being supportive
I
of their
think
child.
you were here. Sorry.
No, oh wait. Parental figures who are not your biological parents can also cause harm. Yes, we discussed that earlier. For
Yeah.
example, if grandparents or relatives adopted you and the environment was toxic,
Mhm. Mhm.
chances you're dealing with the double wound experience Parker, an abandonment wound from the biological parents, and a mother or father wound caused by neglectful guardian.
Mhm.
So a parental figure can cause a mother or father wound due to not showing love, being absent, or not being supportive of their child, says Parker. I've seen cases where you have a narcissistic parent and the other parent is very passive.
Mhm.
This also causes the mother or father wound again. I think that might apply to both of us actually, from one different ways.
Yes, because
Because
your
your mom,
mom. Sorry.
sorry, go ahead.
No, 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 no. You go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying your mom is kind of like the covert narcissist,
Yeah, she
and
was a covert
and your
narcissist.
dad's like, I don't want to get in her way, and kind of was passive at least in the regards of when it came to you guys. Like what
Yeah,
you
but
just said.
in your sense, your
In
dad
Ed's
was
case,
the
my mom
narcissist.
is kind of more submissive to my dad, and
Uh-huh.
he's more he's more like the textbook narcissist.
He's your textbook grandiose is what the term is, the grandiose
Yeah, it's
narcissist.
grandiose. Like he's basically like what you think of when you think of a guy who thinks
Who,
too highly of himself, right?
yeah, too highly of themselves and just thinks he can do no wrong. A covert narcissist are those that play victim and sit there and be like, "Oh, what was me? Why is everybody attacking me? Everybody's hurting me," and they're not actually hurting.
Yeah.
And or for my case, she'd be like, "If it weren't for you, I would be much better off."
Uh-huh.
That kind of stuff. Like, I shouldn't have had you, or you shouldn't exist. If you didn't exist, I'd be better off. That's more of a covert narcissist where they feel that they would be better if you didn't exist.
Yeah. To be clear, being raised by a single parent who met your needs or growing up in a household with an atypical family structure that was generally healthy and loving is not a cause of a mother or father wound. Mother and father wounds are caused by parents who were in your life, who were neglectful or abusive.
Sorry.
On a level left you unprotected, unsafe, and feeling as if you were unloved, too, and alone with your needs.
Mhm.
So I think this is what we were talking about earlier.
Mhm.
Like, we're talking about people who are, like, a little bit. 5 steps towards healing our childhood wounds.
Number 1, identify the wound.
A wound. Recognizing a mother wound or father wound takes time because you grew up with it as the norm in your childhood, but the biggest step towards healing, seeing that your mother or father's behavior is wrong and that you don't like how you make you feel. They said that earlier. Sometimes it takes seeing other families' dynamics to realize that your family situation wasn't okay. Or
Mhm.
perhaps you see other signs of mother or father wound manifest in your life, feeling like you've never enough, struggling with intense self-doubt, wanting to be in full control at all times, or inviting chaos into your life. As hard as it is, you need to establish contact with your pain by connecting with your inner child.
This is the problem though. A lot of us, including myself, my therapist wanted to jump right in and work on my inner child, and my body was screaming, "No, I don't want to go there. I don't want to have anything to do with my inner child. I can't even envision my inner child. It brought me pain. I cried. I couldn't deal with it. I couldn't imagine comforting that inner child. That's how therapists jump in and they want to work on your inner child, and you're just like, no, I don't want to. That's somewhere I don't want to go, and it's really hard for a lot of people. So it's not just me, she said. It's a lot of people that struggle with their inner child.
Mhm.
Go ahead.
Yeah, allow yourself to acknowledge what happened to you. Give voice to the child who did not have her emotional needs met, who was not seen, loved, and appreciated for who she is. Says Fonte. Give space for your inner child to tell her story and listen carefully to what she has to say.
And to this
Okay,
day,
here again.
I still have trouble. I
Yeah.
can't I can't reach back and talk to my inner child, and apparently that's something that a lot of therapists will do. They want you to go talk to the inner child, and I'm like, WTF, what? I don't want to go talk to my little self. She's hiding away in some dark corner that doesn't want to be revealed. She's still hiding. And that's all I could tell her, is that that's what it feels like. It's like she's still running away. I don't have any connection to the inner child, and I haven't been able to connect with that inner child yet. And it's really hard for me. It's just, and she's like, you're not alone, don't worry. We're just gonna have to work at that, and it might take a little longer than, some people. So, um, if you're able to connect with your inner child, that's great. That's a farther step than ever I will ever even get to. Little Manny in the closet hiding. Yeah, basically, it's just I can't reach that inner child. I cannot reach the inner self that I feel like that part of me is shut away, like under layers and layers and layers of doors and windows, and just shut off from everything. Does not want to come out. That kind of feeling. Um, so I've been trying to work on this, and every time it comes up, like something inside of me feels like it's shutting down. That's the best way I can describe it. It just feels like
Yeah.
something's rejecting this. I don't want to discuss this. This is not going in. It's causing me anxiety. It's making me feel really uncomfortable. I don't want to deal with this anymore.
Yeah.
And then I used to just break down and cry, and she's like, okay, this is not the time.
Yeah.
So yeah, but I mean, I've gotten past the whole breaking down and crying thing, thankfully, the last year. Thanks to the applied Atkinsianology doctors that I've been seeing. They use muscle testing and flower essences and stuff to break through closed barriers that have been closed off for decades. So it's one of those things that's going to take time, but hopefully someday I will be able to access the inner child. But right now, it's not the time. Anyway, sorry. You can go ahead.
Yeah, journaling can help tremendously with the step. Either write or draw, pick whatever format works for you. There are no rules for this process. Asking your inner child what she needs right now, and what she would like to say to herself and her mother.
I
Don't be
haven't gotten there yet.
Yeah, don't be surprised if worried, if guilt and shame creeps in as you do this, since attachment wounds tend to bring these feelings up. These are protective mechanisms, says Parker. Know that these are normal feelings that need to arise in order to heal. When you find yourself feeling guilty or ashamed, Parker suggests tracking them down. from an observational state. Ask yourself these questions. Guilt and shame, why are you here? What do you want with me? Are you from the past or the present? After asking these questions, take a long pause and observe what you're seeing or
Sensing.
feeling. Sensing or feeling in your body's this part. Then take a journal about the emotions, thoughts, and feelings that have surfaced, preferably in nature or a serene environment, she suggests.
I haven't gotten there yet.
Yeah, I think again, this is all well and good on paper, but I think one problem is that our, at least here in America, your opportunity to do these things are like, you don't have the opportunity to do a lot of these things.
No, don't.
Yeah, and you know, like, anyway, set up a therapy and boundaries. Partner stresses that therapy is a must for anyone healing from mother or father wound. In particular, seek a therapist who is well versed in trauma and post-traumatic stress disorder. And surprisingly, not a lot of therapists are. Attachment trauma, mindfulness, meditation.
Wait,
Most
where are
especially.
you? Sorry, I'm lost.
Sorry, I kind of paused with a thought. But seek a therapist well versed in trauma and post-traumatic stress disorder, attachment trauma, mindfulness, meditation, most especially boundaries. You need boundaries both with the parents who may have wounded you
I
and
don't
to
even
protect
know where you
yourself
are anymore.
in the current and future relationships with others.
Oh, we're here. Okay, sorry.
Think of these as your standards, explains Parker. Standards consist of what you needed as a child and what you're not willing to accept from others and what you are not willing to give one accepts your mental, physical, and even spiritual well-being. Even if you got the message in your childhood that your needs were not important enough to be met, that doesn't mean you can't protect yourself now that you're an adult. Because there are unrealistic expectations I felt I wasn't good enough or could do enough. I think that's, yeah, I think that was, I think that's a lot of things. Right?
Yeah.
I think that's a lot of it. Like, I know this is mainly about, like, for me, yeah.
Go ahead.
So I try, yeah. But I think for me, like, for example, like, the reality, I know mentally that the reality of our modern economics is that our entire generation as a whole is not as successful as the previous generation financially and monetarily, and I know it is because of the economy they created and gave to us. And I know it's even worse for people younger than us.
Yeah, oh yeah. Gen X is not nearly as bad as millennials and not nearly as bad as Gen Z, but there's a breaking point somewhere. Unfortunately, Gen Xers are part of the generation where we were told to shut up and sit down and let us take care of it, right? By the boomers.
Right.
By the actual boomers, not like you feel like a boomer. I'm talking about real, actual baby boomer parents, and that's what we had. And yeah, so a lot of that systematic stuff is passed down, and we're gaslit constantly saying, "Oh no, you have it great, you have it better than I do." It's like, oh no.
Yeah, because you have an iPhone or some shit, right? you can doom scroll.
Yeah.
But but it's hard to, I know that all is true, but then it's hard.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sergeant Stryker.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. It's always hard to think of that.
Yeah, I had, I mean, especially since you were also a vet. I mean, you have so much trauma on top of trauma, already existing trauma. So it's just, like you said, it was already a miracle that you are alive, and that's even knowing that on top of everything that you've already told us. There's even more a miracle that you are even still alive too. But yeah, I've tried twice, and I ended up in the if you survive it, it's worse, because man, the quote unquote psychologists that they stick you with in those mental homes, they're horrible. They don't want to be there. They don't want to help you, and they treat you like shit. They really literally treated me like shit. And all they do is pump you full of drugs and be like, you know, this is all you need to take this and you'll be fine, right? But I didn't like that. I tried twice. I tried to kill myself twice too. So I understand. Not that it's it's not like a competition here who has it worse. It's just
it's not about
you end up feeling like shit. You end up feeling like the worst thing, because you have layers of trauma that you're trying to sort through, and nobody seems to be there for you. you know.
lived in New York City for 21 years, and I was asked why you're not an alcoholic.
Wow.
Okay.
Um,
What?
wow.
Well,
Apparently
not
I'm a
everyone
failure
because
at that
yeah,
as well.
not
Oh.
everyone's not everyone becomes an alcoholic. Some people do other things to cope with it.
Yeah, there's other like this. There are all these other articles we were reading earlier today. There are many different types of forms of addiction that does
Yeah.
not involve alcohol or drugs or anything like that. A lot of
Yeah,
people even turn to gambling. I turned to gambling. I know I gambled. If it weren't for Safety, I would probably be throwing money at gotcha constantly because I don't know why. That's just it's just the draw of gotcha. It's the draw of like pulling in and
yeah.
gambling and hoping. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, you're been a pro wrestler, and I was asked why I was not locked on painkillers, which is good because a lot of people get hooked on those painkillers.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Unnecessarily, that's good, but yeah, I don't. You're not hooked on painkillers. Yeah, I mean, yeah, don't know, but not everyone copes. Not everyone falls into that. They do something else to cope with it.
Yeah, there's other means of coping with our trauma and pain. I don't take drugs. I'm not an alcoholic. I actually avoid anything with alcohol because I can't stand the smell. There's just other means of coping, right? I mean, I disassociated. That was my way of coping. So.
Yeah, you're stronger in spirit because of the life I had to endure.
Aw, that's good. If I didn't persevere, I would have been dead many years ago. Yeah, exactly.
No, I mean, I knew of people who, were in the armed forces and took their own lives.
Succumb to that, yeah.
Succumb to drug addiction too.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, it doesn't help that we treat,
That's horribly.
Our politicians who are so pro-military when it comes to sending people overseas to wars aren't so pro-military when it comes to,
helping them when
funding
after
the VA and
they
actually helping them.
survive. Yeah. If they survive the war, they are not there to help them out.
Yeah.
The main reasons was because my father was an alcoholic and I am made
Military was a mistake. Well,
so it was just like Dad, everyone said to me. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes when you have a parent that is that, you just like you're turned off from it, right? So much to never be like him ever. Yeah, exactly. And that can be, that's like I said, it's one extreme or the other. There's no like in between, Military was a mistake. Yeah, I don't like military.
Yeah,
either.
We'll have our disagreements. I think what I was going back to, well, I know I don't want to get too political with that, but what I'm saying, because that'll veer into a completely different discussion, right?
Yeah,
but what I was saying earlier, and I think earlier is that we feel like, I think a lot of people, even in our generation, we know that we received kind of an effed up economic situation from our parents. And I'm speaking for people who are similar in my age and work in my industry too, but we all feel like we're disappointments to our parents at the same time because they all had the expectation that we were going to be more financially successful than they were, simply because they were more financially successful than their parents, right?
I need to turn you up more. Safety?
Mine?
Sometimes his mic gets too far from his mouth.
Yeah, sorry, I moved it closer. But anyway, so it's hard to kind of, I think a lot of people internalize that expectation.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. You're in the yellow on my Discord, so I mean my meter, so I don't know how to.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Sorry. So we'll go on the next. Sorry, veering into a tangent. Become curious. The next step of healing is to become self-aware, which will help stop the mother or father wound from inflicting harm in your own life and from perpetuating harm to the next generation. Develop a curiosity about yourself. Why do you do things, say things, feel things? Where does this come from? Does this align with who you are and who you want to be? Is this good for you or harmful for you? Says 40. Those with mother and father wounds are disconnected from themselves, including their own needs. They may have prioritized others for so long that suppressing their needs is second nature to them. Becoming curious and investigating towards yourself is a way to slow down the knee-jerk reaction of prioritizing others and learning what you need in a non-judgmental and thoughtful way. 4 is reparent yourself. It's okay for this next step to feel unfair and difficult since you did not.
Just so you know, ads are shouting at me I keep snoozing them, but it's gonna go soon.
Since you did not receive proper parenting, and it is important for you to receive that from yourself by reparenting your inner child, again with the inner child, it is completely normal for grief, anger, and sadness to surface while you do so. Go slowly, give yourself grace and patience as you proceed into this step of healing. Those with a mother or father wound must allow themselves to feel ache and emptiness that accompanies a lack of nurturing and acceptance. Then they must soothe these aches and pains themselves, says Forty. This means loving yourself the way your parent was not capable of doing. Be open and gentle with yourself as you struggle and fumble through your own life journey. Be loving towards yourself during times of uncertainty or when you make mistakes.
Yeah, sure. So,
Sure, what was the question?
sorry about that. I'll scroll down too. Ads will start kicking in a moment though, so I need to run those. It's gonna force them through either way. So just so you know, if suddenly it goes in the ads.
So what was the question?
There's probably a delay, so
Yeah, that's fine.
just if you want to keep reading, and then we'll.
Yeah, I'll read it.
Oh, my siblings feel.
You're overreacting.
Don't listen to them.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily listen. Yeah, I wouldn't
Because-
listen to them in that you're overreacting
Yeah,
per se.
anybody that says you're overreacting doesn't in my opinion, doesn't
No.
deserve the attention, because they did not live your life. They did not live your experiences with the same parents.
Like,
Because
if you,
the thing is, people have kept telling me this too. I have only one sister, all right? And everybody keeps saying, "Why is your sister okay and you're not?" And I'm like, "Excuse me? Why
yet
does
they
that
won't-
matter? She
Yet
lived
they
a
won't-
different experience. She had a whole different experience. My mom treated her like I don't know, like an extension of her. My mom treated my sister very well. She treated me like shit. And then they're like, "Why is your sister better? Why is your sister okay and you're not?" So you cannot, just because you're siblings doesn't mean that you had the same experiences with the same parents.
and like you said earlier, it sounds like you're the oldest.
Or one of the
and
oldest. I think they had.
I don't know, or maybe I
This is
just
the-
implied that you're the oldest. You said when you were 16, you got a job to help take care of your siblings. So assuming your siblings, my family sees me as the redheaded stepchild. So did they really go through the same things? Was the brunt of the abuse put on you because you were the oldest? And sometimes being the oldest, especially in the West, or in many cultures, being the oldest son, you have additional scrutiny and responsibility
Oh yeah, definitely.
foisted on you. No, your sister was treated like gold, so they
Oh,
didn't go through the
jeez.
same thing. She was treated
Yeah.
better.
So yeah, exactly. My younger my younger says it can be either dynamic, me older or younger, doesn't matter.
Mhm.
It's whatever your parents pick. I mean, my mom loved my little sister. She hated my guts. So my brother was like mom, so he was her little white boy. Oh gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah, so parents tend to pick their favorites. I mean,
Parents, like anyone who says, and it's normal. Anyone who says any parent who says they don't have a favorite is probably lying.
they're
is
lying.
to you.
They're so
They're
lying. They are lying because
Yeah, I think because you were the firstborn, you probably got the brunt of it, just like Panda here got from her mom.
yeah.
She got the brunt of it,
So
and yes, so
and like you said, you resembled the father that your mom resembled, or you resembled your father, which your mother resented and took it out on you. So there's and then you just said that your younger brother looked like her, so of course she's gonna favor him.
you were the world's smallest baby to live in 1969. 2 pounds.
Wow.
Wow, that is.
2 pounds,
Ugh.
2 ounces. That's very preemie. Holy cow.
Well, I wonder. Yeah, I wonder. Your mom probably had complications too. I would imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wasn't that small. I was like 4 pounds when I was born. I think it was in kilograms. It's on my Malaysian scribbled gift birth certificate, but it was really small too, but it wasn't that small.
Yeah.
No, she had no she had no complication.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh wow. Okay, I'm surprised because.
Okay, yeah, ads are going to.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, just hit them.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We're gonna take a break and then we'll continue this conversation. Sorry, it's just because Twitch is gonna force the ads regardless.
Yeah, Twitch is being Twitch.
I can't. I mean, I can only pause them 3 times, and
let's
they're
just
shouting at me.
Thanks, Jeff.
So, but anyway, I
Thanks,
know.
Jeff.
Blame Bezos. Yeah. All right. So we'll be back in about 3-ish minutes. So yeah, hold that thought, and we'll just continue this discussion then. Sorry about this. All right, we'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. I'm
ケー
back.
ジナイトウィンドチェックスインよこ
Oh,
そ。
hey, Cage. Welcome back. How are you? Sorry, we just got back. And I was pouring some more tea for Safety and I spilled, so he's cleaning that up. Whoops. Uh,
I am back.
sorry.
Okay.
In real Robo Knight, please don't complain about ads here. You know it's a Twitch built-in thing. I don't appreciate it. It's kind of mean.
Yeah,
It's
sorry,
not my
guys.
fault. If you have a problem with ads, take it up with Twitch.
Yeah, sorry, guys.
I don't change anything. It's built into the system. Twitch is gonna run ads regardless, so I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But yes, ads are ads, and ads will happen no matter what we do. So I apologize that they're there, but I'm gonna change back to the other screen because we didn't finish reading. But yeah, welcome back, Cage. We are talking about mother wounds, and this article that we're currently doing is the
Difference between mother wound and father wound.
yeah,
basically.
mother wound versus father wound. So we're sharing
Yeah.
the difference with that. And we are down here with
No, it's fine. No, we were talking about the ads. Like, yes, 10 ads. We know there are 10 ads.
yeah, there's a lot of ads. It fits into 3 minutes. Whatever they shove into 3 minutes of ads, and that's how many ads you're gonna get. It's different for everybody. And I'm sorry, it's not like I want it to be there. If I could turn off ads completely, I would do it. There's just no way of doing it. You're gonna get ads regardless.
Yeah, might as well. But yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. But yeah, I hear what you're saying, Striker, because basically, like we said earlier, parents do have their favorites, and sometimes in abusive families, they pick one child to be the one they take.
But if you think about it too, we were talking about it. Safety and I were talking about it when we were on break. In the animal kingdom, they pick favorites. All animals, everybody will pick favorites. So anybody that says they don't have a favorite are lying to themselves, to you, to somebody. But everybody has favorites, and it's regardless, appearances, looks. I mean, appearances or personality.
Yeah, now that doesn't mean like your parents have favorites, but that doesn't mean they neglect everyone else. But
No,
some do.
not necessarily.
Some
but yeah.
do. It's showing how you strike.
No, it wasn't you, Striker. It was sorry, when they were Robonet was complaining about ads, and I'm just like, I can't help that. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Sorry.
Ads are ads. It's not like I can stop them. Twitch will cause it to happen.
Twitch needs their ads. Bezos needs.
All I can say, if you don't like ads, you can sign up to their Turbo program. I know it costs money, but
Turbo program.
Yeah, their Twitch Turbo will not prevent any ads from running. But it costs money, and not everybody has money. I don't have it for a reason.
Yeah, and sometimes, if both of your parents are dead, you can't resolve it with it. And even if both of your parents are alive, depending on how bad it was, you may still not be able to resolve it, right? If they don't feel like they did anything wrong.
It's all about how strongly you act on that in the end. What do you mean by that? Sorry. Both parents are gone, so this is unresolved.
Yeah.
It is, Striker, but at the same time, if you're able to see a therapist that specializes in parental wounds, in a sense, most of them will suggest to try, like you said, you wrote music on it. You can write in a journal. You can express exactly your anger with them. It's actually normal and healthy to express anger, just not get into a rage. Anger is different than rage, is what my therapist likes to tell me, because I'm like, I don't want to get angry because then I'll be like my mom. And she's like, no, your mom was raging. Your mom's not just angry. She was raging.
I see what you mean, Cage. Yeah.
Oh, having favorites is inevitable. What matters is how you handle it. Exactly, Cage. No, it's true. But when favorites come, when parents pick favorites to the point where it's a detriment to one child, and it really affects them, like Striker was just talking about how, his parents favored their siblings, and the siblings come back and say, what's your problem? You're overreacting. Mom and dad were great, when their experiences were like, no, they were not. And then I had a similar situation where what people on the outside that know my sister, my mom, dad, and myself, and they're like, then why is your sister okay and you're not? And then my sister even says, mom and dad weren't that bad. And I'm like, sure, if you say so. Even though I was protecting her when she was getting beat, and I was the one that was targeted the most. She doesn't seem to realize this, and it's just like everybody's experiences with their parents are going to be different. Even if you have the same set of parents, you're not going to have the same exact experiences because
Yeah.
there's favoritism involved, or
Mhm.
there's the likeness of interests. If you have an interest that's same as one parent, they are going to favor you. They're going to be drawn to you, and you're going to be drawn to them. Whereas if
Yes.
you have opposite interests, you're going to kind of go the opposite way,
Yeah.
or
Like
just not be involved with each other.
like you can see that in my family too. My sister, my younger sister is is an extremely extroverted person. My dad is an extroverted person.
Yes.
Guess who his favorite is?
Yeah, his dad's favorite is definitely Safdie's sister, and Safdie and his dad do not get along because his dad wanted Safdie to be into sports, into girls, into all this other stuff, and Safdie's the complete opposite. Like, okay, so this is how bad his dad can be. The very first thing he said to me when he met me, he said, "I thought you were fake." He told me he thought I was fake. And he was like, "Wow, you're real." And I'm like, "Huh?" I kind of looked up at him like,
Hey,
"Oh, hey, Fire."
Yeah,
Ah.
I'm not.
Oh,
Yeah, again.
Hold on,
again,
Safdie, wait.
Yeah, sorry.
Hold on for the raid, sorry.
Second rate.
Hi, Fire.
This raid has been brought to you by Made of Fire and Friends. Welcome to the Bamboo Forest.
Hi, Fire. Hi, Raiders. Hello. How are you? I hope you had a good raid. Oh, you were streaming Genshin. We are not streaming any games today. We are talking about the mother wound because tomorrow will be Mother's Day in the U.S. So we thought we'd address it and share what I have learned over time, over the years, through my therapy, and because there's a lot of people that are not aware of a mother wound. It's not a diagnosis or anything, but it is something that is in relation to attachment issues. So that's what we're doing. So I hope you had a good stream. And if you need to step away and do some self-care, please, by all means, take care of yourself. I know streaming can be exhausting, but I hope that you had fun streaming Genshin. It's nice to finally see you playing Genshin, too. I mean, it is technically free, so I hope you have a lot of fun. And yeah, if you need any help, there's a lot of people even still lurking here in this. I think they're lurking here that play Genshin, too. If you need any help, just reach out either on Discord or they'll more than likely come and help you. I know that like Crayon there loves to help people, so he will help you as much as possible. And he also is on the PlayStation 4. I think you're also a PlayStation 4 too. No, you're on PS5 now, aren't you, Fire? Anyway, you're still on PlayStation, so you guys can all hang out in the PlayStation thing and have fun. But yes. For those who don't know who I am, I'm Panda Gidi. I'm joined today with my partner Safdie Kuma, the teddy bear. And right now up on the screen we're talking about the difference between mother wound and father wound, but right now we're more focusing on the mother wound.
Yeah.
But it's a very different, and many people are just like, "Oh, I have that, but with my dad." And I'm like, it's different.
This is why it's different.
This is why it's different. So
this is why it's a different thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or is generally a different thing. But I was gonna say on the contrast, my mom always liked doing things like reading.
Mm-hmm.
And
she was more introverted. Safdie's very much like his
playing
mom.
Board games and card games and that.
Yes.
So and she was more
that's
creative
why,
and musical.
That's why Safdie is his mom's favorite, and that's why I'll never live up to her standards. I'm never going to be good enough for her favorite kid. So she treats me with like kind of an like a very passive aggressive animosity, not like a blatant one. Like she won't say anything mean in front of him, but when I'm alone with her, she is so mean to me. Like passive aggressive, just really just like cold as all heck. But when he's around, she's all like, "Hi," and and I can tell she's being fake, but it's okay.
Yeah, and I think we're doing this because of Mother's Day, because Mother's Day is unavoidable. There's Mother's Day everything, Mother's Day this, Mother's Day that. It's actually
dinner time. Yeah. Get up and stretch, touch grass, get some fresh air. Thank you, Fire, again for the raid. I really appreciate it.
Like Father's Day is kind of a blip. They even They have to share it with graduates. It's always dads and
That's
like
true.
not like they don't do not like Father's Day isn't a thing, but Mother's Day, man,
Yeah, and
is just
for
in
those
your
that came with
face.
Fire's raid, normally I play a lot of Genshin Impact too. That's why I was focusing on that. But today is just a chatting stream because we are talking about Mother Wound, and because tomorrow is Mother's Day in the U.S. and for the last 20 some years, I have not spoken to my mom, and I've been gaslit about it, being told things like she's still your mom. You need to celebrate her because if it weren't for her, you wouldn't be here right
Mm,
now. And I'm just like, I was never given a choice whether I wanted to be
yeah,
born or not. So, and my therapists have told me, you don't owe your mom anything. So, and that's
yeah,
the thing, that the shame and the guilt that most of us with mother wounds live with. We're like, I'm a horrible daughter. Why am I thinking so many bad things about my mom? Why did she mistreat me and I have to worship her? That kind of stuff.
yeah,
So though for those of you just joining us, sorry, this is going to be kind of a deep dive into mother wound and more of a discussion on that. But yeah,
yeah,
have a good lurk then. Thank you for the lurk, Fire.
yeah,
Take care of yourself. But yes, a lot of people do suffer with mother wounds and not realize it.
yeah,
And there's many ways of coping with it, such as we're just adjusting this, reparent yourself. Like this whole article and other articles that we've been reading have discussed on how to recover from this. And I'm working on it, and I'm in my 40s, so it's kind of one of those things where it takes time and patience with yourself, working on your inner child. And I still cannot access my inner child. I mean, anytime my therapist brings it up, I'm like, no, no. And it just feels like that inner child in me is kind of like, nope, she's still hiding. She doesn't want to come out and talk. She's still scared. I've always been a scared little kid. I've always been hiding. I've always been just cowering in fear, and that's exactly where she is still. And I don't know how to ever find her, and I don't know if I ever will. So, but a lot of therapists say that in order to combat that and finally move on with life, is you have to meet up with the inner child and work on it. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. But yeah, anyway, welcome welcome to Bamboo Force. And yeah, normally, again, we are normally gamers and we play video games, but today it's just something different. Anyway, sorry, Safty, I know you was kind of I help, meaning point me in a direction and let me have at it. Have that. Wait, sorry, I'm going back up. Even if you don't have any trauma, everyone should go to a therapist once every over 30-35. You're right, Crayon. If you are able to afford it or just see it, a therapist can really open up your perspective of your life. You can be like, wow, I didn't even consider that kind of thing. I've had a lot of those revelations to me. I mean, my therapist will bring up things like the mother wound, and I'm like, wow, I didn't even think about that, or wow, and I never knew anything about inner child work or inner child anything. I was just like, that's my past life. Why would I want to access it now? And she's just like explaining how that's very helpful to access your inner child, to reparent yourself and be the parent that your mom and dad would never. Sometimes can help heal that wound, or has proven to heal the wound, to be the parent that you never had. I haven't gotten to that point myself, but hopefully someday maybe I can do that. But yeah, so there's a lot of little things that we're working on, and if you're not interested in it, that's fine. I know a lot of people have great mothers. Most people have, if they have a parent wound, it's usually with the father. But there are horrible mothers out there that are not worth celebrating. And for those of you that don't have good mothers, you're in good company. um, and it's fine, and it's not abnormal. And don't listen to the people that sit there and gaslight you and tell you things like you owe them your life, or if it weren't for them, you wouldn't be here right now. Don't listen to those people. I mean, I lost a couple friends last year because of this, because it was almost exactly around the same time of year, and they were talking on their stream about Mother's Day and all this other stuff. And I just kept quiet, and they're just like, don't you have any plans to do with your mom? I haven't spoken to my mom in like 20 years. And they're just like, why not? She's your mom. And I'm just like, so? And they're like, your mom brought you here. And I'm like, so? I didn't choose this. And
Yeah,
they're just
it's
like,
like, okay,
they're just like,
sure.
but moms are supposed to be there for you. My mom is so loving and caring and lifting on. And I'm like, that's nice. I'm happy for you, but my mom is not that. And nor will she ever be, right? So everybody has different experiences. Don't gaslight people. Don't tell them that they don't have their experiences because that's not true. You didn't live their life. You didn't live in their shoes. You didn't understand what, kind of things that they suffered through. So, and if you have a loving, caring, supportive mom, and no mom is perfect, of course, but if you have, I mean, like even Safty's mom, as much as I think she's a perfect mom for Safty, she's a great mom to her, to him. Um, she gaslights me all the time, and she's just
Yeah.
like, she's, because we were
And
addressing it earlier. Yeah, we totally had talked about this earlier. She's a PTA mom. She's like the
yeah,
perfect.
and she didn't, and there was one thing she did do,
Huh.
or sorry, more like she didn't do,
Oh.
that she should have done when I was young, that I wish, in retrospect, she should have done, and she didn't do it. And
Hmm.
like my teachers thought they
Oh
should get
yeah,
me checked. I had multiple teachers approach her and say, you should have your child checked to see if they had,
a
you know,
rainbow child.
they basically what they would say ASD now, but
Yeah,
and
it's what's known as autism spectrum now, but
she
yeah.
refused to do that.
She's like, my child is not autistic. And the reason why, okay, so the reason why I know this is because sometime like in 2016 or 15 or so, 14, maybe it was 2014 or
Hmm.
2013.
Hmm.
It's such a blur. We had a chiropractor that asked me, hey, is Safety autistic? And I'm like, huh? What's autism? I didn't even know what autistic was back then. And I'm like, and he's like, you should look it up and let me know. And I'm like, okay. And like, and then I came back the next session. I'm like, no, he's never. And I asked him too. I'm like, have you ever been tested to be autistic? And he's like, no. And he didn't even. He knew of it and he knew about it, but he's just like, he never thought anything of it. Just like it was just like a passing thought. He knew of its existence, but he never knew anything much about it. But I brought it up to his mom, and his mom, he's like, you know what? I had in elementary school, Safety had teachers that asked me to have him tested, and then I'm like, no, he's not that, so I'm not going to test him. And then she was like silent for a little bit, and all of a sudden she furrowed her brow and just like glared at me. She's like, my son is not autistic. And she was so angry. She was like, her lip was quivering, like she would look so angry. And I'm like, I explaining this to Safety, and he's like, I've never seen her like that. And I'm like, I never want to see that again because that was scary. It was so scary.
Yeah.
She looked so angry at me. And I'm like, oh my God, because boomers do not look at autism as a different thing than it does today in this day, right? Today's day, everything is much more acceptable. Back then, as a rainbow child, no, that was like the last thing you want to hear your child as being. And it was not a good thing at all to have that kind of diagnosis or anything like that.
Hmm.
So, yeah, that's one thing that his mom failed Safety on, because Safety could have been in special, like not really special, but like better, because he excelled. He was a highly intelligent form of it, the high functioning part of it. He was super smart. He was smarter than everybody else in his classroom. That's why his teachers wanted him to get tested, because he knew stuff that shouldn't be normal for a kindergartner, a first grader. And he's like, and the teachers would ask the mom, do you teach this stuff to your kid? And it's just like, no, Safety would get on his own and find out the stuff on his own. He was reading novels at like age 3, his mom said. And I was like, wow, damn, what did he do? He was just, he was above and beyond intelligence as a kid, as a baby, as a kid. He picked up on things super fast. He was like a fast learner. And eventually, like in college, he plateaued, which is very typical with people on the spectrum, by the way. So that's why we fully think, even though he hasn't been officially diagnosed with it, he is on the spectrum, because he was so intelligent as a kid and then he just plateaued. He just straight line, Now he's like pretty much on par with just about anybody, But yeah, as a kid, he just, boom, he was much more smarter than the rest of his classroom. He was like the above percentile, his mom told me. And I'm just like, you never suspected this? You know, like, why is she getting raging at me and getting mad at me for asking something like this? And it's just, that's the one place where his mom failed Safdie. But his mom, I think, had good intentions. So it's not that she hates him or hates this or does this to hurt him. But I think it's more a pride or ego thing, something like that. So I'm going off on a tangent anyway. So in a way, that's kind of a one wound. I don't know. Let me see. I'm missing some chat. Sorry, my mom's freaking psycho. My mom was too, Striker. Like I said, my therapist said without meeting her, she can't do official diagnosis. But from my stories, Striker, my therapist says my mom was probably postpartum psychosis. Like literally, that's a diagnosis. Postpartum psychosis. There's postpartum depression, which most people have heard of, that a lot of women that have given birth deal with. That's going downward. That's like just getting, shutting down, shutting off. Psychosis is going like completely batshit crazy and taking out everything on the kid. So my mom was that part. She was literally psychosis. Anyway, each for a different reason. Yeah. Your mom probably had a lot of trauma. It sounded like unfortunately with your father, and she took it out on all of you differently, maybe, or anything like that. You spend your life picking at things you don't realize you haven't let them go. Exactly. No, that makes sense, Crayon. That makes perfect sense what you said. Domain, it's a good thing to talk about. Oh no, thank you, Fire. Sorry, I know I'm catching up on this. I help, meaning point me in the direction and let me have at it. Yeah, one of my regulars has been telling me suggestions on how to do stuff. Made it to rank 10. Oh, nice! I pulled an Ice Priest kid.
Chongyun.
Oh, Chongyun. Okay.
Yeah, he got Chongers, I think.
Chongers, maybe. Have a good time reading over this stuff and educating people or giving people a place to feel things about Mother's Day. Well, it's more or less like allowing people to feel that not all moms are great. That's really all it is. It's, not everybody's mom is going to be an angel. There's a lot of moms that are, though, but not all of them are. So it's more or less just accepting the fact that not all of us will have the same experiences as everybody else. So, and it's to be a safe place for those of us that do suffer mother wounds.
I think we've got the other problem now where people think, you think you're either like that or you're like some sort of crazy eccentric super genius.
Oh, sorry, there's different conversations. Sorry, I'm still catching up on chat. I'm scrolling up, sorry. My take is that celebration and respect is earned. No, Eternal Visitor, I totally agree with that. I totally agree that it's earned. It's not something they deserve. But most people think that mothers deserve to be celebrated and respected because simply they are your mother. They gave birth to you or whatever, if it's an adopted mom, then they raised you, right? But it doesn't mean they raised you well. They just raised you. Like my mom and dad pointed out, they gave me food on my plate and a roof over my head, and I should be happy, But I think all children deserve love and comfort and to grow and learn who they are as a person. If they don't have a happy or good environment to learn that in, they are going to struggle. I mean, I pretty much spent first 40 years of my life disassociated. I went through life all just floating. I don't really have any memories, any fond memories. Even to the point where when I went on my honeymoon with Safdie, I don't really have any good memories. I remember the dolphins, and I just remember really the dolphins. I don't have any memories of it. I see pictures and I'm like, did that happen? Oh, and when I had my first edamame. Those are the only two memories I have, and it's nothing against Safdie. It's just my whole entire body was shut off from my they say there's different parts of your brain that stays active, and there's other parts of your brain that shut off, and part of that is the amygdala or something like that. I forgot. Anyway, if you are disassociated, that part of the brain is not active. So that's my problem. Okay, Chongers, okay. It was mentioned when I was little to look at my inner child. When you were little? Wait, when you're little to look at your inner child, it's supposed to be something that adults do. Adults are supposed to look back at their inner child and then reparent themselves, just like this article is going on. Frio, I love my mother, but even I got mad when people say things like that. Leave me in my life, leave me to my life and mind your own business, maybe. Yeah, exactly, Cage. And there's a difference between loving and liking too of your family, you know? You can love and respect somebody, but you didn't have to like them. I've been quiet mostly while still present, but my favorite response to my mother's threat of I brought you into this world, I'll take you out, is to simply reply, wanna bet? You know, my mom kept saying the same thing. She kept saying things like, well, it was kind of different. She would be like, if I didn't go to jail, I would kill you right now. I'll kill you like I kill a pig. That's what she'd say. Because she's broken English, and I guess she's trying to translate something. She's like, I kill you like I kill pig. And I'm just like, okay, go ahead. I just looked at her, I'm like, go ahead. I don't care. Kill me, I don't care. And then she'd be like, ooh, and then she'd just walk away. Or she'll slap me, or she'll beat me, or something. So, yes, I understand. And it's fine to be quiet, Cran. You don't have to share anything you don't want to share. And this is just an open place. I am willing to talk about this because I've had so many years of being quiet about it that it's not healthy to keep it all in sometimes. I mean, it is for some people. It's like I said, everybody's different. But I noticed after talking about it, I've been feeling a lot better. Like I feel less like I'm trapped, and I feel like I can actually start to heal, come from a place of healing, and be like, this was my life, and this was my reality. And whether people want to listen to it or pay attention to it is up to them. I can control my own feelings. I can't control others. And if this helps other people to open up and say, hey, I have the same wound, or I have a similar wound, or I'm struggling with something similar to that, but I didn't know how to address it, or, because I didn't know about any of this, but I had the luxury of going to therapy. And like I said, when I say any money I get from Twitch goes to medical, therapy is part of medical, by the way. So if it weren't for doing little things like streaming and Safdie's income, I wouldn't be able to see this therapist. Therapy is really expensive, super expensive. I only go once every 2 weeks because it's really expensive. So, but I've learned so much over the last 3 years, and I wanted to make sure that other people know that they're not alone, and that this is fine to talk about it and to understand that mother wound does exist and that there are ways to heal from it, but I'm still working on it myself. So I'm not anywhere near to the point where I say I'm healed. I am still struggling. I'm holding back tears just talking about it too. So, anyway, unfortunately this was the 70s and psychology. Yes, exactly, Striker. That's why even in the 90s was different too. I mean, Child Protective Agency got involved with us when they started the agency, and I think they started that in 91 in the US. They started the whole Child Protective Agency to combat child abuse, and they went hard at first, but then nowadays it's a joke, right? It just trailed off into defunded jokeness, I don't know what you want to call it, but Child Protective Agency got involved with my family because my mom hit me so hard it tore all the tendons in my whole arm, all from my fingertips to my elbow, and my sister's leg was broken. But she did that to herself. It's a long story, but my parents went to train to learn to take over a store. They were buying a grocery store to run themselves, so they didn't have to work for corporate America, or they didn't really do corporate stuff. Sorry, they did blue collar work, like lumber mill and factory work, right? So my mom wanted to own a business, so she bought a store, and it was like 2 hours, an hour and a half away from where we lived. And my mom and I was in 8th grade, my sister was in 5th grade, and my mom and dad said specifically, don't go anywhere to my sister. They know I wouldn't go anywhere because I'm introverted. But my sister is a wild child, so they lock up her bike. They said, don't go anywhere. She decided to steal my bike and ran away, went off to the park with her friends. And I didn't know this. And then suddenly I get a call from I guess her friend, and she's like, I think your sister's hurt. And I'm like, oh well, she can take care of herself. She's a big girl, right? She's like, no, I think she's really hurt. Like she can't, her foot is really fat and she can't walk anymore. And I'm like, what? So she stole my bike, and the park is like an half an hour away on a bike. So it took me about an hour to get there, walk on foot. I get there, my sister apparently jumped off of a swing, landed on her ankle, and it swelled, it broke. Anyway, when my parent and I, the first thing you want to do is call your parents and be like, I think my sister is hurt. My sister's name. I think she's hurt. And they're like, wait till we get home, and they hung up. And that was like early evening because the sun was still out, and the store being an hour and a half away, and they closed the store at midnight. They didn't get home till about like 1:30 in the morning. And the only thing, they were so pissed off. The only thing they did was my dad goes in, and my sister passed out from being in pain, and I propped it up with some ice and everything like that. Um, Gosh, the memory of this was really bad. He takes her foot, starts twisting it, waking her up, and say, "Does this hurt? Does this hurt?" He was so furious, like he was so angry with my sister for disobeying him. And this is the first time I've seen my parents lash out at my sister. And then my sister woke up screaming in pain, like curdling pain, because her foot was already broken, right? And my dad was just making it worse by twisting it, going, "Does this hurt? Does this hurt?" And yeah. So my sister was literally screaming bloody murder. She was just, hyperventilating, yelling as loud as she can. When you're crying and you're hyperventilating and just wailing, literally wailing. And my mom also had a clothes hanger, a metal clothes hanger, and was whipping her on the back and saying, "Why didn't you listen? Why didn't you listen?" Right? And then she eventually something snapped off of it, and she's like, "If you don't stop crying before I get back, I will beat you some more." Right? So I tried to muffle my sister's cries, and it's really hard when you're at that point. So I shoved her head in my chest and just like was holding under her head and just like tried to muffle her cries. Right? It was impossible, but you're trying your best, right? And you're panicking. So my arms were covering the back of her, and my mom comes in with the hanger, and that's when she broke everything in my hand because she was whipping my hand in that time. And my dad's sitting there at the foot of the bed and twisting my sister's foot. So anyway, I ended up waking up the next morning. I couldn't move my arm. And my mom was just like, "Oh, just get the jacket on. You go to school. You're fine, right?" And she's like, "Oh, stop complaining. You're just faking it." And so I get to school, and I remember it was still winter, and it was in Michigan, so it's really cold there. And I had one of those jackets that had the elastic around the wrist, and since my hand was like all swollen from being smacked out, I couldn't get it off. I couldn't get my coat off, and I was crying at my locker, and I was just like, "Oh my god, I can't get this off." And I was gonna get late to class. And my quote unquote friends at the time, they're not really friends, they're opportunists. They saw me and they're like, "Oh my gosh, what's wrong?" So I was like, "I can't get my coat off." And they're like, "Oh my god, what happened?" And I'm like, I fell. Because you lie about stuff when you're accustomed to abuse and knowing that you will get worse treatment if you tell on your parents, right? You're more scared of your parents than you are of counselors or the police or anything like that. So I just said I fell, and I think I broke my arm because I couldn't move it. And they looked at me, they're like, "We hear what happens outside of your house," because we used to get beat. We get beat all the time. And they would walk by because it was a suburb, and they would hear us screaming through the windows, crying. They're like, "We hear what goes on at your house. This was something your parents did, isn't it?" And I'm like, "No, I fell down. I fell down." And they're like, "No, you didn't." And then they just literally dragged me to the counselor's office. And they're like, "She gets beat at home. And look at her hand now." So they had the nurse look at it. They're like, "Yeah, this is not from falling." And they decided to call the cops. And that's the start of why the Child Protective Agency got involved in her family. They left my 5th grade sister at home alone while they went to work. My mom and dad went to work. They left her alone at home because her foot has swelled up even more overnight. And she couldn't walk on it, so she couldn't go to school. And my mom was really upset with that. Apparently, no one answered the door because my sister, I guess, was kind of passed out and on downstairs. And So the cops literally broke into our house because nobody answered, and it scared the shit out of my sister. And she's like this little fifth grader, and they literally broke the door down. Like they busted that door down, and they had guns pointing. And yeah, so they called my dad and my mom at their workplaces, and they're like, you need to get here now. They took so much action, unnecessary action in our family. Like, can you imagine if you're a little fifth grader sitting at home, just minding your own business, have all the snacks all around you because your mom is just like babying you, being all like, oh, you'll be okay, we'll just go to the doctor after I get home. A normal mom would be like, I'll take you to the doctor, or let's take you to the emergency room. No, that's not my parents. Anyway, so that when the Child Protective Agency got involved, my parents pulled the I don't speak English card because, we're immigrants, but they can speak English, just broken English. And they were like, we don't understand English, so we can't talk to these people, right? They're pulling the yeah, I don't speak English card. And it's really dumb because they do know speak English. And so they got somebody that spoke Mandarin, where my dad only speaks Cantonese. My mom can understand Mandarin, but my dad cannot. So they reframed it, and they're like, what punishment is like in the homeland, right? It's harder than it is here in the United States. And they're like, they're just kids. They just got hurt. We didn't do that. And it was just a mess. It was a huge, huge mess back in, like, it was like 90, 92, 93, somewhere in there. 1993, I think it was. 92 or 98, I forgot now. Anyway, it was just like an ugly, disgusting mess. And so when they brought the new counselor in that spoke Mandarin, my mom was trying to describe things and like, oh, they're just kids, don't listen to them. So they got a slap on the wrist. My parents did. But they said that if they get caught again doing this to us, that we will be both taken away from my parents. That's how serious they were about it. And my mom never forgave me for that. She says, they can take you away, but don't take my sister away. Don't take my sister away. She didn't want my sister to go away. So she's like always blaming me. She's like, you told the cops on me. You has such a black heart. I can't believe you tell on your mom. You make all these lies up and you told on me. And I'm just like, oh my God, I didn't tell on you. My friends told on her, the opportunists.
Your schoolmates told.
Yeah, my
Your
schoolmates told
reporting
on.
it. Also,
the schoolmates skipped class with me, by the way. That's what happened.
Also,
so.
the injury here that you gave me. Sorry, what?
Huh?
It's like, first of all, it was your schoolmates.
Yeah.
But yes, but also, do you not see the injury you gave me?
Yeah.
Like, it's like, whatever.
Yeah, it was always the covert narcissist will always play the victim. And so she sicked my sister, and since she couldn't hit me anymore physically, the emotional and verbal abuse picked up, like doubled. And she would make my sister and my cousins beat me, because then it just looks like my peers, just teasing me, I guess. So I got abused from my sister and my cousins, and my mom cheered it on. Like my cousin, my boy cousin, the only male cousin I had, which was only 4 months older than I did, he gave me a black eye and a bloody lip, like big ones. And my mom literally stood there at the doorway, glaring at me with a smirk on her face, and she's like, I just only wish I could join in. She said that as my cousin was pummeling my face. She's like, yeah, get her. And then she's like, I want to do it too. Let me do it. They'll take my sister away. So she's like, I can't do it. So do it more for me. Do it for me. And I was just like, oh my God, I can't, it was like an out of body experience listening to my mom cheer my cousin for beating me up. And by the way, he was beating me up because I stole his PlayStation 1 memory card, and I wouldn't give it back to him because he erased my Final Fantasy 7 game that I almost had a black chocobo. Okay, we were kids. I was 18, 17 years old at that time. Yeah, I was like barely an adult. I think I was just finishing high school when Final Fantasy 7 came out, the original on the PlayStation 1. And he erased my game out of spite. He was just mad at me one day. and so I stole his memory card. You know, petty kid stuff, right? But I don't think that deserved a bloody lip and a black eye. So take it as you will. That's what happened with us. He was a really big guy. I'm only this tiny, you know. I'm just short. I'm just really short. And he beat me up for a PlayStation memory card. And then my mom cheered him on and said, "Do it for me." So that was just one instance. I mean, I skipped a few years in there, but there was a lot of abuse in between that, where my mom stopped beating us. She stopped beating us because she couldn't anymore. Otherwise, she would lose both of us. So anyway, I'm sorry. I'm still looking at chat. I'm way up here at 5:37 timestamp. So I'm like a half an hour behind. Like you see, it was Striker says it was mentioned then I was little to look at my inner child. See, I don't understand that because inner child is something you look at when you're an adult. So that's why, I mean, I don't know how it was worded for you. It could be different for everybody. For real, I love my. Oh, sorry, I read that one. I read that one too. Sorry. Oh, I'm going to get evaluated for autism in a few weeks. Oh, that's good. I'm glad that you're gonna be able to get tested. I know that's expensive though, but that really does help. It does help a lot, especially when you can get official diagnosis. Like I said, Safety was never able to do that, and we looked into the prices, at least around here, and it's just not worth it. He has all the check off lists, so that's where we're just like, yeah, he's somewhere in the spectrum, and that's okay. We're okay with this. Ah, yes, being high functioning, fun times, school war. Yes, exactly, Ghosty. You become like the teacher's favorite and the pet teacher and the teacher's pet and stuff like that. And you know, you get favored over the other kids, and they're like, "Oh, you're just so fake." And anyway, I know. I'm sure Safety endured a lot of that crap too. But yeah, some feel that if something is wrong with a child, they did something wrong, and they will never admit they were wrong. You have a point there, Striker. I think that's probably a lot of boomers view autism as something wrong with the child, when it's not really necessarily wrong. It's just a different wiring of the brain. So yeah, I agree with that, Striker. I think that's why his mom lashed out at me, because she doesn't want to. She feels like it was something wrong that she did, and she's just taking it out on me. So that could be good. It's generally been hard for some people to see autism as anything but an ultra low functioning, dribbling, invalid. That's true too, Eternal Visitor. You're right. People do view autism as like the non-functioning type, the Rain Man type. I think that's what it's called.
Where all he can do is count cards.
Yeah, exactly. But
he has
no.
the magical ability to count cards, even that he hasn't seen.
Yeah. So I mean, like,
Oh.
Safty's just super intelligent, and then he plateaued in college, so that's fine, and that's normal actually. Apparently, that's a very normal thing, like I mentioned earlier, and that's exactly what Safty experienced, and there's nothing wrong with it at all, and it's fine, and it's sad that people don't see autism as a spectrum. I can read fast, around 260. Yeah, Safty can read extremely fast. It's
He had to
ridiculous.
read Twilight at school and then tanked my interest.
And
I can't believe you had to read Twilight at school.
Yeah, I'm surprised that was required. That kind of we were required to read the classics, not
Whatever the hell that is.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, no offense. And like, I don't think that's literature. That's like fantasies, like not okay.
It is literature, but well.
Okay, I
fine.
mean, we were told to read things like Romeo and Juliet and.
Okay, I might be biased against Twilight.
Okay.
Maybe you could read The Hunger Games and say in your Irony 101 class.
Personally, I had to read Twilight School. Oh my gosh, it takes my interest. I never was a fan of that. Sorry, I don't like Twilight. I liked vampire stories when I was growing up, but I did not like Twilight. Something about it bugged me. I tried looking at my inner child once, and he flipped me. Oh no, Ghosty.
No.
This is helpful. Bureaucratic oversight committee.
I think he's talking about the CPA.
Oh. You have a stream and you're introverted? Yes, I know it sounds weird. I know it's weird. But again, I'm only trying streaming because, Safety put it on me, and then over time, it's different. It's different to be introverted in real life and talking to a computer screen. I wouldn't be able to talk like this to you if we met in person. That's for sure. I'm just talking in front of a computer screen, and I I'm okay with this. It takes a while. There's times when I play video games that I stop talking because I focus too much on the game. But yeah, you're branching out more because of the stream. Way to go. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm doing. I learned to internalize and repress. Yeah, that's normal though, Crayon. When we deal with a lot of horrible stuff like mother wound and stuff like that, that's typically what happens. We just turn into ourselves, we disassociate, we disconnect. We turn to other stuff. Like, there's a lot of talk about addictions and stuff, right? That's normal because you just want to get away and run away from your problems. So it's totally normal to just, internalize and repress. Remember, I just turned 45 and I just started opening up to this. I
17.
just started talking about this.
17.
I went like 40 years being to myself, quiet, never. I could not talk about it. I thought something was always wrong with me, not with my mom. It was with me. I had to learn to understand a situation, grow up super early. Yeah, my mom was 16 and I was emancipated at 16. Oh, I see. I won't excuse the abuse that my parents put me through. Terrible parents, but now that I'm older, I see them as okay friends. Oh, well, sometimes it changes. Relationships with parents change once you're adults. That can happen. And they've mentioned that in these articles that we've been reading about mother wounds and stuff like that. They've mentioned how to heal, and that usually when you're an adult, you can change the relationship, but not always. And in my case, I'm pointing out that's not a good idea to do. But I'm glad that you're able to. But now I'm older, see them as okay friends. Just can't forgive mom for trying to force me to talk into talk shows. Oh, you might like this book called I'm Glad. Oh, no, okay, this sounds really morbid, but I'm glad. I think it's called I'm Glad My
mom died or something.
I'm glad
like
my
that.
mom died. It's about a girl who was forced to act because her mom wanted her to act and forced her to do all this stuff. And then her mom died, and then she wrote this book, and she's just like happy because she can actually finally be herself. And I mean, of course, she misses the mom she never had, and it talks about a lot of issues. But the title just is. My therapist recommended me reading this book, but I'm like, I have problems reading with my vision issue. But Safdie is thinking about reading the book himself. So yeah, it's called. Wait, we had a article, one of these articles that quoted it, right, Safdie? Remember? Was it?
Yeah,
No,
it
wasn't
was in
this
there
one.
somewhere. I don't know which one it was. Sorry.
Wait, yeah, which one was it? Was it this one?
I don't remember.
Yeah, it was this one. The author's Jeanette McCurdy. I'm glad my mom died. That's the one. But yeah, like I was conditioned to believe any boundary I had was a betrayal of her, so I stayed silent, cooperative. This person, my therapist recommends me read this book. I'm glad my mom died. And I'm not saying you're at that point or you are feeling that way, but this book, she says, opened up a lot of talk about how there are a lot of moms that force their kids and live through their kids and stuff like that. So yeah, that's a book to read if you like to read books about mental health and stuff. It is something that therapists do recommend. So this is from Psychology Today. Anyway, sorry, that was the other. Anyway, you know what's scary about what you are saying? I was in 3rd grade and mom beat the crap out of me. Mom told me never to tell that I was beat by her, yet she dressed me in shorts. They can see the wounds. They called BCS, and she basically told them to mind their own business. And when I got home, anyone want to guess what happened?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I got beat if someone else called us out on it. So yeah, you're more scared of the parent than you are of cops or counselors or something like that. So you tend to just lie. You end up covering it up. You end up being your parents' liar, right? You end up having to tell lies just to save your own ass, Because that's not abuse in and itself, geez. Right? I know.
Right.
I am sorry. Yeah, it is really sad, but it's just people have their own stories, and like I said,
it's a very common pattern. Unfortunately, you're more scared of the person abusing.
Yeah, you're more scared of the parent because they are your caregiver. You see them as a child. You see them as, if I don't have this person, I'm not going to be able to live. That's your survival right there, right? So you're going to do everything you can to please that parent, that person, or you might lose that security, right? Regardless, yeah. Yeah, I am sorry to hear that too, Striker. It's very, very understandable and
Yep.
relatable, unfortunately.
BRB Northern Lights. Oh, yes.
Oh yeah, okay,
Enjoy your
that's
Northern Lights.
enjoy the Northern Lights. We're still daytime here, so that's borderline entrapment at that point. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I agree. But again, you don't see that as a kid, right, Cage? As an adult, you look back and you're like, yeah, that's pretty much entrapment. But as a kid, you see them as your only means of survival, right? I get the feeling my inner child never left, and judging by my Amazon purchase today, I think it's charge of my finances. Yeah, inner child is a misnomer, I guess to say. It's just it's the lost little kid that it's not like how you say man child, or men never grow up, they're always kids. I jokingly say that about Safety all the time. You
Hi,
always
I'm a
have your
bear.
toys. Yeah, okay, you're a bear, sorry. You
Wait.
always have your toys and everything like that, but it's not
On the
that. The
other
inner
hand,
child.
I'm a bear. I have a teddy bear toy as my avatar. So anyway.
Yeah, but the inner child is who you were as a kid, experiencing the world as the kid, like with under the guidance of your parents. That version of you. That's what they mean by inner child. Thanks is funny eternal. Gotta laugh out of that. It is funny, yeah. My father was slightly abusive when I was younger, which is part of why my parents got divorced. He leveled out a lot though, but my younger brother is still the blatant favorite. Yeah,
Yeah.
like I said, every parent has their favorite, unfortunately, and there's various reasons why that they pick who they pick, and it's really sad. But it's also animal nature. If you think about it from the animal kingdom, if a panda, if a real panda has multiple births, if they have more than one baby, they will only pick one and feed one. They will ignore the other one, even though they're a twin or a triplet or four. In rare case they have four and one. They will ignore the others. They won't feed it. They'll just pick one. That's how pandas are, though. The bears are other bears are different. Dogs and cats, they can't really pick and choose. It's like survival of the fittest, really. The runt usually ends up, unless human intervention happens, the runt usually dies. So there's a lot of things like in animal nature that there's always favoritism, right? In a way. I don't know if that makes any sense. Anyway, I heard about that book, some child star. Yeah, it's a child star. Mine just wanted to put me on Murray and Sally Jones show or whatever they were.
Yeah, those talk show.
Yeah, but still, that's forcing you to do something that's not what you want to do, and it's very similar, That's
Yeah,
what I was getting at.
know.
I saw that book come out, and I was a
kind
bit
of-
curious, but I was
kind
also
of curious about the motivation. Is like you don't want your family to show up on those shows.
no, you don't.
Like who wants to show
That's
up?
embarrassing.
Who wants to be on who? Like there's people like why would you want to be on Jerry? Why are all those people like jumping for the chance to be on Jerry
Springer. I
Like
know.
why would you want to be on?
Why
that
do you want to broadcast your paternity tests? I don't understand that
Why would
either.
you even do that? Why
Like
would
Judge Judy and stuff like that. But anyway, I was previously aware of what she went through before the book came out, to some extent anyway, and from what she shared publicly. Okay, I've never even heard of that actress, Cage. That's how bad it is. I've never heard of her. I never heard of her experiences. But my therapist says it's a really good book and highly recommended in the therapy world.
Yeah,
So,
I think a more classic example of the same thing, although I think it was her father who pushed it on her, was people don't even know who I'm talking about now. But this was like in our parents' time. There was an actress named Patty Duke.
oh yeah.
And she got her start like doing like these rigged quiz shows.
Mm-hmm.
And then she became like
Weren't there those siblings?
She did a sitcom.
Yeah, but no, there's these siblings that were similar.
I Probably.
He was the one that's saying, "Let's get down to business." That
Oh,
guy.
Donnie and Marie.
Yeah,
Donnie
Donnie and
Marie
Marie
husband.
were forced to. I heard they were forced as children.
Probably. I don't know if it's the same thing.
I heard that it was something similar like that. But anyway.
Yeah, their entire segment is made up, and they're playing part. Yeah, I get to what you're saying, Sergeant Striker. Like they did get money for it, and they got to see Chicago. But $700, and now you recognize people. That show was touted to be reality. We all know it was all staged. A lot of it was staged. But you make an ass of yourself for $700
No, it's not worth it anyway.
on national TV. I mean, I guess that's what people
God,
do on
skating
TikTok
fights and
now.
stuff
But
never scared me more than my mother did. Exactly, Striker.
Well, yeah,
Exactly. When your parent strikes so much fear in you.
yeah, I mean, gangs generally don't intentionally go after toddlers. They go at it with the cops and rival gangs. But yes, you're more likely to get harmed by your own caregiver than a gang.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
I still find my mom to be scarier than anything else. I mean, I'm still scared of things like undead, and
Yeah.
I get bothered by skeletons and zombies and anything scary and jump scares, and I can't play scary games and watch scary movies. And but I'm still number one on top of my list is my mom that I'm scared of. Still to this day, a couple of friends of mine who were just wrestlers were invited to Jerry's. Oh, Irish Makers were made up and they were playing a part and got $7 and a free trip to Chicago. Oh, okay, their entire segments. My friends saw it as just another performance.
Yeah, but
yeah, wrestling is mostly a performance too, so I can kind of see where if you guys are already in the, if you're already in the whole
performative art.
Yeah,
thing,
if you're in the performative art things, then it's
I
just
don't
like
know.
another
I don't.
joke.
Yeah, you are. I know you're a wrestler. It's just like I
Yeah.
want to say that like you've got a like some of the like
You already know what to expect.
Some of the people on Jerry, like the portrayals on Jerry Springer were of people who were like complete like they played the worst possible people, like, and it was like just like
I can't believe. Sorry, I guess it's because I ramble too much, but ads are almost about to go off again. I'm sorry, but yes, they're gonna go off again.
We thought,
and then...
a lot. We you know.
Yeah,
a lot
it
of
was
people
very fake, but most people think it's real. My
a lot of
dad
people
thought it was
that
real.
show was real.
Yeah, a lot of people. It's surprising.
Like the fights on there. A lot of people thought that was actually all real. They didn't.
Yeah,
a
like
lot of people
the stories and everything.
Yeah,
people thought it was real.
A lot of people think there are people who think WWE is real still.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna run these ads and then we'll be back and then we'll probably start wrapping things up because I need to finish this article. I'm sorry.
We'll finish the article. Sorry.
No, I've already turned off raids so that I won't get any more. But yeah. Well, we're gonna run these ads and then we'll be right back. Wait. Oh, from what I could understand from reading through the emails in the family computer, it was the perks like trips and spa. Oh, and most of the sympathy. Oh, sympathy. Okay, I figured out she mostly wanted a room of people to reassure she was right. Oh gosh, I didn't play ball and learn to dodge dishes. If not for my older neighbor, sweet old man said, if you try to make him, I will take him in myself. Aw. Well, it's good to have that support. I had a neighbor when we were moving from our house that we grew up in, the house that we stayed in the longest, which was 5 years. Yeah. Oh yeah. See, ads are gonna be running. Sorry. Anyway. It's gonna run, so I better just run this, and I'll be right back. Okay. All right. Oh, we'll be right back.
Okay, everyone. I'm gonna do the.
Okay, thank you for waiting. We
We're
are back.
Yeah.
Okay, so this person that okay, sorry.
No, I'm not saying. So just to
But
be
it takes a
clear,
lot for us to
just to be
performing the thing.
clear, Striker. Yes, it takes. Yeah, it's a strenuous and dangerous. It's a strenuous. Studio wrestling or, like WWE style, is very difficult to do. It's a very
I
difficult
knew it
thing.
as
It's very
WWF.
yeah. It's a very physically demanding thing you're
Oh yeah,
doing,
definitely.
and
I'm
dangerous. You're doing dangerous things. You're
stunts.
doing
Yeah,
dangerous stunts. I mean, people have
actually
gotten
get hurt.
killed,
Yeah, yeah.
actually get hurt and get killed doing this stuff. Even though they are it's staged choreography, it's no different than a fight scene in a movie. So I'm just saying, yeah, I'm not saying it's not difficult to do. It is very difficult and very strenuous to do. And so it does take a lot of skill to pull those off. You have
So
to be in
funny.
good
Oh
shape
my
to
God.
pull that stuff off. Um,
But no,
and
it
it's a
used
lot.
to be called the WWE used to be called WWF. So,
Yes,
and then they got
I'm just
sued or
saying, like,
something. It was
I'm
back in the
just saying,
80s. It was back
yeah,
in the 80s.
I'm just saying, like, it's still a very, it's a strenuous performance, but it's still a choreographed fight. But some people think that it's a legitimate
Mhm.
fight, like a boxing match, or whatever, right? Like, or a normal sporting event. They
I
don't
remember one time my dad
see it as
caught.
purely entertainment.
Yeah, my dad caught a Judge Judy episode and thought it was real. And I'm like, I don't think that's real. He's like, what do you mean? That's real. These are real people. I'm
They
like,
are, well, of course, they're real people, but
but
it's not a
no,
real court.
he doesn't think they're acting. And that's the thing. Some people cannot tell the difference, and they refuse to admit that it's not real. We do get hurt
You
despite being
definitely,
afraid
you definitely get hurt.
Oh yeah, I'm sure you get bruises and cuts and all sorts
Right.
of, stuff. I
Uh,
saw a documentary about some wrestlers that did things like that, and yeah, the injuries were real. I get it, but you guys. But you guys do it for the entertainment. I don't know why, but it's the same reason why people watch sports, I guess. I can't handle it.
yes,
Yeah.
except,
I
yeah.
had a friend. I had a friend in elementary school who was obsessed with the WWF. She loved. Talk about masculine energies in a female. She loved. What was his name? The Ultimate Warrior
Ultimate Warrior.
and Hulk Hogan, and she used to imitate the moves on me. She would pick me up, hold me above her head, and slam me on her waterbed. It wasn't fun. Let's put it that way. And
I'm sure. Yeah, those are real. I mean, it's not like you don't get hit by things.
yes.
It's definitely, you take a chair to the face. Yeah. You're
Oh
gonna
yeah,
get hurt.
that's
Yeah.
definitely not. I mean, obviously, I guess you guys have some ways of stopping it, like you have trained ways, and sometimes it doesn't always stop, and
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, like that stuff's gotta hurt. I mean, regardless.
Yeah. Your
My hand.
that's
Uh-oh.
hurt.
I took a chair shot. Oh, and busted my orbitals. I bet. Oh my god, that sounds painful.
Yeah.
It's lead that makes it.
But yeah, I don't understand why people.
The guys turned the chair wrong and hit me in the face.
Yep.
Yeah, see,
Yeah.
it can be you can have a script, and you can even practice it in the back, or something. But if you have one little twist or one little turn or something gets really, the excitement of the area or something, and something is untimed,
Oh.
you can get really smashed up. So I understand. I don't know how you guys do it. That sounds awful, but hey, somebody's got to do it, unfortunately. But yeah, I don't know how you do it, but yeah, we're gonna finish this article before.
No, I hope that. Ouch. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, I hope
that's
you're
bad.
doing better.
Yeah, degenerative sight. Yeah, that's not good. Well, hopefully you don't.
Now
lose
I have
your sight.
degenerative damage to my eye, and I was told I could lose my sight in the next. Oh no.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, it's real. I mean,
that's gotta
like
be
with
awful.
anything, you're doing a physical activity, whether you're doing a true sport like NFL, people get injured grievously in the NFL, or you're doing like that kind of choreographed entertainment, you're doing stunts for a movie,
Mm-hmm.
or you're doing you're doing a choreographed fight performance like WWE style or whatever.
Wow, that's a long time.
The risk of injury is high. Yeah, wow. risk of injury is high in those things, and you're going to. I mean, the risk of injury or death is high.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's a risky thing.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so reparent yourself. Oh, so no regrets.
No,
Well,
no
there you
regrets.
go.
Well,
I'm glad you don't have any regrets, but yeah, that's definitely something you have to really enjoy to do that long. Wow. I
no.
can't handle watching people get hurt, so I could never handle watching wrestling. Okay, so reparent yourself. It's okay for this next step to feel unfair and difficult. Since you
think
did not
I read that one.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, we're on 5.
Oh, sorry. Okay, work towards forgiveness. It is completely understandable if you to want to blame the parent who wounded you, but in many cases that parent was doing the best they could given their circumstances. No, that's wrong. Things that may not have been fully in your parents' control, poverty, substance abuse, a violent partner, illness, death, or the parent's own mental health and emotional limitations could have impacted how your parent was and wasn't able to form a secure and loving bond with their children. Yeah, I blame my mom's trauma, but she didn't have to treat me this way, so. Reflect on your parents' childhood as objectively as possible. I don't know anything about my parents' childhood, so I don't know where this article's weird. Anyway, what types of challenges did they face? I don't know. They never talked about it. How would you describe their relationship with their parents? I don't know. I never met their parents.
Yeah.
This doesn't help people that don't have any connection to their extended family. This will help you see the process by which that parent passed their wounding to you. It will help you forgive your parents, not for their abuse, but neglect towards you, but for how their own wounds caused them to lash out. Again, I don't know anything about my family. I don't know anything about my grandparents. I don't even know anything about my aunts and uncles. Only the one aunt that lived in Canada, and that's it. I met my dad's siblings like once. There's 2 of them that were living in France and 3 of them that lived in Australia. I met them all once. Technically twice with 2 of them from Australia because they came to the U.S. for our wedding, and I saw them for all but 10 minutes.
Yeah, I know. They came to.
They came to the wedding, but they didn't. They came to visit my family, not to talk to myself and Safety. So
Yeah, exactly. It's like that does. Yeah, you said hi.
yeah, I said hi.
Hardly
Nice to
meeting
see you
someone.
again.
I
The last time I saw him was when I was 17, and then I saw him again when I was 23. I think, woo, okay, that's the only times I saw my aunts. Keep in mind the goal with this is for your own healing and to release yourself from your parents' toxicity. It doesn't necessarily mean opening yourself up to the relationship with them if that doesn't feel safe or healthy to you. And this is where I fall in. I don't feel safe or healthy with my parents. Last I heard, my sister last year or the year before, I forgot now, she messaged me and she said, Dad has stage 3 cancer. Call him. And I'm like sitting here like, nah, that's okay. Because the fact that he has stage 3 cancer is not a surprise for me because he chain smoked. All my life, he would go through a whole carton of cigarettes within like a day. And he like literally was a chain smoker. That's what he went. His go-to was just smoke. And it was awful. And so the fact that he's stage 3 cancer, I'm surprised he's still alive, to be honest. And I mean, good for him, right? But back in 2010, my dad, who I thought I still had some semblance of a relationship with a parent, like I thought he wasn't emotionally he wasn't emotionally there for either of us because he was just kind of on his own world. But on 2010, I went to visit my ayi in Indiana, and I was there for about a month, and he got wind, and he's up in Michigan. He got word that I was visiting ayi. So he drove down to Indiana, and I thought he was going to say hi. He was just visiting me because he hasn't talked to me in forever. And I just thought he just didn't have any interest, so I was like, whatever. So he came down to say hi, and I thought, oh, wow, my dad's coming down to visit me. And I was actually happy and excited to see my dad. And he came and he was like very quiet. And I was just like, okay, whatever, that's my dad, right? And on the way home driving, he was like, "No, we're gonna change your ticket. You're gonna fly out of Michigan." I'm like, "Okay." So my dad drove me 3 hours north back to Michigan, and on the way home, he was just like, "Why do you always bother people? Why do you always trouble everybody?" And I'm like, "Huh? What do you mean?" He asked me to visit her, and he's like, "Oh, lies. She would never do that. You just bother her. You always bother people." And I'm like, "What?" I don't know where this was coming from, so I was just like, "Okay." And I didn't want to argue with him, so I just kept quiet, right? I was just like, whatever. And then I don't know how long it was that I stayed there because again, I have a really patchy memory about it, but I remembered that conversation in the car, and then when we were at his house, I was cooking dinner for him. And I remember like, "Oh yeah, it's done." So I turn around and I was about, we in Cantonese style, you make a big stir fry and you have a community dish and we both just eat out of it, right? So I was taking the wok and I was pouring into the dish, and I was like, "Dad, okay, dinner's done." So he was just sitting there and he looks at me and he just furrows his bow and he's like, "It's your fault." I was like, "Huh? Dinner's ready." So I don't know. I'm like, I don't know where this is coming from. And he's like, "It's your fault. Mom went crazy." And I was like, "What?" And I was just like, "Okay, well, time for dinner, and I just kind of shut off and I didn't press it, and I forgot about it. I actually forgot about the conversation for about 12 years. Suddenly I was talking to my therapist and it came up out of nowhere, and I was just like crying, like tears were streaming down my cheeks, and I was just like bawling. And I was telling this to my therapist, and then Safdie looks at me because he's like, he works from home. He turns around, he's like, "What the fuck?" He was just looking at me like, "You never told me this." I'm like, "I just remembered it like it just happened." And my therapist says it's normal because if a traumatic thing happens like that, your body tends to go into fight or flight or freeze mode, and it locks it away. It's a very traumatic moment, and your body's just like, "Nope," and they just like cuts it off from you, right? You cuts it off completely. And then sometimes after a while, it will dig it back up and it'll come back. And she's like, "That was the moment it came back to you." And I remember recalling it to her, and I was like, it felt like it just happened, but I had forgotten for like 12 years. Like, I didn't have any memory of it happening. But then all of a sudden, it felt like it just happened. He brought you there to vent on you. Probably. I have no idea. To this day, it was just a weird thing because after that event, when I'm like, "Okay, dinner's done, and okay, let's eat," and I don't have any memory of how much longer I was staying there at his house until he drove me to the airport. And then suddenly I was like home here in Oregon, and I'm like, I don't remember anything in between. We're looking at the Northern Lights. Oh, enjoy, enjoy, enjoy.
I enjoy.
I know it's like a once in a lifetime thing, but yeah, enjoy
Yeah,
it.
especially in Kentucky. Wow.
Yeah, that's pretty south.
That's how
We're supposed to
extreme-
see it here too,
Well, yeah.
but
you
we're
can,
more
but
north. I know.
Yeah, but like it's so extremely powerful. Seeing it in Kentucky is like
Yeah, that's
nearly
pretty
unheard
bad.
of.
That's pretty strong. Yeah.
That's just how strong the magnetic
So
storm
yeah,
is.
that's the one thing that I can't forgive my dad. And I'm like, why do I have to call him? If he's
It's
dying, he should want to call
still
me.
very light.
That
It's still
story just
very
has
light here we're in the West Coast, so it's still very, very light.
Oh
out.
no, it's very light. Yeah, it's only 5. It's 6:30.
Yeah, it'll probably we might be able to see them by the sun will set like after 9.
Yeah, the sun usually sets
probably
about
be
9
able to see-
o'clock. So it's still bright. The sun's still high in the sky here, so
Yeah.
it's gonna be a while. That story just has me speechless. Why? What's up? Why Crayon? Around 10 p.m. Yeah, we'll probably see around 10 because since we're such a higher latitude, right? Is it latitude? Not longitude. Longitude's up and no, wait. Latitude.
Latitude is latitude, higher latitude.
Okay. Well, anyway, we're higher up, so the sun doesn't set till on the first day of summer, the sun won't set till like 10 o'clock.
Oh yeah, about the spot. Like, yeah, you bring them over and then they're just like blaming you. You blame a child.
But the way he was looking at me, though, he had so much. I remember recalling it to my therapist. He had so much anger and spite. He was looking at me with so much hatred. and I've never seen any emotion on my dad until that night. And he looked both angry and depressed at the same time. I don't know if that makes any sense. But he looked like he was depressed that I was the one that brought all the pain to the family. And also angry at me. But I'm like, why are you blaming the child? I'm just the child. I was a product of their trauma. I don't know why I'm getting the blame for this. And anyway,
Yeah.
my sister
Yeah, it's
messaging.
it's not your fault. Blaming a child is like the worst thing you can do. Like,
Yeah, I don't think that's right. So anyway, yeah, so my sister messages me. I didn't message back to her because again, she told me
and
there
it's
is no
his,
us. And I'm like, I'm not part of the family, so why they disowned me. They chose to disown me. That's on them. I don't care. You know, they have never come back to me and say, "Oh, sorry for disowning you," or "Oh, sorry for, doing all those bad things to you," right? No, they just blame me for everything. And it's just like, you know what? If they're happier with just the three of them, then fine.
yeah.
I'm okay with not having a family. I'm okay with not having a mother and a father, or a loving mother and father and a loving sister. They are just sister, mother, and father by title, and that's fine. It hurts. It really hurts, but
Yeah.
there's nothing I can only control my own life and my own feelings. I can't
And
control
he was
them.
also, because another thing to keep in mind that he was probably pissed off about you. He was taking it on you is that, like, he let so basically the story is once the kids were grown up and all pretense of, there was no reason to stay together, her mom, left, right?
Yeah, my mom left my
Yeah.
dad.
Well, she took him to the cleaners. She took him to the cleaners, and he didn't do a shit, as I understand it. Now,
I only
he
hear the
like,
second term, like a third
yeah, but
party.
apparently he just signed whatever her lawyer sent her. Like, dude didn't even fucking lawyer up himself,
No, he didn't. He was just like, whatever.
and basically let
My mom take everything
well, she
except
didn't
for
take
the
the house.
house.
She didn't want it.
But she didn't want it. She wanted his money. She wanted whatever she could get, like have him pay for insurance, pay everything that, some sort of support, something like that.
Yeah, I don't know the terms, but basically
I
she
don't
took him to
either.
the cleaners and didn't even lawyer up, and like, dude,
And he
if
blames
you,
me.
like, if you, like, your fault, like, dude, you could have, like, brought your you could have lawyered up and brought your daughter to the court, and she could testify what an abusive bitch that her mom was. And
Anyway.
maybe maybe you could have gotten yourself some
But no, he
no,
would rather
no,
just
he
blame me.
didn't. Like, he didn't. No, he just rather blame you instead, which is, whatever.
Anyway,
Yeah.
I finished this, right? Preparation.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
that
did.
said. Oh, I did. Okay. Well, anyway, there's that article. There's like so many other
There's
articles.
so
I
many
don't think
articles.
that I didn't finish.
I
But
mean, a lot of it retreads. I think that's
yeah,
kind of an interesting one because
yeah.
it
Well, it
has
was
some
because
other
there's a
perspectives. I
difference.
think and it talks about some other things and kind
There's
of
other
makes
ones.
things, put some context in it.
Yeah,
There
exactly.
are so many things that you could just look up.
Yeah, if you just look up mother wound, I'm sure you can find it. A lot more people struggle with a father wound than a mother wound, but the mother wound can be more painful simply because, the mother typically is the one that gave birth to you. It's not always the case, but in my case
Yeah,
it was. And you have that physical connection to them because you grew inside them.
and I think, and the thing is, like I said, like I'm trying to say things before, like, people, like, in our society, we are used to the story of the abusive or neglectful or emotionally distant father.
hmm
That's a very common story that we accept for some reason.
hmm
But
It's not always the case with the mom.
in the idealized sense, they put mothers on a pedestal. Like I said, Father's Day, whatever.
Man, it's graduation day too.
Also, graduation day, dads and grads. Dad doesn't even get his own fucking day. He has to share it with grads.
Dads and grads, yes.
He gets
exactly.
he gets to share it with people who are looking at their student debt, going, oh shit, and he's paying for that too.
Yeah, exactly.
Or they send the bill, they send the college bill to dad. So thanks, dad. No, I'm just kidding. But no, but no, But yeah, Mother's Day is a much bigger deal. Like the whole thing,
Dr. Dreads gives
so
the
people
panda
can
a
go,
head
oh yeah,
pat.
Oh, hey,
abu-
Dr. Dreads.
abusive
Welcome
or
back.
neglectful dad,
Dr.
whatever.
Dreads gives the teddy
Yeah,
bear a
yeah,
head
that's-
pat.
Need to switch over my button.
Yeah,
There we
thank you.
go. Yeah, Pat. But abusive, like people still like find it shocking. Abusive mom still like blows people's minds, even though there's plenty of real world examples.
Yeah.
And so it's like I think that's a more important discussion, because people like, it's kind of like this weird thing where people cannot see a mother as being abusive.
No.
It like
And like I said,
violates their worldview
what
too
drove
much.
this to even happen, this stream to even happen, is because I've lost friends over this. People argue that, your experiences are not yours, and they diminish the fact that mother wounds do exist, and that they're like, no, only dads do that stuff, right? Only dads hurt their kids. It's like, no,
Like that, that's
Mom,
not true.
that's not true at all. And
That's not true.
yeah, so I just wanted to talk about this to make people feel that they are not alone, and that there is such a thing. It's not a diagnosis again. It's just an attachment wound. That mother wounds do exist, and it is a real thing. And since tomorrow is Mother's Day, some moms are just not worth celebrating, and it's okay. I don't want anybody to feel obligated to celebrate their mother or feel like they owe them something, because you owe nothing to your parents. Nothing. They are your parents. They were the adults. They made the choice to have you.
I mean, the qualification is you do. So I think the qualification.
It's not like you
here
asked to
is
be born, is what I'm saying.
You didn't ask to be born, so you don't owe anything just by them, by virtue of them bringing you into the world, which you didn't ask for,
Mm-hmm.
and providing you the basic necessities for you to
Survive.
because legally they go to jail otherwise. And,
Mhm.
like that's, I mean, that's
Well, they can give you up too. I mean,
they can, but I'm just saying, like, that's not enough for you to basically worship them and
it's still part of the same patriarchy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fathers not there. Fathers are not there. Works and
Yeah.
emotionally distant. Mothers are loving and caring, and bad person and parent knows no single identification. Exactly. Thank you, Crayon. That's well said.
That's
right
good.
there. That's perfect. It's normal for fathers to be okay and separate, right? And
Right.
and if you
That's
are too attached
normalized.
and you're too loving to your kid, then people are like questioning your masculinity.
Masculinity.
And it's so stupid. It's like, you can be a very loving, supportive, caring father, and I have more respect for those fathers than I do for anybody that would be the stereotypical Western society, distant father. And outside of trauma, I'm talking about. I mean, if you're just doing that because society tells you to do it, I think that's just lame. You should do what you want to do, if you want to love your child, love them with all you have, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
So.
No, I think the
You did not
experience is good.
dominate the stream at all, Striker. I appreciate your
I
contributions.
mean, it's good it's good to see that other people out there
Yeah,
can share,
it's
my
good.
mom was a psychopath to me. Yeah.
Yeah, so no, like I said,
Yeah.
thank you for sharing your experiences. I really appreciate it. I'm glad that you
Yeah.
guys are brave enough and don't even mind sharing that private part of you. I mean, thank you. It takes a lot of risk and bravery, I think. Even for myself, it's really hard to talk about
Yeah.
this, but the best way to heal is to accept that this is your truth, and not have people sit there and tell you that no, that can't be true. And I hate that more than anything. It's just
And then I think another part of it
and I
is
know
like,
people do lie. I'm not saying that people don't lie. People do lie. I'm not saying that. But there are some of us that don't lie and actually mean that this happened and this is their experiences.
yes.
So please don't diminish them, is what I'm saying. Don't diminish
Yeah.
people's experiences. Let them live their truth. And if they are lying, well, whatever, right?
Yes,
It's
and I
not, it
think
has
that-
nothing, neither you or there. You just be like, I'm sorry to hear that, and move on. And if they really mean it from their heart and they're not doing it for attention, then they'll be like, thank you. I thank you for listening to me. Everybody who was stuck with us and listened to me. I thank Safety for putting up with me
Well,
all these years. But
hey,
the thing is, okay. So this is the thing where you can tell the difference usually that people are lying or not. If they are lying, they will keep seeking for attention. They want your attention. They will do everything they can to draw you to their side or whatever, pick sides, right? No, it's not about picking sides. It's just about accepting their reality and letting them heal by sharing their story, right? There's a difference, I think.
Yeah, and I mean, I appreciate it. I know it's hard to, and I don't want people to share what they're not comfortable sharing over the interwebs here.
I believe she would have been called domineering then. Now she was just a freaking psycho.
Yeah, I do
I
think,
have never mentioned these things to anyone outside of
I,
therapy.
and I
Well,
think there's
thank
another
you for
side of
trusting
this
us that.
too.
Hmm.
I think there's another side of this too, especially from that story and even your story. Like, this is why when people, I think this is why when people are like, they're, people who advocate for having these, advocate that, hey, being, people who are 15, it's okay for them to get married, or,
Yeah, that.
or like these age gaps or things. That's, I mean, you're putting
Well,
these
thank you,
women in
Cran. It really means a lot
situations.
to
Yeah,
me.
you're putting these women in situations where they're
They're forced to do something they
they're
don't want
forced
to
to do
do.
in a role they're not prepared for
Yeah,
yet or don't
exactly.
want to do yet, and so that allow that paves the way for you to take it out of kids. So when we're talking about these things, all of this is connected. If
Hmm.
you
Intergeneration or
Yeah, all of that is
multi-generational trauma.
connected, and so things like I think it's okay for a 12-year-old girl to get married leads to shit like this down the line. So those people need to be smacked upside the head. Okay, maybe virtually smacked upside the head, and that's not
Yeah,
cool
because if you
because you
think about it,
lead into
Striker, your mom marrying at 15, I mean, I don't know if you know anything about your, like I said, I don't know anything about my grandparents, but if you
yeah,
think of it this way, it's like, what were your grandparents thinking, right? Why did they let your 15-year-old
yeah,
mom get married to this
yeah,
abusive guy? So
yeah.
there's a lot of things, and it's not fair that they blame the child or, the product of the situation, the trauma, right?
It's
We were
not fair
both
to
the
blame the
product.
child.
Yeah, we were both the product of trauma,
Yeah,
and they took it out on us, and it's not fair at all.
yeah,
And because of that, we end up, tormenting ourselves and even possibly our own children.
yeah.
Some of us pass it down. They keep passing the mother wound or the father
Yeah,
wound because we don't know anything else, right? So
mhm,
talking about it makes people aware of the situation and to know that you
yeah,
can seek help. You can talk to a therapist that specializes in mother wounds or something like that, and that usually can make a world of difference. It has made a huge difference for myself personally.
yeah,
But yeah, it's not a diagnosis. Remember, it's not an official
yeah. This is not
diagnosis.
a diagnosis, and again, this is
It's a
not a
mother wound is just an attachment. It's part of the attachment theory. It's the very basis. I mean, there was like that video I shared that I really highly recommend passing along to anybody that needs to watch it. Let me link it again. Um, it was just such a good video. It's this is what my therapist shared. This is about trauma in the nervous system. Um, and if you like reading books, read How the Body Keeps the Score. It will describe how trauma, even multi-generational trauma, is stored within our cells and it's passed down from mother to child, either son or daughter. It's passed down because it's within our cells. It's stored in our bodies, and that can pass down up to 3 generations. You can inherit your grandmother's stuff. The grandmother to, I guess, the grandmother to okay, especially if it's through mothers, because it's you grow inside the mom, right? So if it's grandmother to mother and then to either son or daughter, that 3 generations you can inherit that trauma from your grandmother if it was through your mother. So if it can stop at the father, because I don't know if it passes through the sperm. I mean, I'm not trying to get into the sexual part of it. I have no idea about that. But since you are sharing cells with the mom and your birth mom, if it is your birth mom, you are sharing their cells. Um, and then trauma stores in the cells. That's what reading the how the body keeps the score. That is the most important thing. Is that you can't just be like, oh, buck it up and get over it, be a man, stop crying, that kind of stuff. Those diminishing bullshit, excuse the language, don't belong in that kind of talk. And I feel bad mostly for men, especially that deal with this stuff, because society makes you have to forget it. And if you're not allowed to live your trauma. You're allowed, they're just like, oh, just be a man. You need to be a man. You need to buck it up and, look the other way. Be strong about it. Don't stop crying. You're being a sissy baby or a cry baby or something. Women are given a little more leeway to cry about it and whine about it, but men are not. And I really feel bad a lot about if it's grandmother to mother to son. I think that kind of trauma is the worst. I actually feel bad. Unless you're pinned as a favorite. Start crying like a little. Yeah, I'll allow that. Sorry, I know you didn't mean anything being by that, but yes, I'm sure that a lot of guys are told to stop crying like a little bit. Yes, and you're diminished. Your pain is just like looked away, and yeah, like I said, mother wound is damaging to daughters, but it's also damaging when it's passed on from, like I said, grandmother to mother to son is just as bad as grandmother mother to daughter. So yeah, society makes men emotionally distant, then wonders why they're emotionally distant. Exactly. Exactly, and it's true. Like when Safdie cries, I try to just be there for him and be like, it's okay, you can cry, just let it all out. When he and then not just cry out of sadness, I'm cry out of frustration, anger. He'll just like want to scream, and I'm like, just let it out. If you bottle that up, it's worse. Really, even if you just scream into a pillow, punch a pillow if you need to punch something. I'm like, let it out. If you're angry, punch a pillow. Just you need to let it out. You can't bottle it up because it just makes matters worse, right? So I totally feel bad for a lot of men that have to deal with the societal patriarchy, masculinity, the toxic masculinity. That's it.
Actually,
we now have a name for some of the hurt that we had to endure just to survive our childhoods. Exactly. Like I said, I just learned about the mother wound, but the mother wound has been around for at least a few years.
I mean, yeah, the kid leads they can lead to nervous breakdowns. Like I had.
Oh yeah, Safdie's had several. Well,
Yeah,
because of work, but he
yeah,
had a lot involving his father.
My dad was being a complete
dick. Yeah.
Yeah. And
gaslighting and guilt tripping him. That's why he went to Florida.
Yeah, like guilt tripping me, and like it was very.
It's not fair when so his mom is in poor health. His mom's dealt with like Safdie's mom's dealt with like breast cancer, went through like recovery.
No,
it's like how he words it. No, that's the problem is how he words it. He's like, your mom is dying. Your mom is doing with a lot of health issues. You should go visit her.
She's definitely got health issues going on, but
it's not like he can just drop everything and run to her side.
Like she's and here's the other thing that's frustrating is that she's probably downplaying what she's going through, and he's probably playing it up to make me feel guilty.
Exactly.
Like it's not like she's at.
You can't really relate
like
with
when
it.
I saw her, yeah, she, when I
she
saw
wasn't
her,
good, yeah.
She was fine. It's not like she was like doing hunky dory, but she didn't look like she was at death's door or anything.
She looks like she's the type that swallows her own pain and pretends it doesn't exist for the face, for the outward face. She seems the type that likes to, like when I said that one time when she looked like she was suffering, I was like, would you want us to get the car for you? Because she looked like she was about to pass out, and I was like, let's go we can get the car for you. And then she swatted my hand and said, don't. And I'm like, wow, okay. Like that's what I mean when she gets really angry with me.
And so
she covers up a lot to save face, and I think that's really wrong. I think that's bad. If you are suffering, it's good just to swallow your pride and be like, sure, that would be nice, Yeah,
I mean, obviously, my dad isn't obviously compared to my dad. Like my dad's in very good health, and if he hadn't had a freak golf accident, and I'm not joking about that, he'd be like in perfect health. for his age. Like when he says he feels like he's 30, he's exaggerating, but he is in
Really good
he is
shape.
in very good health compared to his peer group. I will
Mhm.
say that. Compared to compared to the people around him.
I have no
I will
clue
say
to their
that.
states of mind when she got married to the idiot. Yeah,
Yeah.
again, Striker, we never know what happened, right?
What
And
accidents
it sounds
happen
like
golfing?
I know it's a long story, but anyway,
It's
like
a long story,
no,
but yes.
but going back to what Stryker said,
Yeah.
sometimes people are forced to get married because of situations, right? Like my
Yes.
parents were arranged, so I mean, I don't know anything
Yeah.
outside of that. So
Yeah.
I'm glad that you can't relate with having a mother wound, Sylphonic Monk, because it's not fun. I am happy that you have a supportive, loving mother. Then I'm guessing if you can't relate with it, that's what you have, and that's how it should be anyway. But and I appreciate the fact that you're not diminishing anybody else's experience. So
Yeah.
that's the biggest takeaway here is if you do
Yeah.
have a loving, supportive mom, congratulations, you're lucky, and I'm
Yeah.
happy for you. But not everybody has that, is what I mean.
Yeah.
And thank you for
So
looking past that, right?
yes, and that's what it like.
And I
Yes,
think
go
that's
and celebrate.
makes sense.
Go take your mom to brunch. Go and
Yeah,
celebrate
yeah.
Mother's Day. But if people, but if people around you, people you know,
Are going through a hard time,
are
just
going
be there
hard,
for them.
have
Just
family issues, and they don't like, for some people, celebrating Mother's Day is traumatic for them or whatever. You shouldn't make people feel guilty
worse.
because it
Yeah.
will work if you're
It's like
telling them,
we
why
already
aren't you
deal with
guys
enough guilt
celebrating
and
Mother's Day?
pain. We don't need
Making them
more.
feel, yeah, why aren't you celebrating? You have to respect why, some people, some people seem to not be able to respect that, hey, it's not a happy day for everyone. Like any day, and this applies to anything, any day, like you have to respect that some people, holidays, Mother's Day, birthdays, Christmas,
Yeah,
whatever,
yeah. Celebrations are just
yeah, they for some reason, there are good reasons people have trauma surrounding these things, and so don't I mean
don't
try
diminish
not to
their
judge people
experiences.
when people
Yeah.
are saying, I don't like this holiday, or this holiday depresses me. More ads coming? Hope not.
Well, I mean, like, are there more ads?
I don't
Not
know.
yet, not yet. It might be another 10 minutes or so. Sorry about this.
Yeah.
But yeah, the thing is, I forgot what I was going to say, but going back to what Crayon says, things are getting better for men. It is. They are getting a lot more. There's a lot more open conversation about stuff, and people are being more
Yeah, but
accepting that there's. But yeah, there's still
there's also
large
a heavy
patriarchy
there's also a lot of heavy now
and
we've got a lot
toxic
of heavy
masculinity.
pushback
Hmm.
against that too from the other side too,
Yeah.
unfortunately, which
I have actually a nervous breakdown because of holding things in. Yeah, don't
yeah,
hold things in. That's why I'm
it's hard
totally
not to.
okay, and thank you for sharing your story, Striker. Um, if you do have anything else that you need to talk about, though, I would highly suggest finding a specialist that handles things like, even if your parents have already passed, it's never too late to talk about you, because you are still here. Your parents may not still be here, but you are still living that trauma. You are still, I mean, if you are still living that trauma, you need to find somebody, if you can, and share that, and how have them help you. I know it sounds silly, but even for the longest time, men seeking therapy was looked down upon. I don't think it should be looked down upon. I think if that's what you need, then that's what you should get. And I don't know. I feel really bad to even mention that because sometimes it is easier said than done. But as Crayon said, if you're over a certain age, it's always good to speak to somebody, right? Um, just have somebody pick at your brain and help you sort through things because they can bring into they can bring perspective in life that you never even considered. And that's what my therapist did to me, and that's what I kind of mostly tried to share with everybody else. Like the mother wound thing, I never knew anything about it until like a year ago. So actually 5 of them. Oh, my father hit my mother in front of me, and I almost killed. Oh wow, hit my mother. Oh my gosh, never saw him after that day. That's good. That was back in 97. Wow, that is scary. What accidents happen exactly? golfing. Oh, okay. So the accidents that happened golfing, he apparently there was a jerk at the hole above him, above where Safdie's dad was, and he wasn't. Oh no, behind him. It was behind him. And
Yeah.
they're teeing off when they shouldn't be, because you should have like 2 holes in between or something. Like, I don't know the rules of
Yeah,
golf.
you're supposed to wait till people play through.
Yeah, you're supposed to wait for people to play blue. Anyway, the jerk behind him teed off anyway, even though his dad was still on the field or whatever it is. I don't know. I
They
don't
were on
like
the
golf.
green. They were
Yeah,
on
they're
the
on
green.
the green. Anyway,
Or
the
the fairway or
ball,
whatever.
yeah, fairway or something. The ball was teed off and it hit his dad square on the head, and it was an inch away from an artery that would have killed him. It was like an inch away. But now his neck, like his
Yeah, but he did black out and
he
fell
did
over
black out and fell out and gone in the
and
hospital.
injured his neck from that
Yes.
fall.
And he injured the neck from his fall, and he can never hold his neck straight anymore. So when he looks at you, he tilts his neck, but that's straight to him. So he needs.
Wasn't bad when I say he was. I mean, he gets treatment. He gets basically Botox shots.
He gets Botox shots for it,
correct
but
it.
from a medical standpoint, not for looks or anything like that.
Yeah.
But yes.
So he was. I mean, he was fine, but yeah, it does bother him still. But yeah, he could have seriously.
He could have died, because
Yeah,
if it was an
so-
inch, if it would have hit an inch over, he would have died, because it would hit a
Yes.
major artery in the head.
Yeah. Now he
have that
sued.
video.
He sued the golfer.
Yeah, and he won.
He sued the golfer who hit him and won.
hmm
He tried to sue the golf course, but they were too lawyered up.
Yeah. So.
They did, however, put a sign on that specific hole.
Okay, so Striker, like I said, again, it's different for everybody, so I'm not saying that you have to do this, but like, I mean, I haven't done it myself yet, and so I don't know how helpful it is for anybody, and I'm kind of a hypocrite in that sense, because, and everybody is different too. Sometimes journaling, talking about it, like you wrote songs, but sometimes just writing everything down, everything from being angry with them, and even like writing in an angry letter to them, and just putting it away. Sometimes just getting it out of your chest, like you were talking to them, can really help. Just journaling your thoughts and feelings about that situation, that can make a huge difference. I still need to do that myself. I've already kind of done that with another person that was in my life, the person that my mom was going to sell me to. Another long story.
Another long story short.
Yeah, another reason why my mom is traumatic is she tried to sell me for money. She wanted money, and she put me up as the object to. She offered her house and car to the guy that was fascinated with me. Is how I can say. He was this 50-year-old single man, but he was autistic too, so he wasn't like it was sexual or anything. Anyway, I was still a child. He was a 50-year-old man. He was fascinated with me. He was also he had a medical degree in child psychology. He was fascinated with the fact that I wasn't like an average child. Anyway, he did not want materialistic stuff from my mom. My mom's like, you can take my house and my car if I don't pay you back. And he's like, and he came back. No, he came back and said, there's only one thing that I would ever want from you. And my mom looked at him, she's like, you want her, right? And she's like, you can have her. And they sealed the deal. They signed a contract. And my dad didn't know anything about this, and he got so pissed off at my mom.
So another thing that your dad could have used against your mom in divorce proceedings, but
but she didn't.
Because he doesn't know how to fucking lawyer up.
I even got involved and got really upset at my mom,
was,
and she got upset at him.
It was 100% illegal, so yeah.
Yeah, it's human trafficking. Yeah. So I have other reasons why I cannot.
They could have gone to jail.
Oh yeah. If this gotten out, I was 9 years old when this happened.
Yeah, like.
So
even back then, this could have landed some people in jail.
And the only reason why I know about this is because later, like when I was an older teenager, Ai and the guy that was involved, they sat me down and told me this is what happened. My mom never admitted it or talked about it with me, but my dad mentioned it when I did bring it up, and then my dad's like, don't talk about that. And he's like, your mom was stupid. Your mom was so dumb. And then he was so pissed off at it. And Ai, my auntie said, she's never seen my dad get that mad before. So this guy that doesn't show any emotion got really upset that my mom tried to sell me and even signed a contract. Like signed it, something, like official document.
Yeah, you had it in writing. They could have got like everyone could have gone to jail.
Yeah, oh yeah,
And
oh
that's
yeah.
probably why he was pissed off.
Oh yeah, because though that's the only reason, not because of me. He didn't want to go to jail. That's why he was upset. He
He
wasn't
should've,
upset because she tried, my mom tried
He
to
should
sell
have turned
me.
He should have turned
He-
state's witness and then
He was just upset that he could have gone to jail. He only cared about and he only looked out for himself. So don't get don't get it wrong about my dad. My
No,
dad
it's like,
my dad wasn't doing this for the benefit of me. He was doing this for the benefit of himself. So anyways, I should end this before the ads. But yeah, thank you guys for listening. I'm sorry that it was a weird ending, but yes, some parents are just not worth celebrating. And if you have a father wound, it's just as bad, but it's different. A father wound and mother wounds are very different from each other. Mother wound is the main caregiver who was supposed to be the caring, supportive, loving person that's to help you learn to self-regulate your emotions and teach you teach you good things, how to balance, how to control your body. Okay, so your body produces either cortisol when it's awake and in movement, right? Or it produces this is a simplistic way. It produces melatonin when you're supposed to be at rest and digest and sleeping and relaxing. And as a baby, as an infant, that melatonin development and stuff in your body is supposed to be higher than the cortisol, right? So, but if your body doesn't feel safe, you're going to be in fight flight mode all the time, which means your body's going to be pumping adrenaline, cortisol, like super, like a lot more, like a more stronger than the melatonin part. That's why I can't sleep at night. That's why I have sleeping issues. So if you struggle with that too, there is hope. I'm going through applied kinesiology. It's a naturopathic doctor. I've tried Western doctors. It doesn't work. I'm trying to get my cortisol, my adrenaline, whatever. I'm trying to get that under control so that I can finally sleep at night. I can't sleep at night. I sleep maybe 3 to 4 hours and I wake up in a panic. And it's very different. It's hard to explain. When I say I don't get enough sleep, I don't. I barely get by with like 3 to 4 hours of sleep. And it's fine. This is my normal. But at the same time, I probably cut off years of my life. So I probably am not going to live to a ripe old age, unfortunately. But that's okay. That's whatever. That's neither here nor there. That's my future self problem. But anyway, thank you for this stream. I hope you helped. Yes, you guys all helped. You guys, thank you. Thank you so much. Being
I'm glad
here,
we didn't see
listening to me,
contrarians show. I was worried we were gonna have.
I was
contrarians
worried
show.
that we're gonna be like, no, you should still celebrate your mom. I was worried about that. I was dreading that.
I was
actually.
ready to bring out. I was like, I hope I don't have to ban people today. No.
I know. I didn't want to
Unfortunately, no.
deal with that. That was bad. It is a hard topic, Striker, and I'm sorry. I hope I didn't open up any wounds, but I hope if anything, I just hope I opened up a gateway to where you can address your own, if you have your own mother wounds. And if you don't, and you know somebody that is struggling with a mother wound, then you know that you can make a huge difference in their life by just being there for them, just listening to them. Don't dismiss their experiences, just be there, right? You should celebrate the Dark Lord Saint for some reason, I guess. Just made me think about things I never addressed over the years. Yeah, I'm sorry. I hope I didn't traumatize you, Striker. That's what I'm worried about. But just know that
No, I'm not
you're in good company.
disappointed. I was worried that I was gonna have to ban people are gonna come by and be contrarian. I was gonna have to ban them, so I'm glad I didn't.
No, Crayon, you're not gonna get
I'm not
banned.
going to ban you.
I brought you.
At least not for that. No.
I brought you into this world. Yeah, exactly. Well, no, thank you for listening, and thank you for sharing your stories as well. I really appreciate it. Never feel afraid, but don't feel obligated to share your story at the same time, because that is your own private life, and if you don't want to talk about it on a public stream like this, don't feel obligated to. But by all means, seek therapy if you need to talk. No, that's bad. Pineapple does not belong on pizza.
Wait.
Of course, Crayon had to do that, right?
All right, but enjoy the Northern Lights, everyone.
Yeah, enjoy the Northern Lights if you're high enough. I think even in Texas, people can see it apparently. But yeah, I'm gonna look at it in a few hours. It's still bright out here, so anyway, we need to get dinner. Poor Safty's like starving. I don't know if I really want to raid anybody. I'm tired. So if it's okay, I'm just gonna cut it off here just because
All right. Have a good
I'm
evening,
just
everyone.
tired. I mean, it's not that I don't want to raid or anything, but I'm sure you guys are off in other channels anyway, so let's just call it at that. This was just a informative stream, not a gaming stream, and everybody's just gaming right now, so that I know of. Anyway, thank you everybody for listening. Thank you for sharing your stories. Have a great night. And if you have great mothers out there, happy Mother's Day to them. And if you are married to a great mother, happy Mother's Day to them. I'm just gonna be moping in my own corner. No, I'm kidding. I'm not really moping, but yeah. Take care, everybody. Have a great
Everyone.
night.
Guys.
Good night. Take care. Bye bye.
Bye.
Bye 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 bye
Bye.
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 Bye 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 bye. I'm just
Bye.
gonna end it here, not go to end screen, but bye. I wish you would get big too, but it's just
I
me.
can't get big.
Yeah.
I'm not
it's just
super
me.
big.
I'm sorry. I'm
Bye.
sorry. Good
Night,
night.
guys.
Bye. See
Bye.
you Wednesday? Yeah, Wednesday. Okay, bye.